has been established that persons who have recently died have been returning to life and committing acts of murder. Widespread investigation of reports from funeral homes, morgues, and hospitals has concluded that the unburied dead are coming back to life and seeking human victims.
You just heard The Silent Creature from Fearless Undead Machines from Deceased from 1997. This is the Requiem Metal Podcast. I'm Mark.
And I'm Jason. And yeah, here we are. We're deviating, I guess, sort of from the International Thrash series. Although, as I was putting this episode together, I realized we're kind of still sort of with at least a foot in the thrash camp. It's not international, but
Thrash adjacent.
thrash adjacent. Yeah, but Deceased is obviously so much more than just thrash. They're kind of a composite of kind of, I don't know, the last like 40 years of metal history, kind of like in one band, depending on what era you're looking at or what record or that sort of thing. And I you know, I they're I don't know, just a really fascinating band. I can't wait to sort of unpack them because they're a band that for me has evolved in terms of where I'm at in my life and where I'm at in terms of my understanding of the history of metal. And the
Mm-hmm.
more I think I understand the history of metal, the more I start to like appreciate Deceased. It's like every time I go back, I'm like, okay, now I'm seeing and hearing things that like when I was 20, I just didn't pick up on or didn't care as much about, and then that seems to be an interesting well that you can kind of return to time and time again with them. They contain multitudes, Mark.
Well, they're
So
like they're kind of like a weird singular band like Manila Road or Sir Thungul.
yeah.
Like they've always done what they've done. They don't sound like anybody else.
Hmm.
Um, and King has a very something I never put two and two together with this before, but I think him and King Diamond have a lot of things in common as far as the storytelling of their lyrics and the old timey horror stuff. And
Yeah.
I just never really, because when we started listening to Deceased, it was through like relapse comps and stuff, and in the 90s, probably I don't think I heard Luck of the Corpse when it came out. It was probably 13 Frightened Souls or something might have been the first thing I got.
Uh-huh.
But compared to all like the Swedish stuff and like black metal, like it wasn't quite as exciting as I was, it didn't grab my attention the way if we weren't
Yeah.
doing like interviews and stuff with them, I don't know if I would have like given a whole lot of credence. But in retrospect, like they've got a really interesting like lifer career. Like they live this stuff. You can
And I
tell.
think like, they're not a young person band,
No.
right? They're a band that's like aimed for people like us at the stage we're at, where we're veterans of the scene who understand history and appreciate the history of metal and appreciate the lifer kind of mentality. And that's why like we get into bands more like Osirathungul and Manila Road more as we get older and the Deceased and those type of bands. I think,
There's that
they're not
charm to it,
trends.
like
They're
they're
anti-trend, in
oh
any way.
completely. Yeah.
And that's when you're in your teens and your early 20s, we were in the trends. You know what I mean? I mean, for as clever as we thought we were, and we were into like obviously weirder shit than mainstream metalheads were, but we were also very much caught up in the waves of the moments,
Well, of
and
course, absolutely.
Cease kind of stood outside of that in some ways, and not that we didn't appreciate them at times, but it was like I kind of phased in and out with Deceased throughout that era until probably until we'll talk more about it, but until 2011. I think that's really where like I kind of finally locked in with appreciation for them. But then as we'll talk about, they tend to disappear for a few years and you kind of forget about them until they come back 7 years later and remind you and you're like,
Yeah,
oh yeah.
5 years, 7 years, like
Yeah.
they take their time.
But what we just heard with Silent Creature is kind of a great personification of them kind of right in the middle, I think. Like it's not their early stuff, and it's that the transitional record that we'll spend some time on later talking about, which is Fearless Undead. But Silent Creature, you've got the iconic kind of opening sample, and that sort of really great killer riff, that first drum fill at the 1 minute mark, and then great crunching rhythm. It's really an appropriate song in the afterglow of Halloween when we're recording this, right?
Yeah.
Silent Creek. But I what I love about is how much confidence in the transitions and going from one memorable catchy riff and vocal line. I mean, they've got that run, we must run, try to get away. I mean, there's like I don't think I don't think I appreciated King as a vocalist sometimes or his ability to like create like melody lines and things that are sing along and sing songy. But I think when you mention his writing style being kind of similar to how Merciful Fate or King Diamond stuff is, I think you're kind of in league with that. I think you're kind of grabbing onto something that I probably never thought of, which is how unique his storytelling abilities were, and
It
his
is,
ability
yeah, and just like
to
more clever, I think, than I really give him much credit for before. Really going and actually like looking at lyrics. I never paid any attention to
Mhm.
lyrics, but especially in some of the later on records, the newer ones that kind of, I guess, brought them back into my attention again. And I saw he has his other band October 31. I saw years and years ago, and that was the first time I saw him just as a front man and not
Uh,
not behind the kit. Because seeing him early behind the kit, we never saw Autopsy until way later in into the two after they got back together. I never saw him
oh,
in their
okay.
first run. So like Reifert has a certain charisma behind the kit, but King was all over the place. Like how he's like marching around on stage now. He was
Yeah.
almost. It seemed like he was doing that behind the kit. And
Yeah.
I'd never seen anybody that was that. Like he's a big guy too.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's like a Barney Rubble looking dude, just going nuts behind the kit and doing like interesting weird fills, and he's putting in all kinds of like Iron Maiden little triplet things here and there, and somehow keeping that completely different from the vocal line. Um, yeah, and the Silent Creature too. There's lots of Maiden. I think Mark and
Yes.
Mike both are fans of New Album. That's, I think,
They're huge. Yeah. No
pretty
album guys.
clear.
I
And
also think,
4:30 mark on Silent Creatures,
uh,
there's a fucking old Dark Tranquility riff. That kind of
oh, there's all kinds of gallery riffs
yeah,
throughout this episode,
like they were, and I think like there was something I think in one of the interview clips he talks about being like, oh man,
compared
people
to
said we
like,
were
yeah.
completely we were like in flames. I was like, I think you guys are drinking from the same water, the same source
I think that's
material.
all it is. Yeah, they
Yeah,
were they were coming from the same origin point, but very much diverging. But there's going to be this kind of like Venn diagram kind of crossover there.
yeah.
I think it's interesting you mentioned Maiden. Not interesting. I mean, it's pretty obvious, but I think like there's something, and we'll talk more about this guitar tandem a little bit later. But the guitar tandem team of Deceased through a lot of this career, and there is a kind of a swap moment that will happen, but you can sort of say they're very comparable to like a Murray Smith or even like a Denner Sherman. Like they
Hmm.
have that same kind of relationship and that same approach to melody, but like heaviness and like and they seem to write together and fit together really well. And I don't know if you'd asked me if I would think of like Deceased in that way 20 years ago, or even around the time of Fearless Undead 25 years ago, like, I would have probably been like, what?
Yeah, you overthinking it,
Like,
man.
yeah, like, no, I don't, but like, I mean, I think it's apropos for us to kind of kick off a song from that album because that album really did cement Deceased kind of reputation. I mean, it introduced or it was using movie samples, better production, all these other things that were on their previous records, but it's like everything leveled up. And when we get to Fearless Undead, it's really a turning point record for them. And I think it cements them as a permanent like essence in metal history. I think everything before that is like cool ideas and stuff, but they're a band out of time. They're in the wrong era when those albums are coming out in the early and mid 90s. But when you finally get to Fearless Undead, it's like they don't care, but they've also sort of like committed to their path. And I think people kind of caught up to them a little bit more.
Yeah,
So
and I think they've always been ambitious, but I think they leveled up to their skill too, and
yeah.
it was like undeniable on Fearless.
Yeah. And I
It's
just
like the
figured,
death of death metal that 97.
yeah, yeah. And we'll definitely when we get to that record, I think it's interesting to place it in the weird time that it sort of comes in. But Decibel did a Hall of Fame for Fearless, and we'll obviously get into it later when we get closer to that record. But I thought since we just heard Silent Creature, which had some movie samples and stuff like that in it, it was Adrian Bergrand that did it. There was one question I thought I'd share, and they asked how much fun he had selecting the movie samples for Fearless Undead. And he just says, I love them. I've always loved them. I didn't want to overdo it, and I wanted to make sure it was fitting. There was one on there, that Death Be Not Proud, which actually came from Exorcist 3, which has nothing to do with the zombie stuff, but the samples weren't supposed to be from the movies this thing was based around as much as just fitting. Of course, there's no more room in hell, all that stuff, Dawn of the Dead. It was so obvious, but for me, it works. I battled with myself over that ending. Was I going to put that at the end of Destiny, or am I just going to let it fade out to the end of the record? But this was my chance to say something like, quote, sometimes things in the movies do happen. It was testing reality and fiction at the same time, and I decided at the end to leave it. but all the samples, most of which were from Dawn of the Dead, they just seemed to work. We were living the Dawn of Dead, Night of Living Dead kind of era. We got into it. I kind of felt part of it, especially on some of the deeper songs. So
Yeah, that Death Be Not Proud, was also in Children of Bodom is known for really
yeah,
milking Exorcist 3 for
yeah,
a lot
yeah.
of samples.
Yep. I remember hearing that there, and I was like, until you said that, I was like, I know some other band uses that, and yeah, was that on Silent Bodom, Silent Night, Bodom Night, or that record, the
I
green
feel it's
one?
is it on the one geez, I can think of it by the colors. Like the first one
As
was green, then it was
red?
red, and
No,
then
it's red,
blue.
red, green, blue were the first
Okay.
three. Yeah,
I
but
feel like it was on the blue one, but I think I'm wrong.
the blue one's my favorite. So
Yeah, it still holds up pretty well.
yeah, I kind of fell off the band after that. I'm sure there's some songs here and there. I just never kind of stayed with Bodom. So um, they were a young person's band, I guess. A lot of my students, I remember early on, were really into Bodom. So that's
But
cool.
that like it all people started getting into them at Hate Crew Death Roll, like way
Yeah,
past their prime in my opinion. But I think they're probably similar to Deceased as far as, more like 70s and 80s hard rock
yeah,
influences.
yeah, yeah. I agree. I agree. So we're gonna hear a lot from King. That's the cool part. Is I don't know how much during the Venom episode. I think I may have mentioned that when we interviewed King for the Venom episode, I also sort of like tacked on a long interview about Deceased at the end, knowing that eventually we'd finally get around to doing this episode. So that came in handy, and I went back and listened to those, and they're pretty fun. They're clutch. I mean, if you guys don't know King Fowley, and I think most people do, but if you don't follow him on social media, or if you never listen to interviews with him much before, he's just a storyteller. I mean, he's got a book out. I looked for it. I can't find it.
I can't find it
Apparently,
anywhere. I mean, I don't know what the print run was, but I haven't even like secondary markets, nothing.
yeah, it's called King of Metal. Oh no, I'm sorry, Stay Ugly.
Yeah,
And then they're actually apparently going to adapt it into a movie in the works called King of Metal Life. Says a friend of his has been working on it for a while now.
with
So
him in it,
yeah, it's like
like a
about him.
documentary.
He's like a metal warrior. I don't know what it will entail, but it's kind of fascinating to think about that. So I'd watch it. I mean,
Absolutely.
his stories that he tells on Facebook are fucking phenomenal, and I just kind of like imagine his voice telling it and his overexcited stuff. But he's great, and so we'll hear from him a lot. I think he
He's
does.
got the cadence of like an 80s comedian.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That's a good, good way of
Like a
putting it.
real like boisterous like Dangerfield in a more mellow oh fuck, what's his name, the
Sam
guy,
Kinison.
Sam
Yeah.
Kinison.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, that's actually that's a good way of putting it. But I, as soon as you said '80s comedian, I thought of King as like Sam Kinison. So, but yeah, so we in doing this, I know it's been a little bit. We apologize. Life shit has been kind of going on. Mark and I have actually seen each other since the recording of the last episode, but we didn't really have time to do an episode because when we saw each other, it was for a baby shower. So
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, there's just a lot going on. People from out of town and you guys were down from Requiem North headquarters,
Yeah.
and yeah, we had the baby shower down here at the new Southern headquarters. We just realized that I had to
We
change
flipped the poles.
yeah, polarity is moving in different directions, but so obviously you've been busy, getting your house ready to sort of extend your family and stuff, and
I'm getting
it's
ready
just
for the very long winter. So,
yeah, yeah. So as Cinderella would say, a long cold winter, Mark.
but I
So
just got heat put in. Man, that thing works great in my
good.
new office. The new Requiem, it'll be the new recording studio slash, office for making
That's
money
good.
working.
Did I tell you in a random way, just because I brought up the reference? Did I tell you I saw Cinderella like probably like a month and a half ago live
Who was
down.
in the band?
It's just Tom Kiefer, so he doesn't call it Cinderella, but it's Tom Kiefer. But it's he's doing all the
How's
Cinderella shit.
how's his voice?
It's pretty good.
Still holding up?
He looks like he's got kind of a Vinnie Vincent too much makeup for his age kind of thing going on. I mean, he's not as bad as Vinnie Vincent, but like maybe more of like a Vinnie Vincent McMars too much makeup kind of vibe, like
Okay.
where you can see the wrinkles through everything especially when he's sweating with all like the accoutrements that he's wearing that still look like 1989, but he did okay. Yeah, it was good. I just really wanted to hear a couple songs from Night Songs, and I was pretty good. I think I left early just to beat traffic. So, but
What was that at a festival, like a Arts Beats and Eats or something?
no, it was down in Wyandotte, good old
Oh,
Wyandotte, River, Detroit. They have this new club that they're attracting a very specific audience of like older, like young boomers and older Gen Xers. So like they have like Van Halen cover bands and Ozzy Osbourne tribute bands, and so I saw
okay.
Iron Maiden tribute band actually. So a couple buddies of mine that I teach with, they're always like trying to go there, and so sometimes I'll meet up with them and stuff. It's not like essential, but it's like something to do sometimes.
Well, yeah. I mean,
But
think since the last probably since the last recording, we had a baby shower in Chicago as well,
yeah,
for that kind of side of the family. And one of the nights we drove past this place and it said Judas Priest cover band Bloodstone appearing tonight. So we went down and saw them, and they were fantastic.
they
And they're
run
actually
from it.
from Michigan,
Oh, that's sweet.
and they
Yeah,
played mostly all early stuff.
as one should.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Victim of Changes was amazing.
Yeah, that's sweet. We saw a band. Who was the Judas Priest cover band we saw that had, was it for your release for your Judas Priest book?
No, I didn't really do one, but they were.
Who
I
was
think it was
that
like on
band?
my birthday or something.
That was what it was. It was something like wild. I just remember seeing
That's
them, but I
Mike
don't.
Gerdoti from Temple of Void and Acid Witch.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay.
I think he was on guitar. I don't remember anybody else in the band, but they were
Okay.
fun. Yeah, they played in Hamtramck.
By the way, we've had some requests to do an Acid Witch show. So they're like,
Okay.
the person was like, they're from Michigan. I want to be like, yeah, I know, we know them. So
Yeah, I got all their numbers in my phone.
yeah, yeah, exactly. On Facebook
I
friends.
worked with Dave and Tim at the record store
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah.
for a couple
So
of years. So
be
good
fun.
guys.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we could do like a Michigan scene show down the road, sometime. Be kind of cool. Maybe feature a couple of big bands. So, but yeah. Anyway, so yeah, it's just been life stuff, teaching stuff. I've had some kind of personal things kind of going on that I'm just kind of trying to get through, and Mark's busy with the baby stuff, and so again, but here we are. We're going to give you another epic episode to satiate you for a few weeks while we kind of plow through some things. But we could probably get together and I think record maybe in person over Thanksgiving. That kind of,
that'd be
if we
cool.
maybe we can, I'll put together a couple episodes, so maybe we can knock a couple out in one day. That'd be kind of fun. So
Yeah, absolutely.
I have not been up to Requiem North headquarters and seen it yet, because you were kind of putting an addition on and then doing some work before you had people stay the night up there. So,
Yeah, bring your boots and your parka.
oh, wait, will I? I just want to drive around on a tractor and do shit. That's
Oh,
gonna be
there's always going to be plenty of that. I don't know how crazy winter's going to get. We've already had two snows up here,
Oh, have you? Okay.
and they
A little
quickly went
snow here
away.
Halloween night. So yeah.
Yeah, so we'll see. But usually we got about 6+ months of winter up here. But it's
Oh,
absolutely beautiful. We can go cross country skiing, just hiking around. Like I'm talking with a neighbor about to buy an old snowmobile, so
oh yeah.
could be pretty fun.
You live that Pete Hundy lifestyle. My
I
dad
know.
was doing some crazy. He has some drunken snowmobile stories that don't make me proud, but
I'll probably
he's.
keep those down until my son
Yeah,
gets a little older.
you probably should. I should. So, in terms of backstory, we'll hit some, but King's also going to fill in a lot of the color. So, I'm going to let him kind of tell a lot of those stories, but we'll give the kind of basic plan for people that maybe are new to this band. And this is kind of a cool episode to do, because this is, I think, a band that I think there's going to be people that definitely know about them, and there's going to be people that know about Fearless Undead and maybe Supernatural addiction, but maybe fell off after that point, because I think a lot of people might have. And then there's people like Luke, one of our patrons, Luke Walker. And he came over one day. He's recently moved back to Michigan. It's my buddy that I've mentioned before, and friends with Mark, that lived in Taiwan with his wife, and he's back. And he came over, and I was doing some research for Deceased when he kind of came over, and he was like, "This is Deceased?" I'm like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Have you ever heard him before?" And he's like, "I just heard of him, but I don't think I ever really spent any time with him." He's like, "This is really fucking good." I'm like, "I know." And so I think they're a band that, like, this could be a really fun, surprising episode. So I'm excited for the people that obviously know and appreciate Deceased, but I'm even more excited for maybe some of the people that we're going to win over, especially, once we get through the early material and really lock into where, the guitars they become these iconic fucking guitarists, and the melodies and all the ideas and all the cool shit really starts to shine through. And it's a highlight reel, man. There's some fun stuff. This is gonna be a good little mixtape for people, I think,
Yeah, I
rocking out
agree.
the Deceased. So but basically, started by drummer vocalist King Fowley and guitarist Doug Souther. They started in '84 in Arlington, Virginia. And the whole idea was to out thrash Slayer and capture that kind of raw metal vitality of the early '80s, kind of speed, I guess what you would call extreme metal then, the Hellhammers and some of the early kind of stuff. And King will obviously get into a bunch of the stories here very soon, but by '86, they add Mark Adams on guitar and Rob Sturzel on bass. Although unfortunately Rob tragically lost his life in March of '88.
Yeah, hit and run car
Hit
accident.
and run. Yeah, killed several other friends, including
Jesus.
Doug's brother, a guy named Steve. Oh wait, no, hang on.
Steve Souther.
Yeah, so Larry Ruscio died, and so did Sean Lawrence. Or no, Sean Lawrence was severely injured. Sorry, and Doug's brother was Steve. Steve Souther. He passed away as well. And so one guy paralyzed, and then two guys dead, three guys dead. Sorry, yeah, Rob, Larry, and Steve. So really terrible. And King's going to kind of expand on that story and fill in some of the details and stuff. And then Lee Snyder joins later in 1988 on bass, and pretty much kind of completes that original lineup of Deceased. And a series of demos come out throughout the '80s. The Evil Side of Religion demo in '86. Then you've got Birth by Radiation demo in '88, along with One Night in the Cemetery, I think is also in, oh no, that one and Nuclear Exorcist are both in '89. Then you've got the Day of Death live demo in 1990. And basically, this is kind of what's going to get them signed with Relapse, essentially, And this is interesting because they're, of course, the first band to ever sign with Relapse.
Yeah.
And I think King will talk a little bit about that in the interview, but I also have something from the Decibel Hall of Fame because they sort of asked him a little bit about the Relapse story. So I thought this would be kind of a cool time to tell that. But they kind of asked him about being the first band to sign with Relapse and how that came about. And King says that Matt Jacobson, the founder of Relapse and an old friend of ours, he says, Matt and I were pen pals. He used to make me these Kinko's Xerox copied stickers for Deceased back in '88, '89 when we did the Nuclear Exorcist demo. We just became really good friends. And he said, I'm thinking about doing this label. I'll keep you posted. And then he just disappeared for a while. And out of the blue one day, there he was. I'm going to be moving to the east coast of Pennsylvania. Me and Bill, is it Yurkovitz? Is that how you
Yurkowitz.
pronounce it?
Yurkowitz. Yeah.
Yurkowitz. All right. From Exit 13 are going to start this up, and we'd love for you guys to do a single with us, and we'll talk about an album later. We're broke, you're broke. Let's take this stride by stride. So I went and told the band, hey, these guys wanted to work with us. They didn't know anything outside of the locals at the time. I was the guy doing all the mail and keeping in touch with the underground. They were like, hey, if you think it's cool, let's do it. So we did the single Gut Wrench, and by then they'd established themselves in Pennsylvania, and I put a little money aside, gotten some people to invest, and they were willing to do Luck of the Corpse with us. We just went from there. We figured we're starting out, they're starting out, let's build together. And that's how it all happened. So kind of and I think it started with all the best of intentions, but I think, by the end, there's,
It ended with quite a bit of acrimony at the end.
yeah, some bad blood and stuff. And, in all my interactions with Matt, I've always gotten along fine with him. I don't know him in a business sense, so I can't speak to that. But as a character, like he was always really friendly.
He's a quirky guy. I'll say that.
Yeah, you worked for him, so you probably know better,
Yeah,
So
and I don't think he ever really. I don't know. You never really seemed to really like get to know him.
yeah,
He's got this
people
kind of
that have
weird
a
like
business.
guard. He's a very like acute business person, and sometimes that could probably not work well with friendships.
Yeah, I imagine, so, but they got a foot in the door. It's kind of interesting. And so we'll let King kind of tell these stories. And, so basically going to play a very short set, only just hear the demo, but that's because we're going to let King talk for about 20 minutes straight here, kind of talking about the origins. So we figure short music set, kind of hearing the demo. And in the origin set, he talks about how he really preferred the sound of the Nuclear Exorcist demo to some of the songs that got re-recorded for Luck of the Corpse. He just said it kind of had a ballsiness to it. I'll let you folks kind of decide. And so we're going to hear a demo version of a tune that will later be recorded for Luck of the Corpse, but this is going to be called Shrieks from the Hearst, the demo from '89. And, basically these Nuclear Exorcist demos got kind of re-released a couple times. In 2002, it was called the Radiation Years. And then Demos from the Grave in 2019, you can hear them on there. And then Extreme Music also released a limited 10-inch in March of 2022 for the demo as well. So it's pretty cool. So, I mean, one of the things that's really interesting about Deceased is if you go on like Metallium and you look at like all of their releases, they don't have a lot of studio albums, but man, there's a lot of stuff that has come out through the years, singles and
splits and stuff too.
splits, and yeah, it's
3 covers albums.
Yeah, lots and lots of cover albums and stuff. And we kind of streamlined it, just decided to stick to the main script. We're only playing something from one of the EPs. I think the most important EP in terms of transitional for them. But it's all about the albums, for me with them. But I've listened to some of their covers and they're fun. If they played a whole live show and it was just them doing covers, like I'd go see it, you know what I mean? Because all the guys are skilled musicians and energy's up, and they probably play the shit out of that stuff live,
With the good mix of punk and old heavy metal.
Yeah, and they're as much in the camp of punk, and he's going to talk about some of the origins, and we'll hear some of the influences a little bit later too from his word. But I guess before we hear this demo, I don't know. I get, obviously Slayer's a big one. You mentioned Maiden. I mean, I think the Chicago metal scene too, like bands like Master and Syndrome always get sort of name dropped. Necrophagia, Repulsion, those are bands that I think they're drawing from. But even like the second tier no album stuff, your Angel Witches and Satans and some of those bands.
Tigers from Pantang, a lot of that.
Yeah, they're definitely into that. I know he's a big Ramones fan and loved the punk stuff and even the crossover stuff. And so I don't know, were there any bands that like where you kind of had like a light bulb moment where you're like, oh, I'm hearing this, and I never thought that this would be an influence. I just curious from your angle.
Yeah, I don't know if I had any of those. It was more like even like in Shrieks, there's like this Calliope kind of haunted house beginning thing.
Yeah.
But then there's like Bernard Herrmann Stabs. There's a lot of like, I think, horror movie soundtrack influence that I didn't really think of.
I think he does compose in that way. I think he's a big Goblin fan and classic, Omen probably, and some of these classic soundtracks and stuff. That's a cool. I mean, I think that you listen to Fearless Undead Machines and like the way that's like almost composed has like that feel, intro songs and quiet songs leading to heavy songs, and it's that compositional sort of soundtrack almost mentality.
And some of the like taking like the kind of like Goblin weird triumphant guitar stuff mixed like through the lens of no album.
No, that's kind of spot on. One of the things I picked up on with Shrieks here is that you get that like open kind of like Frost procreation of the Wicked tones at times, and they're real eerie and intoxicating,
Sharp. Very sharp.
Yeah, very sharp. I love King's Shrieks and the guitar tone that follows, so the demo's definitely got some energy, that's a little bit different. It's still a demo, so I mean, you get what you're paid for here, but it's interesting. So let's listen to this. We're gonna hear first from King telling some stories about the origin. Then we'll hear this Shrieks from the Heart demo version from Nuclear Exorcist. Then we'll come back and kind of set up their first couple releases and set things in motion. So enjoy. When you were starting the band, what were some of the driving influences or goals that you sort of initially wanted to achieve as you were starting to construct that band? Was there a thesis to it, or did it just kind of organically work its way out and you guys just started playing the music you did?
Well, since you know the background of the Slack Tide, after that one show, Bill went to California. He formed a new wave band out of the blue, which what I didn't know what was going on. About 2 years later, I formed a short-lived, had a couple names, all of them names that had already been taken. We for a short while we were called Messenger, Heathen. This is '83. This is like our girlfriends like call it Heathen. I looked it up and it means this or whatever, you know. But we actually did a demo band called Messenger. Was a kid named Jamie Brown was on guitar and I was just singing then. And we had a little band and he knew all about like 2-part guitar harmonies and 3-part harmonies. I didn't know what that was. He was really into Def Leppard, like High and Dry, like learning that kind of shit and stuff. And we did a demo called Fuck You. It was the name of the demo was Fuck You. And it was like Twisted Sistery anthems. But one of the songs was called Turn It Loud, which immediately makes me think Quiet Riot or Twisted Sister. That was one of the things. We had one called Grinding Heads, which was the exact riff of Welcome to Hell. You know, dun, 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 dun. It was the same thing. So that was my next thing. And I was like, man, and I'm discovering it all, brother. I got lucky. And when I lived in DC, there was a radio station called DC 101. And every Monday at midnight, they play an entire underground heavy metal album to get you into the stuff. And back then, this was before anybody knew what Too Fast for Love was, before anybody knew what Twisted Sister Under the Blade was. But then they went deeper. Then they started playing stuff, Sound Barrier, Man of War, Battle Hymns. These are full albums, not one song. These are the full fucking records. Tank was on there, Baron Rojo, Saxon, Riot, Heaven, Fist, all these fucking bands. I was falling in love with all this stuff. I was just taping Anvil, Metal on Metal, The Rods, Wild Dogs, and I'm like learning it, owning the tapes, because the tape, one blank tape is 2 albums. Then I'm going out and trying to find these records without having the money to get it. I'm getting to the age where I'm like, you know what? If I can't buy it, I'm fucking stealing it, man. So I'd be like taking it, buy, see, up the coat, out the door, whatever. So I was like, wow, what do I want to do? Slayer, Show No Mercy. What do I want to do? I'm loving this real fast shit. I'm loving this. I got to put together something, man. And Marcel was still hanging on my buddy from school, and he played drums. And I'm like, well, I could still play a little bit of bass. I went and bought an SG bass from a pawn shop. Piece of fucking shit. Don't know what happened to that McCartney Rickenbacker. By then I probably broke it and it was probably in the trash. Unfortunately, probably worth 27 grand now to somebody. Anyway, so we talk about things and we're like, yeah, man, let's write some fucking shit. What do we want to call it? And the first thing we came up with was Evil Axe. That's the shittiest dumbass name. You know it as much as I do. But when you're fucking that age, it's cool as a motherfucker, man. So we were going to play with Jeb Stewart, my girlfriend's high school dance, and we were trying to get these guys in the band, and we were like, this guy Wes, and he got stabbed in a fucking fight, and he couldn't play. He couldn't even play guitar to begin with. We never had this. We just kept saying we're going to do this. So it became this band that didn't really exist. We're like, oh man, fuck yeah, we're going to play Slayer, and we're going to play this shit. Well, by then I'd met this friend Doug, and he didn't know much about metal, but he was friends with my girlfriend, and he came skip school with her and some of her girlfriends one day. And I'm sitting there. I remember I was listening to Battle Hymns. He's like, man, I like this. What is it? I was like, Manowar. He's like, cool. So we became really good pals. And then he said, oh, I'm going to buy a guitar, man. Maybe we can form a band. And we had name. We were like, maybe we'll call it Archangel was another one that I never really talk about. Or we were going to call it Mace. We even drew a logo and call it Mace. All these band names are taken, as you know. Mad Butcher with 2 Ds. And we start like, I'm like, all right, well, I'm getting some crazy ideas. I got these titles. I'm writing them in a book. The Cemetery's Full. That's a cool name. Keep that. Gut Wrench, After the Bloodshed. I'm just writing in my old little notebooks from school that were when I didn't go to school. And so at this point, Marcel starts freaking out. And he's like, well, I got a girlfriend, man. I'm kind of, I'll be at practice. Doesn't show up. Well, drum set was there. So I started switching over to this. And then just by luck, we met this guy, Mark. We went to see a Queensryche. Well, I went to see a Queensryche Twisted Sister show at a bar. Queensryche's 19th show they ever played. Twisted Sister was on You Can't Stop Rock and Roll tour. And he was taking a Queensryche poster off the ceiling as I was, and we started talking. So we said, we should get together sometime. He's like, man, you're into Raven? And he was like, what? You don't like Metallica? What? They're pussies to you? And he was like so freaked out by me, right? Everybody was, because I was like, Wasp sucks. Like, fuck that. You ever heard Jag Panzer? That's the shit. Because I was digging deep at the fucking record bins, just because I did. Anyway, so eventually, and this took about a year, we finally got Mark to come check us out, okay? And by then, Doug had taken guitar lessons, and the first song he learned to play, they taught him was Witching Hour, Venom. That was the first one. And Mark came in there, and Mark could play some shit. This motherfucker was playing Fight Till Death, Slayer, and he could play leads and stuff, and we were new. Doug was a lot further along on guitar than I was on bass. I wasn't even as Tom Angel Ripper good at the time, man. So I just said, all right, let's try this shit. So I started playing the guitar cases in there. And now Mark's like, oh yeah, you guys, I heard you play like, Slayer or Metallica, Faster than Metallica and Slayer. That was the running rumor of the area of our town. We didn't know how to play that shit, man. So we came in there, and then us three, as Mark will tell you if you were to talk to him, he basically said he believed in us because he saw the passion was there, if not the talent yet. And us three took on the world. Marcel, the finishing touches for Marcel were this. We went to play a party, and I said, dude, I've learned this shit on drums. Can I borrow your drums? We're just going to play as a 3-piece and go do this show. We didn't have a bass player at all. It was just 2 guitars and me on drums. I wasn't even singing yet. And he said, sure. Well, the day of the show, he didn't bring me the kit. So I went and took it from his house. We went and played this party, and he knew we were there. He brought the police there and told me, no, he stole my drums. He freaked out. So I punched him. He fucking freaked out. They left, and we went. The cop said, take this shit back to his house. So I said, all right. So we're driving back, and we're going down this Route 66 side highway. I said, fuck this motherfucker. Fuck him. What is this fucking deal? I started throwing his drums out the fucking window of the car. So we didn't talk for years. We did not talk. And we realized that's what it was. So I was like, I don't know what we're going to do for a fucking drum set. And by then, my mom had bought me this big bass rig. So we traded the bass rig, which was like a $3,000 Marshall half-stack bass, Fender bass, full cabinet, for a fucking $400 drum set, because we needed the drums more than we needed the bass. The bass was worth 10 times what the drums were. And we started playing. Between that and a little kit we found in my little brother's room was a Tinker Toy thing. We just started going. And when we did, it was like, let's fucking go for it, man. Fast. I want to play fast. I can't play drums. I don't know. Well, who's going to sing? I'm going to sing. Fucking Dan Beeler does it. Peter Criss does it. I'm going to fucking do it. Let's do this shit. So that's where it all started. And it really came into effect in like about 84. We really started like, let's just go for it. And so we do before we ever played any parties or anything. The first thing we ever did was we learned a few covers, and our first covers we ever played were Fight Till Death from Slayer. We learned Hell Awaits intro into Fight Till Death Slayer at the time. Then we learned Bombs to Death from Hyrax, and we played No Class from Motorhead. We played Reaganomics from DRI. These are the earliest covers. Sepulchral Voice from Sodom, and War from Bathory. So that gives you an idea where our headspace was at the time. But at the same time, we're also crazy fucking, partying, psychedelic fucking freak out guys. So it all fell into place together. And everything I've said to you, including horror movies, thievery, drugs, girls, staying up all night, party all the time, all that's running through our brains. Add in all the horror movies that my mom took me to as a little kid. And then one day I said, let's call it Deceased Man. They're like, that's a badass name, man. I said, we're fucking Deceased. That's us. It's all about death. And that's how it all started.
That's awesome. So what was the leap then to go from that stage to finally getting to the point where you were ready to start like releasing records and things like that?
Well, from there we started playing parties as a 3-piece. We actually went out and played, and we were in Northern Virginia. There was nothing like it. At War was down in Southern Virginia, but we didn't know them, they didn't know us, and we'd go play parties with punk rock bands. Learning Disabled Kids was one of the bands we played with. Psychotic Symptoms was another. Avail was another one, which they ended up being pretty big later on. Mm-hmm. We'd go play these hardcore parties. These literally these rich punk kids whose parents were like doctors and lawyers out on these huge fields, and they'd like, my mom and dad are gone for the weekend. We could have this big ass beer bust at my house, and we played to hundreds upon hundreds of people. Free, 2 kegs, free party, 300-400 people, and that went on for like two fucking years. The very first show we played though was a friend's birthday party. We played in his living room, and we did pretty much the set I just told you. And I remember Mark on guitar, Doug on guitar, me on drums, no vocals. These early shows, there was never vocals. It was just instrumentals. And then I remember Mark's brother had made some homemade smoke bombs and was throwing them off in the living room of this girl's house, the girlfriend of the guy's friend, Larry. Anyway, so it went on like that for a while. Then it came time to record. And we said, we got to get a bass player. This is interesting. You'll get a kick out of this. I know I do. Matt Sharp, the guy that was in Weezer.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. He was a guy that we knew. He'd come running around with us. He'd chip in for weed and stuff. Well, he played bass He'd run around with his little BC Rich Warlock, and we're like, and we'd be sitting in a room with the dude. We'd be like, "Where are we gonna get a fucking bass player?" Because Mark told me I jam with this motherfucker. He's terrible. He cannot even play anything. So we always that. And it was a running joke where he'd literally be in the room. So it just so happened we were at Mark's house one night, a party, and this friend of ours named Rob Sturzel was sitting on a couch, and he was and we started smoking PCP, and I said, "Wait a minute, who the fuck is playing Endless Pain from Creator?" And I looked over, and Rob was playing it on acoustic guitar. I'm like, "You play guitar?" He's like, "Yeah." I said, "Can you play fucking bass?" He's like, "Probably." I said, "You're our fucking bass player." It was as simple as that. And I said, you know what you got to do? He goes, "What?" I go, "You got to smoke some PCP with us so we can initiate you in the band." This man had never touched PCP in his life. He was the world's biggest German drinker there ever existed, and the fastest headbanger I've ever known on this earth. This motherfucker's head, you would snap off. He was the guy. And we went and smoked, and he was in the band. So that summer of 86, we started showing him the songs, which were the Evil Side of Religion. So that got us up to our first demo. We gave the guy that traded me the drum set for the bass cabinet $20 and a case of beer, and he brought in his 8-track Fostex. One track did not work, so his 7-track Fostex. First song we recorded it in order of the songs. First song we recorded, the snare started to go, the piece underneath that makes the snare sound. By the fourth song, it was gone. We had no money. We taped aluminum foil underneath the snare head to make that noise for the next 5 more fucking songs. We taped it all instrumental. It was funny. Some of the microphones were taped to the cymbal stand. So when I hit them, you get a kickback on the microphone. And it was all on the recording. Went home, had my little fucking boom box, had a little thing in it where I took a delay pedal, stuck a microphone in one end and into the auxiliary of the thing, and I took it from tape deck 1 to tape deck 2, and I screamed those vocals that are on that demo onto it. The next day I said, "Here's the fucking demo. It's called The Evil Side of Religion." Why is it called The Evil Side of Religion? I have no fucking idea. That's just the name that came up to me. It's got the 9 songs: Cemeteries Full, Funeral of Gore, Gut Wrench, Sick Thrash, After the Bloodshed, Eaten by Disease, and the first song I ever wrote for the band, which was an instrumental, March of the Cadavers. And there it was. And then from there, I said, man, I'd already gotten in pen pals with people. I'm starting to get rehearsal tapes and stuff. People asking for like $6, $7 for a 2-song rehearsal tape. I'm like, fuck this money shit, man. We're going to give this fucking tape away for fucking free. How are we going to do that? I don't know, but we're going to give it away. So somehow it got into Metal. It was Metal Mania magazine back then. Don Kay reviewed it, and it said, "This is a free tape. If anybody wants it, just write for the free tape." Over 2,000 people wrote for this tape. Okay. How we get the money to get the tapes? We go to fucking back then it was called People's Drug, which is now known as CVS. Back then we go into every one of them and steal every fucking tape. So we were getting high-end tapes. We were like, wait, why steal the $1.99 ones? Steal the $8.99 ones, We're getting the top of the line 60-minute TDKs, and we're all boomboxing it at home. I got get it together. Well, how are we going to mail this shit out? So I go to my mother, and they go to their mothers or their parents. My mom would bring home rolls of stamps from her work. We'd throw 2 22-cent stamps on it. A lot of times we didn't send the case just to cover and that. We'd throw a sticker in there of something we cut out of Dungeons and Dragons book or something, whatever for the time. And the next thing you know, I had because I was doing most of this, and all the pen pals came in. And to this day, tons. And I mean, everybody from Killjoy, who's not with us, to Euronymous, who's not with us, to people that still are, like Don Crossley from Nunslaughter, or the guys in Atrocity from Connecticut. These are some of the early guys. Primeval, Revenant, Regurgitation, Jim Plotkin, Old Lady Drivers, the things he went on to do. Just all of those people became friends overseas. We'd be trading with Iron Angel or whatever, Darkness. It was so fucking cool. We all became friends, and that was the pattern. And from 86, 87, 88, 89, all those demos, we got better. We went in 88. We said, we're going to go in and we're going to get better. I don't know how much you want to talk about it now, but I mean, I'll just keep yapping.
Yeah.
In 87, I got so fucked up from drugs, I had to quit drugs. I almost died. I was a freak out for PCP and especially cocaine. And you're listening to me now at 54. I'm still pretty hyper dude from my age. So imagine me at 18 years old on cocaine. Okay. So I almost died. I had to quit. I had to literally hide in my house and recover withdrawal from drugs for about 10 months. And when I came back, the very first day I came back, my mom a week before had bought me a drum set. She said, "I'm proud of you. You got away from drugs. Now go play your fucking music." And she bought me a real nice Ludwig kit. Oh, it was the best. And somehow, whether I was not stoned and stupid anymore or I figured it out, I could play drums a lot goddamn better than I could when I went in hiding 10 months ago. We jammed the very first day. It was just me, Doug, and Mark. Rob had to do a afternoon college class. That fucking night is what everybody knows about that fucking accident, man. It was March 3rd, 1988. They wanted to celebrate. I said, I'm going to stay home. I'm wore out, man. Long fucking day. But we'll, remember talking to Rob and him saying, man, I can't believe I missed it tomorrow. I said, tomorrow we'll fucking jam. So they left my house. Mark had to go eat dinner with somebody at the same time. And then I was on the phone in my mom's room later that night, because my mom was the only one in the house that had long distance, talking to a friend in New York. Ray Siborowski used to do a magazine called Death Site Magazine. 1:00 in the morning, my sister runs in the room. Kingsley, you're never going to believe this. What? Mark's on the phone on my line. She's trying to get you on the phone. All your friends are dead. And I said, what are you talking about? And I walked across. She's like, yeah, there was a bad car accident. So Mark gets on the phone and he's hysterical. And Doug had pulled over on the side of the road. He had got a flat tire in his car. They all got out of the car to fix it. He went around. They were standing out there assessing the situation. They were standing like a little bit out in the street looking at the tire. He jacked it up. He went around to get a flashlight. He heard a noise. He looked over and everybody was gone. The story I heard from the one survivor on that side of the car was a guy named Sean. He said he looked up. He saw a van hauling ass over a hill, and he jumped up on the fucking trunk. It took his legs, spun him around. Okay. It hit Larry, killed him instantly, hit Doug's brother, Steve, killed him instantly, and hit Rob. And after throwing him about, I think it was 70 feet, killed him instantly. They were all dead. Doug took off running down the street, trying to catch this guy. They didn't know what was up. The next day, everybody was freaked out. The news was at his house. They're running all this shit on TV, which if you look at YouTube, I put it up, and I only put it up out of fucking remembrance of the situation so we never forget that we would, but just so it's always there, because there was a lot of stuff, and they always ended it with, ironically enough, they had a band called Deceased. And so they made it like, it's our fault. Well, it turned out it was an Asian guy that owned a laundromat company, millions of dollars in laundromats. He had drank a couple sakis and was driving home. His wife was following him home. Neither of them stopped. The next day he turned himself in. The van was completely, it looked like somebody beat it up with fucking like sledgehammers. That was their fucking heads and skulls. Sean survived. He's still crippled to this day from it. He got his legs turned around. They did emergency surgery to keep his legs. Other three were killed instantly, as I said. So we were freaked out. Doug especially, he witnessed it all. We didn't know what to do if we were coming back. And then the weirdest thing about it is about a couple months later, I think it was the next block over, or very close to where it was, we had a party. It was the return of Deceased. And everybody came there, and it was like in mourning, but in celebration too, because Rob would have wanted us to go on. And we played. And that night, this little Asian kid came out there running around the pit, jumping off our cabinets. Was Les, who we ended up getting on bass. And that's where we went from there. We became, let's bust our ass. Let's become the fucking band. We're taking off. We're doing great at parties, man. We're getting known. We're better than this, man. And we wrote Reproduction in 1988. We kept some money, a $200. We went and saw this guy, Don Zantara, famous for the Bad Brains, Minor Threat, all that DC hardcore thing. Went to his house. And I'll never forget the first thing when I walked in, he goes, you can't record with this snare. It was like he goes, you could eat cereal out of it, but you can't record with it. And I said, I don't have any money, sir. I just don't. And he said, here's $10. Go up to the music store up the street and you buy a snare. This was the first thing this dude ever did. We became the best of friends. He recorded Reproduction. We decided to sell it for $5 after that. And we had another 2,000 people buy this tape from us. So it continued. The next year we did Nuclear Exorcist. And that's how all the early days started. And along the way, the pen pals are coming. And one of those pen pals was Matt Jacobson, which gets us to Relapse.
You just heard Shrieks from the Heart, the demo version from the Nuclear Exorcist demo from 1989. And then, yeah, you got about good 20 minutes of King's storytelling about those early years there. And we're obviously hear from him again and in a few, kind of talking about the debut and Relapse and the first EP and some of that kind of stuff. So, yeah, so basically, like, you get the Gut Wrench. The first true release is the Gut Wrench 7-inch in May of 1991. That had 2 live cuts on it, and then a tune called Planet Graveyard. And then by December of 91, Luck of the Corpse comes out, Mark, and we're off to the races. You said you guys didn't. When were you guys actually putting Requiem together? I was trying to like place all that.
91, we probably started.
But this didn't come across in those early issues, Luck of the Corpse. You guys kind of missed this one, or was it?
I just don't think it was.
I mean, Relapse wasn't a thing then either, so it's like
because I think by 92, Relapse was really like I think they were kind of second to none as far as PR was concerned. They took death metal and extreme metal PR as seriously as Sony or somebody.
Yeah.
Like it was kind of crazy. I can't think of anybody that did any better. And I think that's why the whole partnership with Nuclear Blast works so well.
Sure. Well, and like why you got certain groups like Amorphous off to the races and, really they nurtured a lot of bands, and spent some good time with them, Yeah.
And I think we were just so like, it starts out, Earache, then Peaceville and Century Media. Like then I think Relapse kind of popped in once, like, I think like Deceased that didn't really pop up on radar, I don't think, until the that 13 Frightened Souls EP
in 92. Okay.
Yeah, because like Amorphous was so much more like, my vibe at that point.
Mm-hmm.
The first the Curling Isthmus record and Privilege of Evil, like those are huge things for us.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, Luck of the Corpse, it's definitely an underground kind of death metal classic today, but it didn't really get talked about much, like even when I was getting into the scene.
It seems old in comparison. Like it seems like
Well,
it that came out in 84.
yeah, that's the problem. It didn't fit in with like the early debuts of Immolation and Incantation and early Cannibals, and like it didn't really have a place. It was just kind of like you said, yeah, it should have come out in 84, 85. It's like a harder version of, it's basically like, it's got like Possessed meets Slayer Hell Awaits meets, Repulsion. Like it had all the DNA of all that stuff in 84, 85, 86, right?
Yeah.
But it was just like, but it was being released as kind of a death metal release. But like even King didn't really think of them as a pure death metal band. And so it's an odd time, right? Because death metal is kind of peaking in that moment,
Hmm.
Um, and they've got retro, and black metal is obviously going to draw on a lot of the retro stuff, but they're not doing black metal either. So like they're kind of like they're just like a band out of time or something,
Yeah,
in a
they're like their retro. It wasn't like a shtick.
no,
It wasn't
no,
like like the retro black and thrash stuff like with Bewitched and some of those bands. It
yeah,
was in the
yeah,
'90s, but or at least late '90s.
Henna with an H, yeah, and
Yeah,
stuff like that.
King of the Sidewalk and all that kind of shit. So there, it was much. That's why I think they fit more in that kind of like Sir Thungul, Manila Road. Uh,
Yeah.
there's on a bunch of other like very like singular bands that never really sounded like anything. They were kind of always their own thing, but
Well,
they
in a
weren't
way,
as they weren't exciting either for like a young kid
yeah,
unless you saw them live.
yeah,
Live, they were a really good live band, but like the cover, it's like it's an old Bava
yeah.
Black
It's
Sabbath like still
Karloff
from a
anthology.
TV.
Yeah,
Like somebody
exactly.
took a picture with a fucking uh Polaroid camera of a television. Like it's
Yeah,
cool, but like it's very of it seems like something like more like my dad's generation would be interested in, or like the guys that are the age of like Black Sabbath.
it's
It
got like
was so it wasn't like the slasher gore like in your face shit we wanted like we were used to seeing.
sure, it's 60s, 70s horror kind of stuff. It's
Yeah,
more simple,
which now I love, and I love all of his references and how much he loves like burnt offerings and some of these movies that I didn't really watch until way later on in life.
Mhm. Yeah, he's got a song we'll talk about later with on Ghostly that's from the movie that you and I watched, the Let's Scare Jessica to Death, and
Yeah,
stuff like that. So
yeah.
pretty interesting. But yeah, you know, the mixture that I kind of tried to figure out with this record, it's almost like they're trying to death metal up some thrash songs.
Hmm.
It's not a death metal band playing thrash. It's a thrash metal band that's like bringing in some death metal influences, probably because it's of the time. I don't, you know, um, King didn't seem like a guy that was like a straight into death metal kind of guy, but he was acknowledging that there was extreme things kind of happening. But it's more like the death metal of like necrophagia or something. It's not
Yeah.
immolation or any of the
No, I would call Immolation like pure death metal.
yeah, yeah. This is
Like Deceased with like what King was doing vocally, there's like times where he's almost doing like a early At the Gates kind of scream, and then there's like the guttural stuff, but he's like a full voice guy. He's got a really big voice.
yeah.
And there's a real like a lot going on there. So I think his later on I think I like his stuff even better because it just sounds like him. Like
Mhm.
it's almost it's an extension of his speaking voice, just like that kind of growl thing. But yeah, early on he kind of does a little bit more guttural stuff, and but eventually I think he just kind of goes with what his unique kind of take is.
I think the other thing you're going to hear, and if you're unfamiliar with Deceased, this is like sort of the weird kind of extra ingredient that's like permeating, especially throughout, is that King loves Voivod. And so like Voivod like makes these elements, they don't have the skill to pull off Voivod, but the ideas of Voivod like permeate in some of the compositional choices that they sort of make.
The
They're
time
sometimes
changes and the 15 different riffs and
yeah, they're sometimes stretching beyond what their means are, especially in the early records, but that's
sure.
like kind of part of the charm,
Yeah.
like it's kind of a kitchen sink approach. So they're lurking with these Voivod kind of elements, and that makes it kind of super rad and kind of eccentric compared to like what a lot of death metal bands were doing in 91, you know, I mean, unless you're
Hmm.
like Cynic or Death Human or whatever, you weren't getting like too much like progressive death metal, you know, and even then it's not necessarily from the Voivod camp. It's more of that's a different style of progressive death metal, you know, what Atheist and those kind of bands were doing, you know. Voivod's just so singular and so weird, you know, they're not,
And also like catchy, and they're not like showy at all. Like
yeah,
they can be proggy, and like a Piggy can come up with a riff, or could come up with a riff that seems like, I don't like, it doesn't seem like that complicated, but the way the time signature that's played, and then with the ways drums, it's just like it's crazy how like you think about it and it doesn't seem that complicated, but then you really think about like what they're playing, you're like, Jesus. And yet they make it, it's like with how Rush could take really complicated time signatures, but it was all interesting. It never devolved into like Dream Theater or like a some type of like exercise of writing out charts of like, that's
yeah,
how it like, that's the thing that doesn't get me about Dream Theater as far as like catchy. If you can make really crazy note changes or note choices, and you only know that they're interesting because of music, music theory, that doesn't do
yeah.
anything for me. But like Voivod could take this insane composition and it's catchy as shit.
Well, it's like we just got done studying Hendrix in class, and you know, one of the things that somebody talks about with him is like Hendrix was at the same time as like primordial and primitive as possible, and also as like futuristic and sci-fi as possible, and it was all happening at the same time. And I think
Yeah.
Voivod's the same. You
Oh,
listen to
for
like
sure. Yeah.
Warren Hayne and Roar, and that's some like primitive Venom fucking like just raw shit, but there's some really like futuristic sci-fi ideas like baked into all that, and then it finally kind of comes together with killing technology and you know, that sort of stuff. But like I think Deceased is the same way. Like on the surface, like Luck of the Corpse just seems like kind of a rough sounding retro death metal record, but like there's pretty fascinating ideas like throughout, you know, and
Oh,
especially
in
when you,
retrospect, like this led to, I haven't listened to that record probably, I mean, 25 years before
uh,
I like just skipped through it before. Like I remember getting a comp copy when I worked at Relapse. Because there was like the room of comp CDs that you could just go and take whatever you wanted. And not listen to it now, is like there's a hell of a lot more going on than I thought there was originally. But the production's weird. I didn't really know a lot of the touchstones that they were like, the influences and kind of vibes they were going for, because I was too young.
yeah,
So I think there's a
yeah,
lot more going on, but it's definitely that kind of embryotic state of
yeah,
Deceased.
yeah. And we're gonna hear a trio of tunes, and again, there's like ideas that are in there, you know, but I think even King knows, like he, you know, I mean, him saying that he prefers the demo version of Shrieks from the Hearst, I think tells you, you know, like what his probably thoughts about what Luck of the Corpse are in hindsight. Like I think he's proud of it, you know, for what it was, but I also think he sees it as like the starting point of like better ideas that are going to happen in the future, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
You got to start
but
somewhere.
you got to start somewhere, absolutely, you know. So we're gonna hear Fading Survival, and I love the simplicity of the main riff in Fading Survival. It's got real thrashy groove. It's got mixes of kind of like Repulsion, like Speed, kind of like, you know, bursting through.
Yeah,
Real sick breakdown. The solo in the middle is where you can kind of hear the nexus of their creativity, especially that doomy last like 40 seconds or so. You're like, oh,
those harmonics, and yeah.
yeah, it's a weird choice. Okay, you know, it's like
Yeah,
they're
the whole
trying
thing.
things out, you know.
Yeah, it starts like, I put Meatloaf and Beefy. It's just like such a thick, heavy riff, and then the breakdown, that's it's just a total fucking circle pit.
Yeah.
Like you can totally imagine that just being a circle pit at a show.
And then just like I said, to add these like doomy textures on were interesting. And that's where the Nawabum stuff, you know, the Angel Witch kind of elements and some of those kind of you know, things kind of come in. And yeah, I'm sure there are fans like Trouble and, you know, early, you know, some of that
They're
kind of
just big,
stuff.
and they're huge Sabbath fans.
Yeah, yeah, they love all that stuff. You
So,
know,
and Sabbath, if nothing else, is known for their fucking time changes and a bunch of fucking riffs.
yeah, Doom and Speed mixed together, you know.
Yeah.
Um Psychedelic Warriors, the second tune we'll hear from Luck. This, you know, starts pretty atypical, you know, death thrash at the beginning, but here's where those Voivod weird ideas kind of start to emerge. You know, that fucking solo at 50 seconds is very,
Oh, that's fantastic.
I mean, like, okay, you know they're drawing from a different pool than what a lot of the other so-called, early death metal bands were kind of doing.
It's like super emotive. Like there was a handful of the solos on there, and like this is like Gregor McIntosh level like sorrow in the solos.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they're skilled dudes. That's the thing. Like I came away with, and I've always appreciated their musicianship, but when I really locked in, I'm like, God, these guys just, the band that kind of they remind me of the American version of like the Chasm.
I
Like
can see that. Yeah.
the Chasm is just full of these like overflowing ideas, and it doesn't always work for everyone, but like they're just like emoting metal and all these like different, and they get better with each record because they're getting more skilled and more confident and stuff. And it's like, I don't know. Again, the band like the Chasm was like a band like, 25 years ago I didn't take seriously until we, sat down and like kind of actually had to understand them. And I'm like, oh shit, this is fucking amazing. It's just endless amounts of clips. But I in Psychedelic Warriors, I obviously hear Slayer, but another band like again, they're going to like deeper thrash stuff like Morbid Saint, just like punishing the fucking drum kit and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Necrovore. I don't know if you really have spent much time with those guys, but like, they're kind of like a necrophagia, kind of a real primitive thrash, early death kind of thing. And a lot of that riffing in the middle reminds me of those trio bands. Awesome bass breakdown emerges around 4 minutes with fucking sick drum fills, and then like a proggy solo again, Voivod weirdness, and then that fucking final shredding of Psychedelic Warriors. It's like, I don't know if it doesn't all work, but it's fun to listen to.
Well, there's even like a Maiden interlude in there as well.
Yeah, they're trying stuff. And then we get to Birth by Radiation, and that's where you can really hear their love for that 70s, early 80s kind of metal buried beneath all the feedback and doomy, simple kind of guitar line in the intro. And then
it goes like almost the whole song, a little over halfway before like any vocals come through.
I know it's really cool, and then when his drums kind of take you, they go right in like almost like
bludgeoning
German speed fucking territory, at that 2 minute. I mean, chromatic riffs, fucking out of control drums barreling forward, kind of like what Morbid Saint would do, or like Sodom, early fucking Sodom. I mean, this is them out Slayering Slayer, like they're, I've heard King talk, that like he doesn't like anything Slayer did after Hell Awaits, and that's just the kind of guy he is, and he just wanted like Slayer to stay in that realm. Like he only likes like fucking the first Anthrax record before Joey, like he's just a guy that's like,
he's got his distinct taste. Like I definitely have, I did not, the first Slayer stuff I heard is probably South of Heaven or like, covers of people doing shit. But like Show No Mercy has a certain like that. I can't believe that hasn't like spawned like more of a genre just around that style.
Yeah.
Because that's such a I was doing a bunch of tractor work and listened to that record like 5 times in a row. And it's like, God, this is so, it never like, it just always gets better. And that goes with a lot of Slayer up until a certain point, but it's like, man, it's just so fucking good. Like, no, they don't sound like anyone.
And I can appreciate, I mean, I got a Slayer fucking tattoo, and so do you. So like, I get what you mean about the Metal Blade era and stuff. It just sounds different. It's got like a definitely an older kind of vibe to it. But I'm not somebody I'm not gonna say I don't love everything they did like after that for like the next 10 years or whatever up through Divine. So it's like,
I even like a lot of stuff after that.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, but I'm just saying like it's a pretty good fucking almost near perfect run up through Divine for me. There's not.
I think those for that outside of the production on Hell Awaits, the songs are solid. They're not as, I don't think they're as solid as previously, but they were stretching out. There for sure. But yeah, I mean that's a hell of a run.
Yeah, it's pretty legendary.
And I think they almost single-handedly kind of like Metallica is definitely takes the cake for really kind of pushing things in a certain way. But like Slayer, as far as extreme metal is concerned, I don't know if there's a more important band.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think, you make a case for, like Hellhammer, Frost, or Bathory or whatever, but yeah, I think Slayer's kind of
like for modern anything like, 89 after, like Slayer's DNA is there.
Yep.
Definitely, Venom and Frost and Hellhammer and all that stuff. But as far as like, I think being like a cultural phenomenon as well, like fucking Slayer. I mean, that's all I can say.
Fucking Scream Slayer. Yep. So you get this trio of tunes. Then Doug leaves, and King will talk. King kind of talks a little bit about Doug leaving, and a lot of it had to do with the sort of trauma of the accident and some of the stuff, just kind of dealing with that. And he's going to be replaced by Mike Smith, and our guitar duo is going to be sort of born with Mark and Mike. And that's why I think the 13 Frightened Souls EP is such a kind of pivotal moment, because that's where, he's actually contributing some songwriting for the first time. And, they do a Voivod cover on that 13 Frightened Souls EP and 2 new songs. And here you get some, more melodies and more traditional heavy metal elements kind of starting to show through, especially with this awesome title track we're going to hear. It really seemed like a petri dish for trying out new ideas and set the stage for kind of the later parts of the 90s, and in a sense. And that's really what EPs should be, right? Petri dishes. We've talked so much about the great EPs, you're haunting the chapels and stuff like that, where you can try out like a lot of cool new techniques or up your game and not have to commit a whole record, but like, hey, here's a couple of things we're kind of thinking about doing, and you can almost like test the waters a little bit.
Yeah, I wanted to pull out the everything's still in boxes for me right now. I'm still building my office, but I wanted to pull out the Requiem magazine where we interviewed Deceased and pull that interview out. But
I will when we're done with this talk set, I'll go over and look on the shelf. Was it in 1 or 2 or which? Because I have everything from 2. So I'll have to, as long as it's not an issue 1. Okay.
No, I think it's in 2 or it was we interviewed him because I remember taking pictures upstairs at St. Andrews for the Michigan Death Fest. 2 or 3, I don't remember exactly which one, but we interviewed them upstairs in like the little behind the scenes. It was like the merch area for the show. They're like crouching down next to like a display case.
I never went to any of those Michigan Death things. They were kind of done by the time I got into it.
Yeah, I mean, I think they were kind of done by 92 or 3.
Oh, okay. So it had been around in the late 80s for a bit?
No, it was only I think there might have only been 4 total. So like the first one had Autopsy, Repulsion, mostly US bands, but real early on. So that probably would have been 90 or 91.
Okay.
Maybe
was that 90. Metal Mama? Was she responsible for that? Wasn't that?
Metal Mom. Metal Mom was the. Yeah. Okay. I forget what the hell her name was, but yeah, she was. She's basically like, if you've seen the what was her name? I can't think of her name now, but like she was like the thrash mom in the Bay Area, where she'd like help everybody out, and like she'd come pick you up if you couldn't make it there, or you needed food, or there's just like this older lady that helps everybody out.
I think of John Zazula's wife. Is it Marsha Zazula or whatever?
I think so.
Yeah, but that was East Coast. So the Zazulas were out in New York, East Coast, Jersey, whatever.
Well, Metal Mom was more just a promoter. I think she kind of fell in with it. I think her kids were in, or her son was in Lucifer's Hammer. Remember that band?
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Huh. Okay.
So I believe that's
that's how that's
true. So I think she might have been, I don't know exactly what her story is, but yeah, it was definitely like a scene around that, like the local kind of underground metal, which wasn't in my mind super interesting in Michigan at the time. We just had a handful. Like Gutted might have been the most interesting as far as being like catchy and not just brutal death metal.
Yeah, Gutted's pretty good. They've re-released some of that stuff. I picked it up. It's pretty nice.
They had good logo, but they're from Ohio, so I won't fault them for being from Ohio.
But yeah, I'll go over and look at that in a second. But yeah, once we go here. But yeah, so the title track, 13 Frightened Souls, you could also find this the song on Death Is Just the Beginning Part 2, the comp. That's where kind of a big breakthrough for them as well. And you can also, like I said, start to really hear the impact of having, I think, one of your main band leaders and songwriters be a drummer / vocalist. Like, I think that's one of the key like things I notice about Deceased is like a lot of like he uses that to write like he uses drums as like a main instrument with how prominent the drum fills and the drum patterns like pop and stuff like that. Like,
and how it plays along with the guitars too,
yeah,
like he does a lot of like little backbeat things and accentuates vocal lines, and
it's
really
weird. I
interesting.
don't know. I don't know if Autopsy does that. I've never really thought about it from an Autopsy perspective, but when like your main songwriter is a drummer, it certainly like changes like the construction of like a metal song, because
Well,
they're
I
just
think with Autopsy, it's like it's typically more of a. I feel like the drums kind of lead, and then his vocals go over the top of that. Like
Mhm.
the drums kind of plod through a little bit, but yeah, King was just, it was a totally different. There wasn't a whole lot of singer drummers out, like the dude from Exciter,
Yeah,
but I
couple
never saw
albums.
them until last year. But as far as death metal is concerned, I can't think of a whole lot outside of like Mike Browning and Nocturnus, Morbid
Yeah,
Angel.
yeah,
But how good he was as a drummer is like questionable.
questionable. Yeah, compared to what these guys are doing. So
Yeah,
yeah, I mean it's fun, great melodies in the solos, but again, it's still brutal deceased throughout. But you're starting to see the rise of better production, better melodies, songwriting's kind of coming together a little bit more, and so yeah, good kind of turning point for these guys. And
for
so,
sure.
and then we're gonna end the set with our first song from Blueprints for Madness called "The Triangle," but we'll talk more about Blueprints for Madness when we kind of get back. And yeah, so we're gonna hear trio tunes from Luck of the Corpse from '91 after we hear from King again. And we're gonna hear Fading Survival, Psychedelic Warriors, Birth by Radiation. Then we'll hear the title track from the 13 Frightened Souls EP from '92, and then the Triangle from the Blueprints for Madness from 1995. With those early offerings like Luck of the Corpse and 13 Frightened Souls, like how do you think of those albums today in terms of where they fit into like kind of the early 90s metal scene, which was at the time doing something almost kind of different than what you guys were kind of trying to do with the death metal, black metal, there was a lot of different things kind of happening there. So, and I guess maybe how the legacy of those albums is like aged in your opinion, as you kind of reflect back.
I love, I love that writing those early demos and stuff. Okay, because the first demo, The Evil Side of Religion, as I said, it was just a name, it was just songs. But the second and third demo were actually concept demos, which was this continuation, which later on got flipped into Fearless Undead Machines as to sum up that whole concept. Because when we got to Luck of the Corpse, I was like, well, shit. We actually wrote a fourth demo, never released it, and it was just a half-ass in my house at Doug's practice thing on my 8-track thing for us. And I was like, well, these are continuation songs from that, but is the whole career going to be a continuation of the story? Because the story is not going to be able to keep up.
Yeah.
And so when it came time to pick the songs for Luck of the Corpse, I was like, well, I think we're gonna have to end that and just kind of pick our favorites from here, and and put a couple new ones that were on this fourth demo we didn't do. And that's what we did. Unfortunately, and this is always hard to talk about a little bit, is that me and Doug had a big falling out. He's never been the same since the accident, and I can't blame the man. Who the hell knows what he saw? And I feel for him always. That's awful what he saw. I mean, his brother of all things, and then we're talking heads turned around backwards, all that shit. I don't want you get the gory details, but we were definitely not on the best of terms by then. We become the biggest local band. We literally became the biggest local band. We're the only ones at the time. Now we had some friends that were starting bands that were inspired by us to a degree, and we were in with the punk guys. We were playing shows. In 88, 89, we were playing bigger. It got bigger and bigger. We started off third on the bill and on Sundays, and the next thing you know, we were headlining Saturdays, and then they were asking us to what bands we wanted to open for us, and we worked our way up. We earned the fucking stuff. And of course, some of the local people in Virginia are like, oh, Deceased is nothing but bullshit. That's shit. They're not real musicians, blah blah blah. But we be the ones booking out, the big places, and they'd be like, I don't want to say jealous or whatever, but there was some of that for sure. Anyway, but me and Doug didn't see eye to eye by the time we got to Luck of the Corpse. I don't think he ever wanted to sign with Relapse, which maybe looking back was maybe he was right, but no. I said, look, they have no money, we have no money. We got to pay for our own recording for our album. We're going to start together and work our way up, and we did. And I think with Luck of the Corpse, we went in. I wanted to play as fast as humanly I could play at the time. And I think everybody else kind of were just kind of following along. I don't think Doug was happy because obviously he quit as soon as the record was done, he pretty much quit. So there's that, but those songs, I'll always love them. Most every song that's on there, I prefer the demo version. Like Shrieks on the Hearst is the perfect example. The Nuclear Exorcist demo version crushes the album version. But when it came out, people appreciated it. And like you said, it was different. We come from a little bit of a different, vibe. Like even to this day, when people talk death metal, when I was growing up, and again, 10 years from you, I remember when Metal Church was called death metal. Okay, that's how the times were. Surth on Gold was called death metal. There was a lot of that kind of stuff, and even before Possess had their death metal, those bands were called that stuff. So we have that, and I'm more of a fan of heavy metal that's about death than the down-tuned guitars, the grr vocals. To me, I don't see an Obituary or a Cannibal Corpse more death metal than I see a Surth on Gold, because I'm listening to it and it takes me to a place in my mind that's eerie, horrific. It gives me a vibe. That's what Deceased was more about when it comes to that. But then again, you add in the oddness of my drum playing, which was weird. It wasn't traditional. It was punk rocks in there. There's traditional, and that was another thing with the band. We were into everything from Queensryche and Fate's Warning to fucking Napalm Death and Repulsion. We it all had its spot with us, and from day one, we never discluded our Merciful Fate influences, our early Slayer. So that's kind of that was fun for what it was. With 13 Frightened Souls, Mike Smith had joined right after. He was an old buddy of ours. He came right in, and he basically got his picture on the back of Luck of the Corpse instead of Doug, because he paid off the record that Doug didn't pay off. So we put it, and the record company wanted his picture, and of course that more attention with Doug. I remember him saying, "What is this Milli Vanilli shit?" He didn't play on it, but I said, it says right there, Doug Souther, all second guitar. Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so we started writing with Mike, and by then they wanted to keep the name out there because it took almost 2 years for Luck of the Corpse to come out. It was done like at least 18 months before it hit out. We Gut Wrench 7-inch came out before that, and that was kind of like just something to keep the name alive while they were getting money to put it out. So when 13 came around, we wrote some new songs. We wanted to show off a couple of old songs. We did Planet and Nuclear Exorcist. We wanted to show off how much we love Voivod and do the cover song, something rousing. And then we did 2 new songs, one written mostly by Mike with 13, and one that mostly written by Mark, which was Robotic. And it really started picking it up. We wanted to get better production. With Luck of the Corpse, we did the Cemetery Shift because Mark was doing an intern with a guy. We couldn't go to Inner Ear at this time because we had a problem with Nuclear Exorcist because Don couldn't do it. We had this guy Joey P, who to me was just a fucking pillhead, a pothead. He didn't know what the fuck he was doing. So I was a little disappointed in Don because he didn't get to do it. Not his fault. He had 100 million bands wanted him to do theirs, and just so happened to fall that way. So we walked away from that. We were in there, dude. We were recording at 4 o'clock in the morning, that album, like all that shit. And I can remember, dude. I'm a volume guy. I play the drums hard as fuck, and I remember having the drums monitor on the thing so loud that it was actually smoke coming out of the headphones. Don't ask me how that happens, but it did. I remember them sitting on a chair, not the drum stool, but like just a chair and there, a stool. And I remember like it was shaking because it was playback, and I had, it was always up, and I just saw like smoke coming out of it. And I was like, Jesus Christ. And I'm still like that to this day, but little things like that. But then like they had a pinball machine. I'd go out there, I'd see Doug playing. I'd go out there, try to talk to him, be his buddy, and he'd walk away, or I'd walk away. That part stinks. As it's remembered now, it's considered a quote unquote, genuine classic. I'll go on tour, the Bulldozer tour from a few months ago. Man, Luck of the Corpse, dude, that's an instant classic. That's still your best work, and all. I'm like, well, thanks a lot. We've sucked for 30 years. So thank you. Or, you get people like that. Yeah. They want to hear those songs, or it's a special time. We're going to be going to Mexico next year playing a big fest. And I'm just like, we got to do some of that. Because first time we went to South America, everybody's like, man, you got to play the Luck of the Corpse, man. All the Luck of the Corpse. So when you're playing like Fearless, and they're like, nah, I need to hear. And you're like, come on, man, this is like 2-chord repetitive shit, You still got to remember your roots. And we do. We still, that Bulldozer tour, we were playing Fading Survival, Haunted Cerebellum every night from that record. So we don't forget our, we never abandoned or anything. Not embarrassed, but I love it. Just wish I'd played a little bit, less hyperactive on it, just for what it was. I think the production by a guy named Frank Martian was a little loose. We went for this thing that was supposed to be like a gong, and it ended up sounding like a doorbell to me. Things like that. So there's always going to be some quirks, but I wouldn't change anything about it. I just wish Doug and my friendship had never changed if I was to change anything, but life is life, and it's a lesson.
go insane. Your brains are twisted and deranged. The blood, lust, the bad, love, and earth, God, and hatred oozes from its slow state of mental genocide. Into a state of mental genocide. Mental illness, are you sane? The soul's lost, its lips, gone, the world bent, twisting, taking all away. Your every thought is it's your own, you've lost your mind. Conspiracy, looking away from the dark, being fantasy. We are alive, we are alive, from the dead. We did this, wrestle death, back to life. The beast, deadly, alone. It's a monster street, yes, we'll see. We're here, we're in the rock, we're in the tree. We are dead, we are peace, put us back in the grave. And it's as I said, it's still free. And peace, nothing, alone. Variation!
That was The Triangle, the 13th Frightened Souls, Birth by Radiation, Psychedelic Warriors, and then Fading Survival. And we started everything off hearing from King for a little bit there. So, yeah. So, Mark, before we talk about The Triangle and Blueprints for Madness, we did go through and find an original. I've got the original copy of Requiem 3 here. From Michigan Death Fest, Part 3. It was the third Michigan Death Fest here. You think it's Chris that was doing the interview, you said?
Yeah, I'm almost positive because I remember I got my I think that's when my dad gave me his old Pentax, SLR camera. I'm so used to saying digital SLR, but just an old decent 35 millimeter camera. And I still have the press pass for that show, and I'm pretty sure I was just taking photos and Chris was doing the interview.
Got it. Huh. Yeah, no, it's pretty fun. So basically you're talking to King and or Chris is, and he says, "So what did you think of tonight's performance?" And eloquently, King says, "I had a fucking blast, man. I farted 12 fucking times as I was coming off stage. I feel so damn good about myself. I wish we could have played a longer set, but on the other hand, I'd rather leave them wanting more." And then Chris asks about, what do you guys think of today's death metal scene compared to death metal when you guys started? And he says, back in the mid 80s when we started, it was a new kind of music. So a lot of the bands sounded completely different. So they didn't know what worked and what didn't. Nowadays, you see bands using formulas, tricks that work. But back when we started, they didn't have that, a little more pure and intense. And you didn't have MTV involved, making it so commercial. Back then, it was really underground. People would travel far and wide to see a show, and the pits were a bit more intense. Anymore, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack for good bands. There are some killer bands, just harder to find. And then one more. Let's see. We'll share one more. Some of it kind of deviates into some weird places. Let's see. Kind of talking about the new guitarist there, but we're pretty good there. Chris talks to him about porn a bit, but you can sort of skip that part. Okay, we'll end with this. This is kind of fun. What do you think? And again, when did Requiem 3 come out? So this is like 90. Let me see here. It's 94?
Probably
93, I think. I think there's a lot of
94.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of 93 albums on your guys' playlists and stuff. So
Okay.
like Heartwork's on there, and sorry, I'm looking through real quick. Where does it say?
Yeah, because usually it'd take us about like maybe 8 months to put one out.
Yeah. Well, no. Okay. So the Michigan Death Fest is 94. So
94? Okay.
Yeah, the review is January 8th, 1994. So
Okay.
but so we're right in that kind of era, but
19 years old.
yeah. What do you think? I'm a freshman in high school, by the way, January 94. That's my freshman. What do you think of today's black metal scene? And King says, it was kind of cool at first. I'm not a Satanist, but I could dig a dark, morbid story. But nowadays it's fucking stupid. It's kind of like the 80s horror movie scene. It was cool at first, but then every week there was a new one. First Jason, then Freddy, then Mike Myers and Slaughterhouse. There's just a bunch of kids who stole their mom's mascara out of her purse. I think the violence is just a way for attention, and a lot of them are fucking stupid. It's just an image, like flying around in your underwear and makeup acting evil. Satanism is too slow for me. Too fucking
I've never heard anybody say Satanism's too slow for me.
I love it. That's a great way of putting it.
That's a good pull quote.
Yep. Satanism, too slow for King. So, but yeah, so there you go. There's straight from the vaults of Requiem on Requiem Metal Podcast. This is where you come for the real information about King's farting off stage and all that good stuff. So hopefully he gets
19-year-old journalism, nothing better,
Yeah, nothing better. So the last tune we heard there, The Triangle. And we're going to talk about you're going to hear King talk a little bit about Blueprints here in a few minutes when we go to this next set, but it's such a strangely produced record, and King will talk a little bit about why. And I've kind of warmed up to it over the years, I suppose, but there's a lot of treble and compression, unfortunately. And so, but there's great song ideas and innovations that are kind of buried throughout the record.
Yeah, I think that might be one of the hardest things to get into. Early Deceased was the recording.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
not like they weren't doing some interesting stuff, but like other bands were being recorded so much clearer and better.
Mhm.
Even if it was like, a fucking Dark Throne record, it still sounded like them.
Yeah.
This was like, I don't know what was going on with the production.
Yeah, it was super off. And I know he talks about the idea like that he was really into Emerson, Lake and Palmer at this time. So he was kind of into prog stuff. And like a lot of these ideas, a lot of the songs were all like 2-minute songs, but then they realized they wanted to do something more with them. So they kind of like combined multiple songs into one song, and they didn't always fit together. And that's
Yeah.
kind of what this album sort of sounds like. Um, this song in particular is very much kind of the Chicago like master type sound, syndrome riffs, things like that. Especially King's drumming is kind of
Mm-hmm.
sort of Chicago kind of underground kind of proto death sort of thing. I mean, this is like the heaviest the band maybe ever got is on this record. I mean, they're really kind of like everything's it's the most death metal record, I think. I mean, Luck of the Corpse has death metal elements for sure, but just the way it's produced and the intensity of the songs.
Like punchy, crusty riffs. And this is the one
Yeah,
I actually wrote the note that his vocals sounded like, early At the Gates.
yeah. Well, and even here,
Like the
like you
off
get,
kilter riffs and stuff was a little like At the Gatesy as well.
yeah, almost like those early Gates records, right? Where
Yeah.
Alf was writing a lot of stuff for him. I mean, in terms of vocal stuff, even on this song, like King's using kind of like multiple vocal styles. There's like spoken passages and things.
Mm-hmm.
It's cool. It's like I said, and he'll expand on it a little bit more and give some kind of color to what was going on around the time of Blueprints. But you know, in the Decibel Hall of Fame, they kind of mention this record too and kind of talk a little bit about it because obviously Fearless Undead is the follow up to this. So they're kind of getting some thoughts about all that. But the question that they ask him is they say the difference between Fearless Undead and the Blueprints for Madness is massive. What exactly happened between those albums? And he says, well, Mike Smith joined the band after Doug Souther, our original guitarist, stepped down. Doug wrote a lot of Luck of the Corpse. We did 13 Frightened Souls EP, which was basically 2 new songs, one of which Mike brought to the table as a new guy, and one was something that Mark brought. We went with that, and it was a start. Blueprints, we were just kind of all over the place. Speaking for myself, I was a big into Emerson, Lake and Palmer at the time. Hang on. All those technical changes and stuff, and it may have been a little too technical and a little too out there for its own good. And then Mark Adams says, I think Relapse didn't quite know what to do with this. On one hand, we were too death metal to be traditional metal, and on the other, we were too traditional metal to be death metal. We'd already drawn our influences from a wide range of bands, everything from Queensryche to Razor. Mike Smith says, I'm not a big fan of the Blueprints record. I can't even listen to it, and that had mixed reviews. People either loved it or didn't get it. I didn't get it either. And then Mark Adams says, he goes, we were lumped in as a death metal band, and a lot of other death metal bands seem to be going for the more extreme thing, tuning lower, more gore obsessed stuff, and it seemed to not be who we were. We realized that this is definitely not us. Our understanding of death metal was what it was described as back in the mid 80s. What death metal was growing towards in the early to mid 90s was something that we did not identify with. We were playing all these shows with bands like that, and we just totally felt out of place. And then King says, at that time, we knew metal needs to be catchy. It needs to be heavy. It needs to be aggressive. It needs all those elements, but it also needs to have a good song. He says, I was so tired of putting on death metal tapes, and it was just, he imitates growling, nothing going on. Okay, that was cool. It was heavy. The bass sounds cool. Those vocals are neat, but there's no song there. I've always been about songwriting. And then Adams tunes in and says, Mike and I would have a lot of conversations in the car because when we were playing out of state road trips, he and I would always ride together, and King and Les would always ride together in another car. We'd convoy down. We'd be heading down there playing stuff like Hello Eights and black metal and classics we grew up with when we were teenagers. Mike and I didn't give a shit about playing as sick or as fast or whatever. Just play what we feel. For me, what I feel is metal. If it's more like a traditional Accept riff or Maiden or Saxon, is what it is. Remember when Nasty Savage were doing all these cool fucking harmonies off the first album? That's the stuff I wanted to do. And then to sort of end this, He says, when we got finally to Fearless Undead Machines, by then we were settled. We were practicing in my basement all the time. The gear stayed there. We could settle in, and me and Mike became the main songwriters. Mike was always the first one there after work to jam at 5 o'clock, 3 times a week on weekdays. Mike would just come and hang with me, sit down and just start writing riffs, and me and him would come up with some songs. By the time Mark and Les got there, stuff would be started. Mike just said, hey, this is what I've got. This might be too heavy metal. I said, nah, it's fucking excellent. Because for me, going all the way back to our first demo, The Evil Side of Religion in 86, there were always elements of heavy metal in our band. There was elements of thrash too. We had a song called Sick Thrash on that demo. March of the Cadavers, which was the first song I ever wrote for Deceased, which was an instrumental, was very much Manowar-ish to me at the time. And so it was all a quote, let's do what we do, whatever comes out, let's turn it into us and let's go with it. And Mike said, that's all I wanted to know. I got tons of shit. And then Mike started blazing out all these fucking incredible riffs, riff after riff after riff. We were so excited. This shit was coming together so easily for us the first time ever. Because when we did Blueprints, we had moved to 6 or 7 practice spaces over the 2 or 3 years that we had created that record. Nothing ever got to stay put. It was always sporadic. That record kind of sounds like our lives at the time. For Fearless, we did it in one place. We were grounded and we just went with what we got. I think that's what made the sound come up. If it sounds like fucking Venom, killer. If it sounds like Queensryche, killer. If it sounds like Repulsion, killer. Kind of some context for these times that we're kind of talking about. So yeah, so Blueprint's just it's a record I've struggled with over the years to get into, but in recent years I really kind of have started to dig some of these songs quite a bit. I don't know, you guys were kind of peak Requiem here, but you guys are kind of pretty Eurocentric. And so I could kind of see you guys not really digging on this record in 95.
I think we gave it more attention than because this was pretty, this was like a year before I worked at Relapse and we were pretty tight with those guys.
Okay.
So I think we were giving a lot of things a lot more of a chance as well. Being that kind of diplomatic thing you have to do with magazines is it's a mix between passion and commerce
kind
of thing. So but I remember this was like right when Wes Benscotter started to blow up. He was doing Mortician covers. He eventually did like the Divine Intervention cover, and he did a couple Deceased.
I remember Hate.
A couple Deceased covers. Amorphous. What else? And then, he's gone on to do like lots of Autopsy and Broken Hope and a handful of other stuff. But, he's pretty prolific at this point. But nobody really looked. It was an interesting time for Deceased to be this band that didn't really sound like anybody else, to have, this artist come in and do he kind of had an interesting take on his stuff for Deceased. Didn't look like all of his other stuff either.
Yeah.
It almost seemed like more distorted and weird. Like the stuff, like the Divine Intervention cover is very, high and tight, and it seems it's definitely more, razor sharp, like Slade, almost over analyzing, of course, but it seems almost like he was kind of catering some of the style to the band to some degree, because those Mortician covers, those might be some of his most kind of like prolific up to that point. Like Chainsaw Dismemberment, and what the hell was the other one? There was like, I don't know if that was the one with like it's like a really bluish cover with some chick hooked on like inside of a shed or something. I'm trying to think, but those covers were so much more evocative than Mortician. I've never gotten on the Mortician train.
No, same.
I get the, how ridiculous it is and kind of like caveman, but it kind of became almost like a caricature of, it was some sample and then some digital drums and then ooh, and then some riff that you couldn't tell one song from the next except for the sample.
What King said. Where's the song?
Yeah, where's this fucking song? Will Romer, come on. And granted, I've never gone back and given him a second chance.
Yeah, it might hold up a little bit better.
Maybe there's some more like charm there or something. But at the time, it was just that whole presentation of like brutal U.S. death metal really didn't do a hell of a lot for me. But
yeah, So you guys were kind of reasonably into Blueprints a little bit, but not maybe,
I think we enjoyed it. I don't know if we reviewed it in there or not.
Yeah, I
I
looked.
think
It wasn't in the reviews for issue 3, but
it
that
might
would
be for the next one, perhaps. But yeah, it was definitely more weird, I think, than 13 Frightened Souls. It seemed that's like around this time is when things start to finally kind of fall into place and they become more themselves, like what we know of them to be now.
Yeah, I agree. One of the things that's really interesting, we're gonna hear 2 more tunes from them. And my favorite song from this record is the next song, "Creek of the Dead," and it's all right. It's my favorite early Deceased song, I would say, and it's got that kind of goblin-esque kind of mellotron sort of like intro at the beginning. And
Yeah.
here's my terrible hot take for the episode that will probably annoy people, but it has a similar sound to the beginning of Seal's "A Kiss from a Rose," and from the Batman Forever soundtrack. And I'm it's just that first not when King starts talking or any of that kind of part,
Yeah.
but like there must be hitting like the almost the same chord in some sort of way. It's a keyboard sort of intro, mellotron sort of intro that works for both. And
I can't say that I caught that, but that's an interesting take.
Christopher Rose shows up in a Community episode that I love, and it's also in Yellow Jackets season 1. Like I think during like the prom episode and some of that stuff. So I've like heard it in like recent years more. I don't actively seek out Seal "Kiss from a Rose," but it was a huge fucking song back when I was in high school.
I mean, it was you couldn't get away from it.
Yeah, Batman Forever was a pretty big soundtrack. Not a great movie, but pretty reasonably huge soundtrack. But yeah, so I always smile every time I hear the beginning of Creek of the Dead, because I think of like Seal for like 5 seconds and smile, and I just sort of move on. So anyways, there's my weird hot take for that. But
I think this was isn't this the one it's about one of his friends that passed?
That's Reproduction of Tragedy. Yeah.
Okay, that's not well. I remember in one of the clips he's talking about.
He does talk about Creek of the Dead.
Maybe it's just like where his lyrics are becoming more about stuff and not just about horror movies.
I think that's maybe what it is. He's going to talk about in this next little passage we're going to hear, before the song plays. But yeah, I mean, his spoken passage is awesome. It's kind of got like a Lee Dorian, like cathedral sort of feel to it when like Lee kind of sings a little bit, especially in like later cathedral records. Like what's the double album that's super fucking weird and eccentric? It's the penultimate. What's that?
Double album?
Yeah, it's the penultimate cathedral record. What the hell was that? That's a double disc. God damn it.
Double disc. I don't know of a double disc record.
Well, what was the last 2 cathedrals?
The Last Spire?
It's the one right before that one. That's like super eccentric.
Like Garden of Unearthly Delights or something?
No, it's the one in between. Fuck. I can picture it. We both were really into it. It's just got like a lot of like goofy things happening, like a lot of psychedelic elements and like weird songs.
I can't think because like Last Spire was where like Carlson came back on bass.
Yeah. Yep. It's not that, and it's not Garden of Earthly Delights. It's the one. It was like as a CD, it's a double disc. There's like a side A or like a disc and a B disc, and they're.
I have it, but I can't look at my shit.
I'll have to sort of look it up, but anyways, yeah, I kind of get that sort of Lee Dorian kind of vibe from it. And when he says, "Now reach out," and then that fucking riff and those drums come in and he screams like amazed, it's just like it's fucking godly. It's really a cool moment. And again, maybe not everything on this album works because it's quirky and it's got all these weird ideas, but when it hits, you're like, you can see the potential of like how fucking great this band could be. It's a kitchen sink of fucking sick ideas, sick melodies, sick styles. And when that doomy passage lands at like the 4-minute mark, woof, that's like good shit. I mean, they're onto something. It's kind of taking what they were doing with Psychedelic Warriors and like upping the game, or Birth by Radiation. It's like, okay, this is we're not quite to Fearless, but we're on our way. And I think you can kind of see it through a song like Creek of the Dead almost. Yeah. So, and then Reproduction of Tragedy, I just wrote, I'm not going to ruin the surprise, but King's going to talk about kind of the eerie idea and meaning behind the song, and it has to do with the accident that we've made reference to and stuff. It's pretty personal, obviously, but musically, German thrash. There's a band when we get to like some later German thrash episodes that I was going to inject in called Protector. Do you know those guys? Have you listened to them before? Okay. It's good. It's really good. It's like harsher German thrash stuff, kind of on the heavier kind of realm of things. I listened to it a bunch the last time I drove down to see Chris in North Carolina. So, I don't know. One of those things like I picked up and I knew it's like late 80s, early 90s, kind of like underground, great German thrash. But that's kind of what it reminds me of a little bit.
Yeah, I get a lot of Sepultura out of it too. So that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. Weird grind moments. Like there's this grind stuff shows up in a couple of parts, like not just on this record, but throughout their career. Almost like the catchier elements of like a Napalm, sometimes show up stuff. But real mournful, melodic, fucking Nawabum fucking passages and solos. That's probably the Gregor kind of stuff that you said you kind of started to notice at times.
Yeah.
Um,
Roxy music vibe.
Yeah, but then the fucking breakdown at 4:30 is this like hardcore punk kind of breakdown, like right in the video. So
yeah, no, it's spastic ending.
Yeah, very, very eccentric. Again, they're trying, throwing a bunch of ideas against the wall, seeing what kind of sticks and stuff.
The Guessing Game is the album we're talking about.
That's it. You remember how weird that record is?
Yeah, they
I love it.
Doubled down.
Yep. And then from there, we're going to start our journey into Fearless Undead. So let's unpack that a little bit and then talk about the couple songs that we're going to hear, and then go to the set, and then we can kind of come back and talk about the last two songs. But let's see. I'm gonna turn back to the Decibel Hall of Fame here. All right. And they sort of say, they're talking about the composition of the music a little bit, and Mike Smith says, it wasn't thought out, but I kind of became the primary writer of the music. On Blueprints, we were all contributing ideas, and for some reason, between records, I was just writing tons and tons of riffs. It was just, who's got the riffs? I did. Okay, that song's done. Who's got riffs? I did. On Blueprints, I thought we were getting really, really technical, and I tried writing technical riffs, but it didn't really come naturally to me. I still remember up in my home office, I wrote the first few riffs for The Silent Creature, and then it just came, bam, 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 one after another. I kind of didn't want to show them to anybody because it was very traditional metal sounding, but one day King and I were a little bit early for practice, and he said, "You got anything?" And I played him that, and we started jamming it, and The Silent Creature came out, and that set the tone for the vibe for the rest of the record. And then Mark Adams says, sometimes when you're really pissed off, you become the most creative. I think all four of us were pissed off at that state of how the metal scene had become, that it just got taken out in the riffs. And then Adrian, the interviewer, asked him what inspired the band to create this big new Night of the Living Dead kind of inspired concept album that it became. And King says, when we did The Evil Side of Religion in '86, we were writing about anything, grave robbing, nuclear war, the dead coming out of the ground, whatever. When it came time to do the second demo, Birth by Radiation, I had this idea to create these concept demos where it was just one theme, but with a story moving along little by little as you sent along. When we came to Nuclear Exorcist in '89, I said, wouldn't it be neat if we always just kept the story going along and along? Then I thought to myself, now you're kind of stuck in a corner because you're writing about one thing your entire career. So we came to Luck of the Corpse, and we had songs from The Evil Side of Religion that we wanted to include, like The Cemetery's Full, and I wanted to abandon that idea at the time. When '97 came around, I said, now's the time to go back and do that concept thing we had. I've got a great idea. The dead coming back to life, a traditional Romero-esque theme, and I wanted to build on it, do my own little interpretation. I want to put a little heavy, harrowing thing, seeing it from the human's point of view, as to how insane, how intense this is, looking at it through people's religions, people's own beliefs, humanity, how to survive, how to give up on life, how to cherish life, and how some people cherish death as well. It just unfolded like that. It was no, let's do an album about zombies. No one's ever done an album about zombies. It was basically something I wanted to do. Everybody bought into it. The riffs came together, and it just stuck from from start to finish. And then Smith chimes in. He says, I loved it. I always tell him I want the name of the album and as many of the song titles as you can give me before I start writing, because I always keep that in the back of my mind. The title Fearless Undead Machines, I thought that was killer. I was thinking 1970 zombie movies. Hang on. From the ground they came. I was totally inspired by the Italian zombie movies. They have that music that's a little bit cheesy, but still creepy. I was totally going for that kind of vibe. Les says, we trust King. When he has an idea for something, he's not going to steer us in the wrong direction. We're all aboard for this concept. And then Mark Adams says, I loved it, especially the title of the album. I told King, dude, that is the sickest album title. I love the concept. All of us are big into horror movies. For me, zombie movies are where it's at. Still this day, if it has the living dead in it, I'm all about it. We all grew up not only listening to the same bands, but watching the same kind of movies. We were completely freaked out when Dawn of the Dead came out in 1978, back when it was X-rated. You can't even get your parents to take you into this movie. That's what made it a must-see. So kind of setting the tone for what's going to sort of happen at this point.
I mean, King, he almost has the enthusiasm of somebody that's like working for Lloyd Kaufman or something, doing like a zombie musical or like a play or something. Like it's that well thought out and well put together,
or like Corman stuff or something.
Totally. But I think all the Corman stuff is like genre and quirky as it is. It's all really well done.
Yeah.
And that's what I think that's what's missing with a lot of like genre film now is it's not well done. It's just they just like churn it out kind of thing. But like that like King has that kind of like being what he's like 55 or so. He's maybe 6-7 years older than me, but he grew up on all that 70s, 60s and 70s stuff that was probably being rerun in theaters and like the classic stuff where we think of horror.
Sure.
Where it had a little bit more of a, I don't know, there's a little bit more elegance to it. It was more of the ghost stories and, that kind of stuff. It wasn't just about the torture porn era of like the 90s and 2000s stuff. Like it just felt more classical.
Well, it's like porn and horror had a little bit of class to them in the 70s, right?
It's true. Yeah, you could go see was it behind the Green Door? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, Behind the Green Door, Deep Throat.
And Deep Throat, like they were just in normal cinemas.
Yeah.
Even in the small town we grew up in, on Sundays, I remember we used to have these little Friday folder. It was basically like a progress report. And if you did well enough, you'd get a free movie ticket.
Those little coupons. Yeah, little movie
And
coupons.
I remember Transformers the movie. I went to see that in 87. And all the girls didn't want it, so they gave us all the extra tickets. We could see it multiple times. And right before you could go see it on a Sunday, it was like X-rated feature was there. And I was like, oh my God, I was like, what is this? What the hell's the X-rated feature?
That's crazy. I remember going to see Transformers the movie with those Friday folders, but I was significantly younger than you, so I might not have even picked up on.
I saw it about 5 or 6 times in the theater.
No, I'm saying I wouldn't have picked up on like the X-rated thing.
Oh yeah, and I think I knew more of the X-rated for what it was for horror movies.
Yeah.
And then it was like, then you see like what the names of things are. I was like, oh
yeah. Oh, that's weird. Right?
I was a little bit too, like, I was still more interested in Transformers at that age than, boobs, but
yeah. Now, had you left Relapse at the point where Fearless was starting to be like conceived, or were you still working when they were kind of starting to put things together for this?
I'm trying to think.
It's June of 97 when it comes out. And that's
I was gone. I was gone by then.
Okay. So when I
was only there about maybe 7 months.
Okay. So it was relatively short-lived, mostly what, 96?
Yeah, I was there for like for Amorphous Elegy and Neurosis Through Silver and Blood.
Okay. So
and then a bunch of crap nobody remembers.
Sure. Yep. June of 97 when this record came out, Mark, is 1 month before we met. So we met July of 97 when you picked us up for Metal Fest. So
my Toyota Corolla.
Yeah, the Corolla.
5 or 6 people in that tiny little thing.
Yeah.
To go to Milwaukee.
This is the first record I remember hearing people talk about, Metal Maniacs, I mean, it just seemed like I was probably just getting into the extreme metal scene when Blueprints for Madness came out. I mean, I remember Deceased being on like samplers and things like that, but no one was talking about Deceased. And then I do remember Fearless Undead coming out, and there seemed to be some press about them. I think they were in the cover of Metal Maniacs one month and some other things. But did you guys kind of feel like a little bit of push on this record, because you guys are kind of wrapping up Requiem around this time, or just even as metal fans?
Yeah, I think 98 was the last. Well, actually, 98 was
was that the missing issue,
the lost issue that will eventually be. I've got, I'd say about 25 pages of it still.
Yeah.
That will, when we ever do it, put together a compiled thing, we'll throw that in there. But this was definitely hitting things, because like the next record, they get Simon Effamy to fucking record it.
Yeah.
And that did so well for Relapse that like they threw out some extra money to use, the dude that did Draconian Times.
Yeah, I mean, they seem pretty pleased, with like the press that was going on around the time, and what Relapse was doing with this stuff. So I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I think Relapse was kind of, I think they're always, at the time they were very, like Deceased was like a kind of like a a mainstay for the underground, but I think they kept surprising everybody with how good they were becoming. And how like relevant in the face of like nobody thinking death metal's dead or extreme metal's dead, and they were just doing their own thing, and it was kind of inspiring for people.
Sure. And I mean, I think again, it's a weird time. 97, we've talked about 97, 98 being sort of like this graveyard kind of era, especially with American metal and but it's also sort of where you're starting to see Hammerfall coming out and Blind Guardian and some of that stuff starting to like kind of make its way.
The traditional metal is bringing, it's kind of coming back a little bit.
Yep. So, it kind of hits in that sort of, in that moment, I suppose. But
I think it's their really first singular record it's really focused. It's got a good like presentation. It's really consistent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they had a really super consistent record before this.
No, I agree. This is where they really kind of lock in. Adrian writes in the intro to the Hall of Fame. I just thought I'd share this like little paragraph before we kind of talk about a little bit of music and kind of get into it. But he says, after years of trying to sound brutal, the eureka moment for Deceased came when they realized how pointless it was to follow the death metal band's leads, and how good their music sounded when incorporating elements from the music they grew up on, that being classic heavy metal and early thrash from the first half of the 1980s. It would all build up to the kind of perfect storm every band strives to achieve. The concept was inspired. The Night of the Living Dead style storyline had never been attempted in such detail. Guitarist Mike Smith emerged from out of the blue to become an absolute riff machine. Fowley's arrangement and lyrics were stronger than ever, and the band were very tight thanks to constant rehearsing over the course of 2 years. The end result would be 1997's stunning Fearless Undead Machines, and a unique hybrid of early death metal thrash and traditional heavy metal as there ever was. The product of hard work, greatly matured songwriting skill, a big argument over the artwork, and some truly bizarre recording sessions held in rural Maryland featuring a band that didn't know how to make an album sound right and a flaky shoot-throwing producer from California whose mind was clearly elsewhere. It's only fitting that an album as so one of a kind was created under such odd circumstances, and all four musicians who played on it, some scattered as far away from Virginia as Texas and the Virgin Islands, were more than happy to tell the inspiring, often hilarious tale of how this Romero-esque masterpiece was brought to life. So there you go. Yeah. So I think well said. They're kind of becoming this. This is it. They've arrived. So. So let's get into it. We heard Silent Creature to open the whole show up, but the next two tunes kind of fit together. Contamination is really just kind of a cool intro piece leading into the title track, but I love King talking and telling this story and narration. It really builds. It builds. I mean, it kind of makes Fearless Undead when it finally kicks in, like even sound better,
So yeah, it's like West Virginia, Vincent Price.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. And when the title track finally kicks in, it's one of their first truly iconic riffs, the first of many. And
very no album. Yes.
Well, it's very no album, but what the riff really is I it was driving me crazy, and I went back and checked. It's Slayer's Fight Till Death.
Okay.
But it's kind of like churned a little bit through a little bit more of the Nawabum sort of lens, and melodic death metal kind of coming in as well. I mean, King's lyrical narratives are fucking, movie dialogue quality, sick fucking guitar passages sprinkled in by Mike Smith are fucking legendary here.
Well, the
Great
riffs are like they're predicting vocal lines too. Like the songwriting is really being, pushed to another level.
Yeah, I mean, and those lead drums throughout too are great. The guitar attack, I said, feels very Merciful Fate. It's like Adams and Smith combine the spirit of, Dave Murray and Adrian Smith with Denner and Sherman. I mentioned that before, but it's kind of played with the intensity of like Hell Awaits and Show No Mercy. So it's like it's
Yeah.
leveled up a bit. And I mean, that fucking riff near the end after King screams Fearless Undead Machines, right? I mean, that's like, whew, that's a riff, just like, and that's got a
That's
little
like
boy.
1980 Maiden riff.
Yeah,
To me,
yeah,
it's sped, double time.
yeah. Oh God, it's fucking great. So
Did you catch anything weird? Contaminated. As soon as I heard it, I was like, "This is Pyogenesis. I'm coming."
Contamination?
Yeah,
Just that sort of like do thing like
yeah,
underneath.
yeah. Just the little intro part is almost the same as the "I'm coming." The beginning of that fucking track.
I gotta go back. I'd have to check. I have to listen to that. Yeah, that's kind of like my Seal Kiss of a Rose. I was not
Yeah,
prepared for. I'd have to think about it. But Pyogenesis is another weird band too that like doesn't really fit with anything. So that would make sense
true.
that they,
Right around 95 or whatever it was.
yeah,
Twin
Twin
Hell
Old Blood
Blood,
was
but
95. Yeah. So, but yeah, so that's where we're kind of going, and then that's going to set up or that will end the set, sorry, with From the Ground They Came and Night of the Deceased, which kind of fit together and stuff. And also hear from some of King's influences and some of the influences that he definitely hears in Deceased. So pretty epic set we've got going here. We're going to hear from King first, talking about the Blueprints album, then a pair of tunes from the Blueprints for Madness, The Creek of the Dead and Reproduction of Tragedy. And then we're going to hear 4 tunes, 2 of which are really just kind of like intro tunes from Fearless Undead Machines. We're going to hear Contamination, the title track, and then From the Ground They Came and Night of the Deceased. Blueprints for Madness doesn't get talked about as much as some of the later 90s records, but I've always kind of heard it as a real major evolution for you guys in terms of songwriting and different things like that. A song like Creek of the Dead, for example. What are your reflections on that record, and why don't you think it maybe got some of the attention that like maybe Fearless and Supernatural and some of that other stuff got?
The sound of that record when it came out, I remember Relapse gave us a pretty good budget for that one, and then they did the wrong thing. They said, "You guys go produce it." Now, producing it nowadays, I pretty much somebody has to have the last say. You can't all have the last say unless it's something crazy. And you're like, okay, I get you, man. But back then it was every person in the room was like, I'm too low. I'm too high. Turn me down, turn him up. And then the next person. So it was me, Mark, Mike, and Les. Nobody was thinking about, does this guitar clash with this guitar tone? It was all us. And we did go to Don for that record at Inner Ear, and he just said, do what you want to do. And the thing with that record, and I still try, because Mike Smith hates that record from Deceased. He hates it. And I told him, I said, why? He's like, it's just a mess. I'm like, it's not a mess. It's not a mess. It sounds funny. I even tried to remix it years later, and I got to listen to it broken down again. I'm like, it's not a mess. Those songs are good. And my buddy Jim, who plays October, said if that had been a good sounding record, like it had the production of Edge of Sanity or a Dismember or something at the time, he's like, man, it would have done a lot more. But it's funny how it's kind of now people are starting to pick up on it. There's always been a die-hard little bunch of people that like it. I've always appreciated it, but it's definitely our kitchen sink record. And I'll tell you what happened when we started writing that record. It was Mike Smith's first full record. He didn't really know what we were looking for. He was still new to Deceased, and so I said, look, let's just write like 15 songs that are 2 minutes each. That was what it was originally going to be. And he was like, really? So we started writing these songs, and I was like, this is, I'm not feeling it. I can't get the point across. So we started taking 2 of the songs together and making it one song. So either that or even sometimes 3. Like the song Midnight was originally, I had a song called The Wedding of Fears, and I had another one called A Tolerance for Horror. I put them together and it became Midnight. And I wrote a lot, surprisingly enough, especially side 2 of that record, I wrote a lot of the guitar on that one record, because we were all writing. Another problem with that record, and it did cause the blueprints for Madness was we had to bounce off of different places to practice. It was no set place. We'd go at a storage place, get kicked out, go to another storage place, try to go to this house. Cops would come. You can't. Oh, Billy said we can jam in his basement. We got it made. First practice. You can't fuck, noise ordinance. Fuck off, So that was part of it too. And I really had a real insanity love for ELP at the time. Remember Sling and Palmer? And I was like, let's mix it up. And I can remember Mark especially, because I think he's the most fried of all of us. If it came down to it, he liked his PCP a little too much back. He was off it then, but he was bent from it. And I'd be like, yeah, I wrote this. There's like 32 riffs in a row here. And no, this is 3. That's just one. That riff, that's only a 1. It never repeats. Just that one time, and stop. No, but the beat's this king. No, it stops this time. Just this one time. So it became this fucking jagged, fucking weird, fucking, nothing connects. A does not go into B anymore. It goes into L. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it was too. I think there's a couple genuine fucking Deceased classics on there. We just on the tour. I never took the Triangles, probably never come out of the set. One of my favorite songs we've ever done. Morbid Shape in Black goes over great live. Those are the 2. And then it becomes what I call the Voivod roar thing. Because I talked to Voivod about it, why they don't do a lot of roar. He says, we can't figure it out because we can't make it out on the recording. And most of the guys in the band live now weren't, well, none of those guys, some that were on that record. So trying to remember, even the guys that played on it, like Mike or Mark, like, I think it goes like this. Like Mark just showed Shane the Creek of the Dead over the summer. We're going to try to bring that one back. And that's one I like to talk about, because that and Reproduction of Tragedy are when I really started finding my way. I was no longer writing about the end of the world or just cemeteries or cremation or whatever the fuck I was writing. That's your typical, by the books death metal topics. So when I did Creek of the Dead, I had a friend growing up who was on my soccer team. His name was Mike Erickson. We became friends away from the soccer field. We were best friends. And we used to go to this creek outside the front of his house by this sewage thing. And we'd always talk about what we were going to be when we grew up. Like, I really want to be a musician. And I remember I was like, maybe I'll be a stock car racer. And just things that were in my mind as a kid. I'm probably 11. And he ended up getting in a skiing accident and being paralyzed from the neck down, like in his mid-teens, and maybe he was a little older than that, but right around there. And he ended up dying at his dining room table one night from complications of being paralyzed. So he never got to live his life. So that song was me going back to the Creek of the Dead, which is what it was. Because people used to think it was the Creek, C-R-E-A-K, like the creaking of a door, which would be a neat play on it too, but it was the Creek of the Dead. And that was me touching, like I said a minute ago, real life things. And then a Reproduction of Tragedy was me, and this song still spooks me out. It was my monkey's paw tale of bringing Rob, our bass player, back from the dead. Wow. Like, if we could bring him back. And it's worded in its own way. So I don't bring the names into it of either of those guys, but I know what it's about. Yeah. And it touched me. And that's why it's like, what? The lyrics do fucking mean something to me, and from there on out, we went from that. And I remember that song spooked me so much, being the last song on the record, Reproduction of Tragedy, that we went back and did the concept on Next Was Fearless to get me away from that a little bit. Cause my mind was a little bit too caught up in it. It was fucking with me. It really was.
Yeah.
It took a while to get back to that, because then after that you had Supernatural, which was more of like a DC Comics type of situation, and Mourner's Veil was just a little thrash thing, and then it went. Now it's As the Weird Travel On. It's Surreal, and as Surreal got so close again, I kind of went back to a Supernatural on Ghostly to a degree, and now we're going the deepest dive in will be the next one.
Wait for the fall, there's something awaiting, I wish for us. I can't believe my eyes. Men, women, even little children, part of this outbreak of insanity. Absolutely insatiable in their morbid, hideous actions. I recognize some of them as expired friends and relatives that I once attended funerals for, but yet they move and exist as if life had never really fully left them. If there truly is a hell, these are the monsters that occupy its residence, looking almost brainwashed by some greater diabolic force. They're pale and horribly distorted clumps of human mass that find great pleasure and strength in the killing and consumption of living man's construction. This must be, without a doubt, the beginning of the eternal end. And just how could there be life amongst these creatures, with their constant slayings and nightmarish ways? For they just keep coming and coming and killing like some kind of fearless undead machine.
it seems like there's always been this conscious effort to stay true to your, those early 80s, like pure kind of heavy metal roots with Deceased, even with the rougher vocals and some of the other elements and things like that. How important was it for you to never lose sight of those original influences and the DNA of Deceased, even over the course of those 30 years, to make sure that you were tied into that original kind of thing of metal that you got into in the first half of the 80s?
It's my way of life. It's everything I do. When I say I'm going to do something, I'm fucking doing it, and I'm all in. I'm a lifer. I'm in this all the way through the good, the bad, the ugly. And people ask me, well, how long has Deceased actually been together? We actually had the band in '84. We didn't name it Deceased till January '85. So I've been going on January '85, but I know it goes back even a year. It almost goes into '83 even, but whatever on that. So in the 37 years of Deceased, even coming out this year, like I still want it to be as crazy and fast, and going back to our Venom interview, as crazy and fast as I thought. No, don't slow it down now. No, we're playing fast. We're playing fucking fast, faster. Fast speed. I don't care if I'm 54. You see a lot of bands, you go see them later on, they tune down to make the vocals lock in. They slow down because their cardio can't keep up anymore. I'm 300 fucking pound man, dude. I can still do anything. I can still sing all that shit louder. I'm actually stronger because I don't do drugs or drink anymore and all that kind of shit. Fucking now, fucking, what is it? 30. I'm 54, 87, 13, 20, 30, 35 years, no drugs. 20 years this year, no drinking. You pick what you want to do. This is my drug of choice is music. So I'm all in. We're never going to do a Rent record. We're never going to write here's 8 new Deceased songs. Here's the record. No, they're going to be good as we can give you. And we're going to please ourselves first. And if people catch on, cool. If not, so what? We're not out to be the Tiger Beat centerfold of the month. We could care fucking less. And I'm never going to shut my mouth up about fucking cancers and viruses in the scene. One of the reasons with Relapse it got so bad at the end was they started letting that shit slide. They started letting that shit, and they come to me like, dude, you're fucking instigating shit. I'm like, instigating what? I'm like, I did nothing. That perfect example, that Morbid Angel story where we're not allowed to sell any t-shirts within 1 mile of the club. I'm like, we went there for $75 gas, right, to just play that show because they wanted us to play. And I said, $75 doesn't even pay the gas one way at the time, and the tolls there. I was like, we're not even allowed to sell a t-shirt. And we're the dicks? King Fowley's always instigating. He's a loud mouth. I'm a dick for that. Okay. So I realized they were starting to not be for us anymore. And then I sit there, a perfect example, Dying Fetus. I'm sitting in a room with Matt Jacobson. He's like, looks at me, goes, this band sucks, don't they? I said, not my thing. I can't stand them. And then he's like, yeah, me either. They suck. 4 months later, he signs them. So whatever on all that kind of shit. I could care less, to each their own, but that's where it comes in. I'm the only guy that's been there from day one that's still here day one. Life, death, wives, kids, jobs, fucking health, all part of it. It's a lifetime thing, but still believe in 100% in what we do. Love it. Even on this Bulldozer tour, we had to take out a couple guys that were helping out because the other guys couldn't go. And these guys came in and went on tour. People were like, man, these guys are great. They're doing a fantastic job. I'm like, I ain't going to just plug somebody in and go. I said, these motherfuckers are going to know the shit or they're going to go fucking home. And we're going to go fucking home. I'm not going to ever come out there half-assed. Never. And that's a fucking guarantee. And I'm not talking your fucking buy your $600 TV. Oh, 600. We'll say $1,600 TV from Best Buy, and then not even get a warranty that's going to work in a year. Like they're like, you want to get a warranty that's going to, no, I just bought it new. It should work a long time. You're getting that guarantee from me that used to come with the fucking the product.
I mean, every time I've seen you guys over the last 30 years, I mean, it's just gangbuster energy, just locked in. I think the last time I saw, the only way
we're going to do it. That's what we're about.
I think
when was the last time you saw us?
Last time I saw you guys was Decibel Beer and Metal a couple years ago. So
okay,
was that
here? Yeah, that was Amos's first show on drums.
Okay, yeah, that was great.
That was the first time we played the Ghostly White stuff. That was a fun show. It was weird because it was like I felt like I was on the Love Boat with those chandeliers in the room and shit. Waiting for Isaac to come over and offer me a drink.
Yeah, we were up in the. What I love whenever I go to Decibel, I hang out with some of the other writers from Decibel or whatever. And we get up in those seats like up above. Yeah, it's really interesting to watch like Repulsion and you guys, but like kind of in these like not fancy, but just kind of like it's just a different atmosphere there, So
Yeah, no, I mean, I have fun no matter where we play people because we'll go somewhere and we'll be playing like Peter's Pinball Palace or something. Like we played a bowling alley on the Bulldozer tour, and someone will come up and be like, "Hey, aren't you past this, man? Aren't you?" I'm like, "No." Like I'm not. Like, dude, I played Vakken to thousands upon thousands of people, and I hated it because the people were so far from me. I couldn't even throw a T-shirt from the stage to somebody. I had to give it to the fucking security to then throw it to the next security guy to throw it to the crowd.
oh my
I was
gosh.
like, I like everybody right up on it. I like sweating. I like the sound in my face. I mean, we played the Neurotic Death Fest about 8-9 years ago, and they were like, "You're the first band on the big stage, man. You're gonna get the sound check all day." And the guy's like, "Dude, we just brought in this multi-million-dollar PA. You're gonna love this." We sat there for 1 fucking hour sound checking, getting everything right. As soon as we went on stage, couldn't hear shit. When it was over, guys like, "It was great, wasn't it?" And I didn't have I didn't want to ruin his day because he had a long day to go. So I was like, "Yeah, it was great." But I looked at the guys, I was like, "We sat there for all that time and it sounded like shit." I was like, "It's funny, we just played a party 2 weeks ago and the amps are right here and we can hear everything."
Sounded
So
great.
it is what it is. Nothing's above, beyond, below, nothing. You take it in stride, man. When you say you're young, you're like, "Hey, as long as there's electricity, yeah." Now we can't go to play, Jimmy's Cookout, because we have to choose in our work schedules and all that, like we used to. But don't count it out completely.
Sure.
We're gonna play any and everywhere we can, man.
We just heard from King Fowley there talking about some of the deceased influences. And before that, we heard Night of the Deceased. And then From the Ground They Came, Fearless Undead Machines, Contamination, the intro to Fearless Undead. And then a pair of tunes to open things up from the Blueprints for Madness, The Creek of the Dead, and Reproduction of Tragedy. And hopefully you too all heard Kiss from a Rose from Seal on that as well. I hope I've earwormed that forever and hopefully not ruin that song for you. But those last two tunes there, also from Fearless Undead Machines, obviously, From the Ground They Came, kind of bridges the title track to Night of the Deceased, and some cool guitar kind of godliness sort of throughout, even though there's a little bit more happening musically in From the Ground They Came than in, say, Contamination.
I put From the Ground They Came as epic as Moonshield.
Yeah, it's got kind of that sort of feel to it.
The triumphant, heavy metal Man of War kind of riff.
Yeah. It is interesting that, like, again, I would never in a million years associate like In Flames and Deceased, but like you said, they're drawn from the same pool. And, In Flames is really coming to their own in like 96, 97, 98. That's kind of when they're like really cresting and stuff. So it's interesting. There seemed to be like a place and a desire for that. I mean, this is when I was really getting into fucking Iron Maiden in a big, big way,
Well, I think also like with Dissection at the Gates, they're also pulling in from that thrash, lineage.
I mean, you mentioned Dissection. There's some stuff later on that straight sounds like riffs from Slaughter Son from Dawn.
Yeah, I think on Night of the Deceased that sounds like Dissection.
Yeah, I mean, it's fucking
great fucking chorus too.
Yeah, great. And I said, fuck, all these songs are super long.
Everything 7.5 to 8 minutes long.
Everything on this record. I mean, it's a long record. It's kind of if there's one critique of Fearless Undead, it's that maybe like near the end, it's a little bit of fatigue factor. But that was CDs in 97, right?
That was like, part of it. Yeah, everything was 105 minutes.
Yeah, we could fucking fill time, whatever. But I mean, you've got tons of speed metal that's now starting to come in. You're fucking Running Wild shit, early Halloween-esque riffs, mixed with Maiden shit. I mean, I just said this song is kind of a call to arms for fans, right? Night of the Deceased.
It's almost like the eponymous song too, like Iron Maiden, and
yeah. I think King says that they like open their shows with this for like years and stuff like that, so like it totally makes sense. Those grooves they discover in that last 3 minutes fucking rule. It's just a
this song lets the vocal line, that chorus, like actually like let the vocal kind of be the most interesting part of it, and the guitar just kind of like holds out a couple notes.
Yep.
It's very, very unlike almost anything they ever did before. Very like anthemic.
Sure, it's anthemic, and there's also like they also are starting to learn, compared to say like Blueprints, like when to like minimize things,
Yes.
like let things breathe, just kind of let things happen, and let the songs kind of become the songs. And that, I think, creates that more melodic and anthemic qualities that those bands we just mentioned kind of all, encapsulate. So
Well, instead of doing, 5 riffs, you could do 3 riffs and then come back to that first one again. Like it's all more thoughtful, I think.
well, it's kind of like the difference that you started to get, like where, like between like maybe In Flames and Dark Tranquility, I love fucking Skydancer, right? But Skydancer has like a lot going on, and so does to some extent the Gallery, right? There's just like a lot happening. And what was so nice and refreshing about In Flames was the simplicity, like they weren't overdoing anything. And that was like refreshing in an era where, like, on the flip side, I was also like wanting like Opeth, right? Which was doing kitchen sink shit, but In Flames, you could just put on, like, for people that maybe weren't hardcore into death metal, and there was enough going on for them, and they could be like, you know what? All right, I can, like
it's that Swedish melody,
Yeah, I mean, Linda, who I dated all through, high school, the end of high school and beginning of college, like she loved In Flames, but she wasn't like a metal person, and so they have that kind of crossover appeal. I'm not saying Deceased did, but like they could have, maybe, if you played it for the right person, So, so I want to return before, as we kind of wrap up Fearless Undead, and before we move completely to like Supernatural and stuff, but we've got this Decibel Hall of Fame for this era. And Mark Adams kind of talks a little bit about the vibes in the metal scene at the time. And he says, I actually look back at that time period as being probably the lowest point of the whole DC Virginia metal scene. When we first started playing shows in the late 80s, when we first started playing parties in 89, when we were playing our first shows, it was the craziest, most insane local scene. I wouldn't have traded places with any scene. It was very unified. People were coming out to shows. The pits were vicious. There was so much enthusiasm for it. But right around 91, 92, things started to take a turn. There wasn't as much band unity. There was a lot more shit talking. And then in the mid 90s, metal seemed to be in a lot of people's minds in a very low point. We felt why are people acting like they're ashamed of being into metal, into the bands that they were so killer and instrumental back in the day. On the other side, you had people making fun of metal, laughing at it. That was the type of stuff that jocks were doing back in high school. It definitely felt like metal was at this most vulnerable and disrespected. It's not a coincidence that all four of us did these special liner notes in Fearless Undead Machines that point out and say, fuck all you people that talk shit about metal and gave up on metal and act it like it's an embarrassment. And I went back and looked at those, and I don't know if you've looked at them recently, but like, King calls some people out for sure. I mean, he even calls out Rob Halford, who, was doing Fight and what was the other thing?
Voyeur,
yeah, and stuff,
or whatever it was called.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a bunch of, there's a ton of King Fowley interviews on YouTube if you want to go find some, and where people are at, or even like some of the interviews I was like, just online interviews I was reading, where it was, Maiden or Priest. It's like, Priest, they follow too many trends in the 80s and blah, blah. Like he's got strong opinions on most things, which I can appreciate.
Yep. Yeah, so Mark says, fuck off to anyone that ever turned their backs on metal, all alternative bands, people that used to be into metal when it was cool to be into, but have now grown out of it. Metallica, of course, they call them out, they cut their hair and stuff. So, it was a weird time, and
that's when like Alice in Chains, like, don't let your friends get haircuts on their guitar and shit. And
yeah. Right.
It was a weird time. Like,
sure.
Heavy music was popular, but everybody was distancing themselves. Like,
luckily we found our path and we kind of stayed out of that a little bit. But mainstream metal in like 97 was kind of starting to get embarrassing in America, right? It was like the rise of new metal and some of that stuff. So,
it's like just pre-butt rock, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. It's like heading towards the butt rock kind of stuff, So.
Well, luckily, Creed is getting back together this year, so you can. I have heard. You can finally relive that dream.
Thank God, butt rock coming back. One thing that
hello, my friends.
And I think I'm curious what your thoughts are on it since it's an artist kind of perspective. But
Yeah.
in the Decibel interview, King talks about not loving the cover actually,
For
and
Fearless?
yeah. So I thought this was kind of interesting. I'll share
I
what
don't
he.
think it's very good, honestly. I think it's not. I like a lot of Ben Scotter's stuff. He has a really like unique style. The weird thing, I think he developed his technique for like rendering before he figured out anatomy. And I think both his deceased covers, I think he just did the two, right?
Yeah, blueprints in this. Yep.
Yeah. The anatomy is wildly off. The point of focus, I think, on Fearless is kind of stupid.
Yeah.
Um, I don't know. It just didn't compared to everything because at the year before he did that Divine Intervention cover. So in a way, this almost seems kind of like he didn't put a whole lot of effort into it.
Yeah, because it's interesting because I love the Divine Intervention cover. I dig. I also one of my favorites maybe of his is the Sinister Hate cover, that demon and the green. That's
Yeah,
really fucking cool. I like how that turned out. But
I really like all of his modern autopsy stuff. I think is great.
yeah, that stuff's good too. Yep. I'm just thinking this era of the
The
mid
classic,
90s.
yeah. I mean, I think all of his Mortician stuff is really well done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the best part of the band along with
Yeah.
the samples. So, didn't somebody do a sample edit where they just put all the samples together? I think that's on YouTube.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, because we would all, oh, this is the Texas Chainsaw Massacre song. This is
Yeah.
this song, like whatever it was. It was just you couldn't tell. It was just so like, and also everything sucked. As far as live sound was back then,
Yeah.
if you couldn't,
Mortician was not good live at
no,
all.
like even like Dismember, I couldn't hear any of the guitars. I could only tell what song it was by the drums
Mhm.
and like vocal lines, like when we saw them in whatever year that was, 92 or something. That was
Kinda
with
like
a lot of those bands.
it was like that happens when like a new style of music comes in. I mean, you hear recordings of like Beatles concerts in like 65 and 66, and they sound like shit because they didn't have like PAs, they didn't have the right like amplification. The Beatles couldn't even hear themselves on stage most of the time. So like
Well, and also these guys that are doing sound, they're used to doing where it's like what you want in the mix highest is vocals and drums, and that's not what you want highest in the mix in death metal.
no, yep,
They finally figured out how to do that, like 25 years down the road.
yeah,
Like, Tribulation pulling in Fred Espy to do their live sound, like, okay, we can finally hear guitar. Like, put the guitar up. You don't need the kick so loud.
sure,
You don't need the
yep,
vocals so loud. It'd be nice to not have the keyboard, if it's in there, like dominate everything
yep.
because of
Yep.
its sonic range or whatever. But yeah, that was definitely the era of just abysmal sounding live shows.
So here's what King had to say about the cover. He says the idea I had was it was going to be a funeral. The dad was dead, the mom and son were sitting there, and the dad was peeking through the coffin, and nobody knew it was going to happen except for the person looking at the record because the zombie's peeking out. It was supposed to be a cemetery, and in the background over a fence through a hill down the woods, the beginning of the factory smoke, and then you turn the CD booklet around and you see all the zombies ready to come over that hill, starting the whole scenario. So back then I was working with faxes. Artist Wes Benscotter sent me faxes, and I'm like, this ain't what I want, dude. He'd say, let me try again. He'd scratch it out and he'd send me another one. This isn't what I want, dude. This isn't even close. I'd seen his artwork, fantastic artist, all that stuff, but it wasn't working for me and him. So when it was said and done, I settled. I fucking hate settling because I want to give it all I fucking possibly can give it. I settled because Relapse was like, come on, every time he does a sketch, he's charging us. I was like, okay, fine. That was the last time I ever worked with Wes. I think he got a little hair up his ass. I probably had a hair up my ass too. We talked on the phone. We tried to get it right. We just couldn't settle on anything that worked. I don't know why he kept asking my opinion on it because he wasn't even drawing it. He wasn't even coming close. I have a couple of faxes somewhere in my archives and it was just shit. He sent me this thing. Look, it's a piece of earth with all these cemeteries and underneath it are all these zombies pulling people, legs through the earth. And I'm like, what? You can't even tell what that is. It looks like a radish. So it's just, I mark Mark Adams says, I do remember him having different ideas before that, but man, that's a new one on me. I kind of like it. It's got a very eerie feeling to it. I love the industrial part in the background with the smokestacks. It's got a gloomy, fog-like feeling to it. It definitely looks like something from a late 60s horror movie. All the specs and stuff that you would see on the film cell. And then Fowley says, we tried like hell, me and Eric Horst at Relapse. We tried so hard to make it look like old movie film. Because if you notice all the cuts on there, it's supposed to be like an old movie film found somewhere. We were trying to touch it up, make the yellow not so yellow, this and that. And then Smith says there was another version of the artwork that another artist did and was very mechanical. It was released when Caroline Distribution was putting out a catalog for new releases, and the original Fearless cover was on that cover. And then Fowley, people would come up to me with tattoos on it, on their back and on their arms and shit, and he laughs because he hated it. And then Smith says, I thought Wes did a great job. It totally gets the feel of the record. I love the color, the look of the zombies. And Fowley says, the guy in the front that's looking at you, that's who's supposed to be seen in a half-open coffin lid. The other people on the cover are unaware of anything that's happened other than the tragedy of death. I just didn't get that. I just got a tragedy. He laughs. So
Yeah, I like what King's, his original idea. I think it was a mix of like Return of the Living Dead with, the toxic shit coming back down in rain or whatever, like, bringing the zombies back, but actually having some type of story.
Yeah.
And I was like, I did a couple pieces for the autopsy box set that Peaceful put out that after the cutting. Yeah. And I did one for Service for a Vacant Coffin. And I had, without knowing the story, I had it was a family and a father like weeping over the coffin. And
yeah,
then,
I have that one framed in my basement.
Yeah. And I wanted to make it as like disgusting and gross and just like miserable as possible. And then the guys are in the background, like with there's a picture of his wife, and then the Undertaker's holding like her severed head behind his back. And then there's another guy like gutting her in the background. Like that makes sense for like what that would have been an interesting, it tells more of a story than just the more literal, Fearless Undead Machines, and there's this, factory thing in the background. Like, oh, okay. But
yeah, it's almost like
also, he was in his 20s or something too.
Is that Wes?
Yeah.
Or King?
No.
Yeah,
I guess King might have been in his late 20s, the early 30s or something at that point.
Yeah.
But no, I get it. Sometimes it doesn't, like, just like styles don't work out.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you got to kind of like figure out what, the artist works best. But he had a relationship with Relapse at that point, so I totally understand why they went with him. But it's the deceased stuff he did is my least favorite of anything he's ever done.
Yeah. It seems like King's a singular guy, and he's got a vision. It's kind of uncompromising. I respect that.
Yeah, I really like the stuff that happens later on with, I think the last 3 records, the painter guy, what is his name? I'd have to look it up again. But he's done the last 3 deceased records, and they're very, just kind of weird. It seems like very like South American weird ideas.
Yeah, I'm looking at Alan Kozlowski does the Supernatural Addiction one.
Yeah, I'm thinking of As the Weird Travels On, Surreal Overdose, and Ghostly White.
Here, I've got the CDs right here. Let me see if it says.
I don't like Supernatural Addiction. It looks too like it's too comic booky and not a good way to me.
Yeah, it's kind of got a little bit of that.
It's kind of flat.
Yep.
Raul Gonzalez is the guy I'm thinking of. Yeah,
Raul Gonzalez. Yep.
He's got if you look him up on Metallium, he's pretty prolific. But It's all like weird, very underground stuff.
So I guess as we wrap things up here, let's see. There's one last little part I want to share from the Decibel thing, and it's just them kind of asking what their opinion on Fearless Undead is today, looking back at it as one does a little. And Fowley says, I'm very hard to please. There's a couple things here and there that I would change if I could do it again, but at the same time, maybe I'd leave it like that because it's all trial and error and life is that way. I love the songs. I still love playing the stuff live. It seems our opener for many, many years has been Night of the Deceased from that record. That song's probably my favorite live song. The whole record, the whole experience, everything. I just have fantastic memories of all of it. It still stands very strong in my heart. Adam says it holds the test of time. It's still, for me, my favorite album. I've got very fond memories of it. It was a really fun time for the band. We were definitely at our creative peak. Every band has one of those albums where everything just comes together. Les says, I look at it as a great record. At the time, it was the best record that we had done. Everything came together, sending us in the direction that we would follow as far as writing songs went. It's a great memory, good times with the band. It's probably gotten better over time because the more you hear about something you did, you look back at it a little better. I've always felt strong about it. And then Smith says, I still think for me, it's my favorite album just because of the era. It was a big step for us, and I have fond memories of that time. I think we're definitely made better records, but I think it's my overall favorite. We've really got the Deceased sound down with that record. So, yep. And then they asked, did the record change things for the band? And Smith says, it sure didn't help us money-wise. He laughs. Adam says, it was nice to finally be recognized that we could actually stand out and people would say, damn, this record fucking kicked my ass. It didn't make us rich or go on tour or anything like that. But what it did was it felt like we're finally being recognized for what we can do. We didn't even think it would be received like that. In that way, it definitely did make a big difference for us as a band. It was a turning point. You can't really deny that. Les says, the shows were really cool. We'd play these festivals with a ton of death metal bands. I've always hated those. Hated waiting around to play, hearing all the crappy bands play. But for Fearless, we were doing more of our own shows. We played CBGB for the first time with Psy. That was a killer show. It was more fun. I was never a big one for playing live. I like playing the gigs, but I hated the waiting around and the travel. It was having a lot more fun with the gigs back then. And then King has the last word. Seemed like more people got to us. Relapse did a hell of a job promoting that record. We got the cover of Metal Maniacs at the time, and ads were everywhere. We've always been a band where people go, why aren't you more popular? We don't care. We're not trying to be Hit Parade or Band of the Month. We don't give a fuck. We're never going to be the big band. We just don't care. We'll stay right where we are, just rocking along. So, well said by the King. So, but yeah, we've got one more final tune from the record. It's the Psychic that we're going to hear to kind of open up this sort of next set. And, just a cool marching Nawabum kind of drum / riffs at the beginning, kind of real super upbeat fucking Maiden like melodies at the start. It's kind of real earworm type of tune.
Another good bass break and
these
good tremolo riffs.
Yeah, fucking stellar, man. Great raw emotions and King's vocals too. Love that fucking shredding kind of speed metal solo in it. It's just a good representation of the finer points of it. And really there's a lot of songs that are kind of masterpieces. Even the last song, Destiny, is pretty epic. I think it's the longest song maybe on the record, and that's pretty cool as well. So
yeah,
you never sat down with Fearless, can't go wrong. It's definitely one to sort of put on.
There's a double disc reissue that Hell's Headbangers put out last year.
Is there for CD? What's the double disc?
I don't know. For LP it is.
Oh,
but I think it's got a bunch of extra crap on it.
Okay, yeah. I guess because it would be a longer normal vinyl because it's like pushing like an hour and 10 minutes or whatever. So
yeah, because normally you can get about, if you want to get really diminishing returns on your sound, you get about 38 minutes, I think, for a full.
Oh, is that what you can do?
LP, yeah.
3 years later, all right, the metal landscape seems to is actually kind of catching up to Deceased's refusal to kind of give into these modern trends, which I think is kind of cool. Yeah. And instead, metal starting to embrace early thrash and speed and power and black metal influences and stuff like that. And so, it's kind of the right time for Supernatural. And even though the cover, I kind of agree. I don't love the cover. I think Supernatural it's a refinement of Fearless Undead. It's their most heavy metal record that they've made up to this point. And it's, much more streamlined, shorter, catchier songs. I mean, each of the 8 songs is based on like a different ghost story. It's kind of Mike Flanagan kind of metal at this point, having just finished, Fall of House of Usher and stuff and the things that he kind of does with that.
It does sound, it sounds good, but it's still not their best sounding record, even though it's, Simon F.M.E. is a pretty big producer for,
I think they'll make better records, but I definitely, in doing research, saw a lot of people who said that this is their favorite record, and I can understand that. It's like
I saw that as well. Yeah.
punchier, more immediate stuff. I mean, like I said, Fearless, there's a fatigue factor with it if you're sitting down in like one sitting, but like this is like a 40-minute record and it's just like boom, 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 done.
Yeah.
And that's cool, And probably in 2000, I remember when this record came out. I don't know how much I listened to it. I liked it. I remember getting a promo from Relapse at the time and stuff, but um, just it's almost completely musically they've tethered themselves almost completely from death metal at this point. This is not.
They've become their own thing at this point, really.
Yeah, they're deceased.
I mean, even King's vocals, there's not, I mean, there's no growls. It's like he's kind of coming into his own as like this is what I sound like.
Yeah.
Here's my repertoire, and there's nothing guttural or screamy really about this at all.
And the one thing I really noticed on this that really makes an appearance, and it's been sprinkled throughout, we've obviously mentioned Maiden so much. I hear a lot of like Don't Break the Oath kind of worship here. There's a lot more Merciful Fate that's starting to really be poured in, and that's cool. I mean, that's just in the songwriting, but also in like the guitar duos and some of the ideas that they're kind of coming up with. Lots of shredding that you get, that European kind of shredding kind of aspect to some of what Mark and Mike are doing as a duo,
and more concise, I think tighter songwriting.
Yeah.
I think they're kind of refining a lot of that, and this stuff, like they have a lot of different peaks, throughout their career, but this is kind of like what would this technically be, like mid period?
Yeah,
it's kind of like the height of the mid period, then they take a little bit of a break, and I think that we're in for some really, honestly, I think some of my favorite stuff is their latter period.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'll be blunt and just say like probably Surreal Overdose might be my favorite record from them. Depending on what day you ask me, but it's But I think you're right for like phase one, the Relapse phase. This is like they're at the top of the mountain, right? They're in a really good spot, and then there's some personal things that are going to go bad. Obviously, the relationship with Relapse is going to go bad, and we'll kind of talk about all that stuff when we kind of get back after going through this. But it's kind of phase one of Deceased, the midpoint. This is kind of where they're at. But I wanted to share, because I think this is interesting for people that maybe don't know, just the different influences for each of the songs. I think is kind of cool, because in the booklet they kind of tell you where the inspiration for each song is. So the Premonition, a song we'll talk more about the music here in a second, but it says the Premonition was inspired by the TV show The Twilight Zone, the episode 22, written by Rod Serling. And then the second song, Dark Chilling Heartbeat, is obviously Telltale Heart from Edgar Allan Poe. Who's
on the cover?
Yeah, he's on the cover. And again, it just, if you're a fan of Poe and you haven't checked out The Fall House of Usher on Netflix, the Mike Flanagan show, it's great. And there's a Telltale Heart episode that's pretty badass.
Also, the Roger Corman is fantastic as well.
Yeah, great. Pit and the Pendulum episode for Fall House of Usher is pretty fucking badass too. They stuck the landing with the series, so when you get a chance to watch it, I think you'll dig it. But
that's cool. Those are always for some reason, there's a point when I was, anytime I got sick and I didn't go to school in, I would say early to mid 80s. My dad would always get me those Corman Poe movies.
Poe movies, yeah.
Yeah. And it was just, I need to talk to him, like, why? Exactly. Yeah. If I express some type of interest or something, he probably won't even remember. But I remember
reading Poe in elementary school. Like I remember a teacher talking about it, and like we learned about Baltimore and some of that. So maybe you came home from school one day and talked about Poe, and he's like, fuck it, I'll rent these movies for you.
It could have been, but it was also like, Telltale Heart, and it was a lot of like metaphor that was really easy to understand.
Sure.
Where I, outside of like, Bible verse, I first understood what metaphor meant.
Yeah. Yep.
So it might have been a little bit of that, but yeah, that stuff is it's just very evocative, and very American Gothic horror too, which is interesting.
Yeah. I think what I read Telltale Heart, and I think I read Murders in the Rue Morgue. Those were like the two I read. I don't know if I ever actually read the full Raven poem. So
I never knew Murders in the Rue Morgue until Maiden.
yeah, I always thought it was kind of funny that there was a song about this thing that I had read when I was in elementary school, So I remember being like really surprised reading it because it was like a monkey, and I kept thinking it was gonna be like a serial killer or something, but I was like, what the
Yeah.
fuck? Like, yeah, it was just a really weird turn of events, I
When
suppose.
I've got that double Murders in the Rue Morgue and fuck that the DVD. I can't think what the double was with it. I think it's the dude from Jesus. What's the oh god. The dude from Scott, what's the Scott Bakula show that he did with the dude from
The guy that's in the Lynch movies.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, fuck. I can picture his
But
picture
that
his
dude,
face
he
with
was
makeup
in a
on.
Lovecraft.
Dean Stockwell.
Yeah, he was in a
Wasn't-
Dunwich. I have Dunwich Horror
Yeah,
and
Dunwich
Murders in the
Horror.
Rue Morgue is on a single disc.
Yeah. I have that too. I have that
I was
double
like, what
disc.
a weird combination.
Dunwich Horror is pretty wild.
Yeah,
So
it's pretty good.
pretty cool scenes in that. Yep. Um, so so then the third track is called A Very Familiar Stranger, and that's inspired by the recording famous ghost story segment, The Hitchhiker, written by Oscar Brand. Then another song, the fourth song, Frozen Screams, which we'll also hear, is inspired by the motion picture Asylum segment, Frozen Fear, written by Robert Bloch. Then Doll with the Hideous.
Psycho.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Doll with the Hideous Spirit is inspired by the motion picture Trilogy of Terror, the segment written by Richard.
The third segment, which is I hadn't watched that in years, and me and Lisa watched that.
Is that the one with Karen Black? Is she in that
No,
segment?
she's in the first one. She's in Trilogy of Terror, but this is the one with like this goofy little
that little trollish
Zuni thing that has like a little gold.
Yeah.
If you listen to the lyrics of King talking about it,
Zuni. Yep.
It's got this little necklace on it. If the necklace gets dispersed, like the spirit comes out and tries to kill whoever is nearby. But it's a glorified little hand puppet that's trying to, like, the woman is so terrified that like you could just smash it with a lamp or something.
Yeah.
It would be over. But
Richard Matheson wrote that one. So there you go.
Yeah.
Yep. And then we've got The Hanging Soldier, and that's inspired by the book The Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge, written by Ambrose Bierce. And then Chambers of the Waiting Blind, inspired by the motion picture Tales from the Crypt, the segment Blind Alleys, written by William Gaines. And then Ellie's Dementia was actually inspired by Blair Witch Project. So
yeah. Okay.
So again, 8 ghost stories. That's kind of the point behind it, which is pretty neat. So so let's get into it. We're gonna hear a trio of tunes from Supernatural Addiction, this sort of like peak of the relapse kind of era from 2000. We're gonna start with The Premonition. I just said so much melody. You can see them drawing. Oh, this is funny because you said the same quote. This is what I literally wrote. You could see them drawing from the same well as Gothenburg stuff, like In Flames. Fucking 2 guitar solos in the song are to die for. Again, I really do like the succinct songwriting. They're just kind of getting there a bit. I really hear, like, in A Very Familiar Stranger, this is the song that shows me how far they've come as musicians and songwriters, at least at this point. Some of the best elements of early Dark Tranquillity, even early Opeth, are kind of shared here. I said the passage from 3 minutes forward with King's vocal performance are fucking pristine. I said there's a lot of like In the Shadows, Merciful Fate spirit, and cool female vocals too. So
it's about the songs. It's like tighter ideas, like lots of maiden melodies and epic solo.
Yep. And then we get, speaking of maiden melodies, man, fucking galloping thrash perfection on Frozen Screams. One of the best solos that they've ever written at this point. Probably the catchiest chorus in the whole fucking record. It's this great, murder ballad, the whole thing. It's just it's good stuff.
King is like he's fucking hamming it up all over the kit too. It's great lead, like weird time changes, like Slayer dive bombs. He's doing a little shuffle beat. Like he's really all over the kit on this song too.
I think the thing that I recognize about them by the time you get to Fearless, and I think this is true of the rest of their career, and maybe that's why Fearless is such a turning point. You get the feeling that nothing is calculated. These guys are jamming and they are playing exactly what they fucking want and they're enjoying every moment of it. Like
Oh yeah,
that's
they love this. They're not. There's
yeah.
no errors to any of this.
Nothing is calculated, and
Yeah,
like that's rare these days. I just feel like it's even some of my favorite bands I think are kind of probably calculated in some ways, and that's not a
sure.
fault. It's just it is what it is, the industry or whatever they're trying to do. But like
Well,
they
and if
do
it's different, if this is your like livelihood, or if this is your passion. And for Deceased, it's their passion. It's
yep,
not. It's not what they're
they're not making a
paying
living
their
off of it.
mortgage with,
Yep, yeah, that's true.
and
So
that makes a big difference.
like they're got to be one of the best hobby bands ever, because like that's
Yeah,
kind of what they become, it's just like this incredible hobby band, but they take it so fucking serious, and
yeah.
that's
They stick to their guns. That when they tour, like when you see them play, everybody knows every fucking song.
mhm.
Like I think Deceased is one of those bands that the younger generation has embraced in a way that I've never seen.
And
Honestly,
I think we've talked so much about like a guy like Joseph Schaefer, who was by the way was super excited for this episode. He posted something
oh,
about it,
nice.
but um he's that perfect, right? We've talked about how he like absorbed all these different weird thrash bands together, and I think like Deceased is the perfect band for like a generation that was absorbing like all the influences at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
You know, we
yeah.
didn't.
The internet, like the where you could find, you didn't have to buy or know people to find weird stuff. You could find it
Mhm.
on the internet. Like he might be that might he may I don't know if he's the first generation, but he's that definitely that age group where like they were crafty and found different groups online, like, oh, what's the, like weird thrash thing or whatever. Like I had no fucking idea. We either had to pay for it or we had to know somebody,
Yeah,
or
yeah,
somebody needed to tell us about it.
yeah. Totally. But
So that's awesome that I kind of envy his generation a bit for that kind of stuff.
yeah, I'd be kind of curious what some of the younger fans of the podcast kind of think about Deceased, like
Yeah.
especially if they don't know these guys, So, all right, well, let's get into it. We're gonna hear from King once again. He's gonna talk a little bit about Fearless and Supernatural, and so then we'll hear our final tune from Fearless Undead Machines, the Psychic. Then a trio of tunes from 2000 Supernatural Addiction. We've got the Premonition, A Very Familiar Stranger, and Frozen Screams. Why do you think Supernatural and Fearless hit the way they did in the late 90s? Do you think there was kind of a hunger for some of that more traditional stuff at that time, like almost a craving for some of those early influences, because metal had kind of gone in so many weird directions?
Metal was a bad word. Heavy metal were bad words in America. I don't know if you remember, but
I
it was all
remember, yeah.
grunge. If it wasn't that, it was Pantera. And Pantera, to me, people love them whenever they can log them heavy, this and that. They weren't a traditional heavy metal to me, even before Phil, or well, Phil was there for the one record, but even their early stuff, it is what it is. But that whole era was it was like metal was such a bad word. I can remember fucking seeing Lars Ulrich on Howard Stern show, and they said, yeah, Metallica is a great metal band. That's something like that. Howard said, and he said, and he said, what? And his girlfriend said he hates being called metal. He hates the band being called metal. And Howard said, it's got metal in your name of your band. And she was like, oh, he doesn't want to hear that. And I remember going to see, I think it was Motorhead and Anthrax opened. They were gas station attendant shirts, nothing metal about them anymore. It was gone. It was all removed, but we were always playing metal. And I remember the sticker on our record said, no Pantera beards, no chugga chugga riffs, no breakdowns, just fucking death metal from the grave. And Relapse said, absolutely fucking not. And they took the sticker off.
Oh man.
They would not run it. And I was like, wow, thanks for being underground. Thanks for letting us be ourselves. Because I thought this was not the overground. This was the underground. So that was one of the early bites at us. Even our fuck you list, which had included some of those bands on, they took half of them off because we work with those guys. We have to tour with those bands. You can't put that up. It has nothing to do with you. It's fucking us, That's why when you see these commentary tracks on DVDs, it says not affiliated with them. What these people say is their own fucking opinions, not necessarily ours. He could have put that. They wouldn't even stand by us. So we knew then that was happening. But that and Supernatural Addiction, man, I think we had a craving to just say, we love fucking heavy metal. Why don't, if you don't love it, I don't give a fuck. We love it. So we were playing it. I remember, like I said earlier, Fearless, Mike was like, dude, this is my Maiden riff. You know what you're saying? This is like Venom. Later on, he's like, you know, this is like right, this little section here. And we weren't trying to go heavy metal exclusive. We wanted to mix it all in. And we would have, people, I remember when we did Supernatural, one review said, oh, these guys just want to suck In Flames ass hard now. We're like, In Flames, we're not even like In Flames. You know, we're not even influenced by In Flames. You know, I was like, dude, it's Iron Maiden. We're all biting off Iron Maiden. I said, and why we're doing it now is because we can do it now. We know how to do guitar harmonies right. We know how to play leads better now. It's time. We've grown as a band. We're in our fucking 4th, 5th albums here.
Yeah.
We're gonna fucking do it. When we did Luck of the Corpse, we couldn't do that. If we would have done it, it would have been faked in the studio. We'd have done it. It took 67 times to get it right, and we'd never play it right live. Or if you know, it would be fudge. Somebody else would play the part, and you'd say, "Oh, that was great on the record. You guys are amazing musicians." No. So it came naturally. But yeah, I think you're right. It was. Supernatural Addiction is still my all-time favorite Deceased record because I think that the stories match up with the music just right. That's important to me. The tone of the theme of the song has to match what we're doing to get it. And that happens very rarely, even with our stuff, in my opinion. Some of it always falls, like A Very Familiar Stranger. Perfect example of it all working exactly how it should.
Yeah.
And that was a really good time. And for those two records too, we were practicing at my house for both of them. We built a room inside of a room. We didn't have to go anywhere. We could just go in there and get lost in our own music. Chalkboard up, and you know, changes here. I put a mixing board in there with a fucking taping on it. I could move the songs. You know, next practice, we're gonna move that to here. Here it is. Listen, and then we play it. So that was a really, really good time for the band.
You just heard Frozen Screams, A Very Familiar Stranger, The Premonition, all from Supernatural Addiction. And then you also heard The Psychics to kicking things off from Fearless Undead Machines. So, yeah, here we are. We've kind of now entered into this like weird aftermath era. We've got one more tune that we're going to hear from Supernatural before things I kind of go off the rails a little bit in terms of health and band member kind of stuff that's going to happen. And it's
there's a 5-year break.
Yeah, it's I mean, there's things happening, but it's also just kind of like we're going to get into this new pattern for like this sort of second phase of deceased career coming up here. But
Is this where everybody was like moving out of states and
I
like
think
everybody living in a different state, or is that
that's some of it? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think a lot of it's the health issues and
didn't like King had a stroke or something?
yeah. So post Supernatural, the health problems really began. He's gonna have a blood clot in his lung in 2002, and then he's gonna have a stroke in 2004, which is what's gonna sort of stop him from playing drums and all that kind of stuff. But before, because that's definitely a bigger narrative. We're gonna hear one more tune to open up the next set, so I might as well just kind of get out of the way, and then we can kind of start talking about the other stuff. And it's A Doll with a Hideous Spirit, the tune we were just kind of talking, or the Trilogy of Terror that we were just kind of talking about a few minutes ago. And this is where I hear like old fucking Dark Tranquility Gallery riffs. This is where I heard like Dawn Slaughterson riffs, sentence leads, even, I mean, fucking the tremolo parts and stuff. Is even like they're near the end of the song. I'm curious if you grabbed it, because I can't figure, all I could think of was it reminded me of like an Accept riff. It's just like proto thrash kind of like thing.
I wrote like, what's this riff? Triumph.
What is it? Did you know? Did you pick up?
I have no idea. No, I couldn't figure it out.
Drive me crazy. I was like, maybe Mark like knows what it is, but I couldn't put my finger on it. So I don't know if you guys out there know what the fuck.
Well, this was, I don't have you seen Trilogy of Terror lately?
I have not. No.
The franticness of that segment in the movie, like they reflect it so well. I mean, actually, I think they reflect it better than it really is in the movie.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And like just the different time changes, the speeding things up, and like King's very very melodramatic delivery of a lot of the stuff makes it makes it more interesting and exciting than the actual film
movie segment.
But it seems like it actually takes his original witnessing of this as a kid or a teenager or whatever it might have been, and he kind of reflects that through the song, which I think is a really interesting, like I think they do really well, like building up this like frantic dance back and forth of being pursued, or this terror of the unknown or whatever it might be, but there's a very like conscious effort to really to kind of like guide, like you're really holding, they're like he's holding your hand as you're going through this like traumatic whatever it might be, whatever the situation might be. And it's that's something I never really thought about before, with how like his really like adept storytelling is much more, there's more there than I originally thought, I think.
Well, I think you bring up an interesting point, that is this idea of like memory and perception, especially when it comes to like getting scared a lot when you're a kid versus like the reality of what it is. Because for me, there's two real specific examples that come to mind. One is, I think it was Christmas or Thanksgiving. I was at my dad's family's, side, my grandma and stuff. And I don't know whose house we were at, some aunt or uncle. And my cousins and I were somewhere in the basement, and we were watching Alice, Sweet Alice, Shields movie.
Yeah.
And I was probably like 5. And I felt so unsettled by stuff. Like I remember there's like a scene where like there's like a dead girl in like a cabinet or not something like a case, she's like the lid's down on it or something, and just the mask that the killer has. And it's all these evocative memories. I couldn't fucking tell you the plot. I've never gone back and seen it because it unsettled me and got under my skin so much. But now I'm like a horror person. Like, right, if I watch it now, I wouldn't be scared at all. But like, I'm still holding on to this memory of this movie and how deeply it fucked and disturbed me back when I was 5. And I think the other movie that stands out is Children of the Corn. You know, like I saw that when I was like 6, and I was scared of cornfields for all the rest of my life. Like up through high school, when we played cornfield tag, I'd fucking freak out and be like, do not leave me alone or I'm gonna have a fucking traumatic meltdown and stuff. And it was all because of the voice from the sky, like talking. It really creeped me out a lot.
That's the magic of I think of horror and of mythology in general, like that it can, because Children of the Corn, if you go back and watch it now, it's a fucking, it's
Easy
a
as fuck.
slog to get through.
I know that. Yeah. But here's the thing. I've never gone back to watch it. I don't want
I don't
to.
think you should.
It'll ruin everything.
Yeah.
You know?
But though I think that's what King is at least what I'm interpreting through how he talks about these movies, his love and his, whatever big effect he got from these films, is that he's keeping that kind of like vibe alive. And I think that's really, that's like his, his modern Vincent Price kind of, evangelism that he's doing a lot of these songs.
Yeah, it's perfect. Yeah. I'm glad you said that, because that kind of like unlocked that idea that I think we all have, right? We all have like scary memories, and it might be something real. It might be, the reason you're scared of the dark now, or, just like whatever.
Even your interpretation of something like as dumb as like, like Jason, you've seen Jason X, obviously, right?
Yeah.
When I first saw that, my interpretation was that when they come back down from space, I was like, wouldn't it have been like, because you end up, kind of twisting these things around a little bit. Like, wouldn't it have been more interesting if this was like a deep space mission, they come back to Earth, and all that's there is this guy huffing and puffing with a fucking machete. He's killed everybody on Earth, and he's waiting for these people to come back. Like, there's those things, like the things you create that don't exist there in it, but those ideas create, this kind of this like breeding ground for you to like, oh my God, what if this happened?
Well, that's like me and my buddies that like love wrestling talking about like what if scenarios, if like, Bret Hart had stayed with WWE and the Montreal Screwjob didn't happen, and then, or this guy didn't get hurt, or this guy didn't get like drugged.
Yeah, that's when you love this stuff. That's when that stuff comes up. That's what makes the stuff magical.
Yeah,
when it like it just lives in your imagination. Like whoever's putting this stuff out. It's just like when it can keep, like, there's not a whole lot of stuff I can think of anymore that that has like exceeded my, like, that just is like almost like a prompt to like make you like freak out, like, oh my God, what if this happens? What if modern stuff doesn't really do that as much anymore? A lot of things are very spelled out, or you go on YouTube and and people like, oh, this is what this means, like, but it's more interesting when I didn't know what it meant.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's my kind of one of my takeaways from this, is like the King has that youthful enthusiasm about a lot of these old, burnt offerings, whatever movie it might be, like, that stuck with him, and now he's interpreting them as an adult into like lyrics that are really interesting,
but preserving sort of the essence and feeling of the past,
and like that, like the magic of what a Hammer horror movie was like. We can't even really imagine what that is now. Like, there's really not an equivalent. Well, and they were all very like moral and O. Henry endings, and Twilight Zone, all that stuff is just so much. There's so much tied to it that's different than what we have now for horror films.
And it was the struggle I had in teaching the horror film class last year, is like showing old horror, because old horror is not that scary, especially to like kids in a modern sense. And so
no, you got to tell. I mean, even if when you tell like what it means in a context, it's very difficult to really like. It still doesn't reflect like what it meant to those kids, or what it meant to us as a kid.
Figure out how to appreciate the imagination of it, or put it in the context of the time. And that's not everybody can do that. Like, I think I can do that, and you can do that because we've been raised to do that, but that can be a struggle,
Well, like what's not seen is like, that's not really a mindset anymore. It's all what's seen. Like the stuff you didn't see is what made it more creepy. And I don't think that's really a thing anymore.
Like there were kids that totally got why we were watching Night of the Hunter.
Mhm.
And then there are other kids that are like, what is this? And what this is like slow and like there's no blood. Like where's the horror? I'm like, oh
Yeah.
dude, like come on. Like he's like
Robert
he's like the
Mitchum's
model of like
Jesus.
a serial killer. Like he's a
Yeah.
model of like what Psycho is gonna do a few years, so like
Well,
anyway,
yeah, when the kids are in the boat
yeah,
and he's
singing the
on the
fucking
horse and singing, like, Jesus, like,
yeah, like
come
it's
on.
all like really unsettling stuff. And again, I'm not discounting the younger generation because plenty of kids in the class were like, that was fucking cool. Like I got
Yeah.
that. They love the cinematography and the shadows and stuff, but it's not immediate. And so like kids that want that immediate gratification or like can't handle like cheesy things or whatever, like they can't get past it,
Mhm.
So Universal horror movies, like how are those going to hold up for kids? I don't know. I mean, they liked Bride of Frankenstein for the most part because it's an entertaining enough movie. It's not a scary movie. It's just a really cool idea.
It's like it's a very postmodern movie.
Um, but like I remember I was just recently listening to an interview with John Carpenter, and John Carpenter was kind of talking about like he was talking about The Thing and what inspired him as a kid. And he's obviously talking about sci-fi movies and early horror movies and stuff. And he kind of talked about, he goes, bad special effects didn't even bother me back then. I kind of knew what they were, but like that was the charm. I
Mhm.
love the charm of that. And Larry, my stepdad's the same way. He loves like 40s and 50s stuff, even when it's got kind of like sort of cheesy, kind of artificial special effects. So you can tell their costumes or that or this with the aliens and stuff.
Yeah.
And there's some people that just can't get past that. You know what I mean? Like there's just like you and I I can get into that stuff. Doesn't bother me in the least. I
Well, and
can see
also
the art.
there's their added level of the craftsmanship of early
Yeah,
special effects too.
that's it. It's like
Yeah, I
Star
mean,
Wars.
there's multiple levels of it. Like what makes Star Wars and Blade Runner and Aliens, a lot of these early-ish, I guess, 80s, 70s, 80s sci-fi stuff work so well is that there's something about things that are real in reality,
Mhm.
physical things that you have a completely different, like compared to uh, like Multiverse of Matt, like something completely made out of pixels and some green screens. But when
Yeah.
something's physically real, there's something else there. And when
Yeah.
you know that somebody like built this, like RoboCop in '87, like Ed 209 was all stop motion. Like
Yeah.
all the stuff, like you can there's a certain kind of reality to this that's not evident in a lot of other things now.
Like Ray Harryhausen stuff. The things
Exactly. Yeah.
like you can obviously tell it's like fake-ish, but it's also real. Like it's
Yeah.
real things
It
that
happened. Somebody made it.
Yeah.
It's not a program that happened. It's there's something about CG that's never been. It doesn't like there's a mix. Like if you're gonna like, in my mind, animation still beats CG in a lot of ways. If you're
Mhm.
gonna do something that's completely CG, just animate it because it's better. It seems
that
more realistic. It seems more natural or more impactful.
I'm really excited. Maybe the night before Depeche Mode, I don't know. We'll see. But I really, really want you to see that new Spider-Man animated film in the theater down here because like
I like
that
the first one. I waited, I don't know, a good year and a half before it came out.
first one's incredible, let me
Yeah.
tell you. But this next one is just like it's like, to me, it's like this is like why movies are made. Like this is it. Like this, it's the furthest realms of imagination, like being taken to like the furthest extent of what you can do with animation. It's fucking remarkable.
Yeah, because
So
I could not give two shits about any superhero movie in the last 5 years, probably. But
yeah,
animation, I think animation is where a lot of that stuff should lie.
mm-hmm.
Because like I don't think necessarily an actor needs to be tied to a certain role. I think it's so much bigger than that. Like comic books they're not live action.
Yeah, and
Um,
comic books live beyond an author and a writer, and they just like
yeah, and it's like it's modern mythology. It's like the it's the modern
yeah,
Bible
what
or something. You know, it's like,
but like think about like The Simpsons. The Simpsons, like,
yeah.
and I'm not saying modern, like newer Simpsons stuff I don't care that much about, but like there's something like permanent about that because it is animation. And
Mhm.
so like you can continue to use that vehicle. You don't have to worry about an actor. Like look
Or
at what
like, you
happened.
know, South Park, any of that stuff, like where you're not tied to, I mean, you're tied to an actor, but you're not tied to an actor's youth.
Yeah, but I mean, look at what happened with Black Panther, right? Like that's a
Yeah.
really unfortunate circumstance that sort of happened, and it really threw that whole franchise into disarray, and
Yeah. I never saw the second
it's
one, but
it's sad as fuck because I
it,
mean, it just is, it's got parts that really work and stuff, but like there's this overwhelming morbidity to the whole movie because you know what's going on, they're like
yeah.
fuck, and they're trying to replace and deal with the weight of this loss of this actor, and that's cool-ish, but it's like it's unfortunate they have to do that. So
Yeah. Like
um
that's why I think just like ultimately, I think, especially the more of like abstract comic book movies, they don't need to be done in live action. I think
mm,
stuff like Spider-Man when he's like a really like, he's your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, Daredevil, um, even X-Men I think is at the edge of where it really works.
yeah, well,
I
I mean,
think
the X-Men
animation and
animated
comic
series
books
was really
are
good,
much better. What's that?
right? The X-Men animated series in the 90s was really good, like
I didn't know the source material enough to have an opinion about it.
okay. I think it holds up pretty good. I mean, it's not as good as like Batman the animated series or anything like that, but it's like it was beneath
But
that.
they really cared about the source material.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think the same with I didn't really like it that as much because it was had more modern stuff in it, but it was on another Fox series that was the Spider-Man
Yeah.
series.
Okay. I can't remember it. I didn't really watch it, but
And I've seen a handful of things, but I think like certain like certain of these story like Spider-Man stuff, the best it's going to be is when it's like street level.
mhm.
Um and that's why like movies are fine, the live action ones. I don't dislike them, but they're not. Surprisingly, I think I like the Andrew Garfield ones the most because they're more street level, because that's what Spider-Man was. He was this kid that his parents died. He lived with his aunt. He had to worry about them having money, getting Aunt May's medicine, all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Like he's not a cosmic hero. When you
Yeah.
start doing him cosmic, that kind of like really defeats a lot of it. Like Fantastic Four works cosmically. Silver Surfer, any Kirby stuff works cosmically.
Yeah.
But like he's a street level guy. He's this kid from Queens that's
Yeah.
just trying to like help his family. Ultimately, that's what he is. So that we're way out of Deceased, but
No, but I think you bringing up, I think that there's something about the idea that like you could maybe accuse somebody like King Fowley of like having some sort of like arrested development, that he's sort of like living in the past, but I don't think that's necessarily true. I think he's just sort of holding on to something that we do crave in our lives that we sometimes give up because we're so futurist mindset or so forward thinking. And he's like, look, I'll still look into the future, but like let's not forget when like we used to make things in this country, right? Like
sure, yeah,
we used to make cool shit, and like we can acknowledge that and still be relevant, and not be in arrested development, but also like say like sometimes things were slightly better back in the day. It's not always like modern sheen, that kind of thing. So
yeah, and he's definitely like flying the flag for Corman, like any of that like classic horror stuff, the Trilogy of Terror, Twilight Zone, all that stuff is just like the older I get, the more I just appreciate how good that stuff was for television for so many years, for movies, for like I mean that you respect the past and then you try to like do your own take on it in the future, but like it's he was definitely like picking up that stuff I always loved, but I was like, this isn't like exciting enough as something else at the time. But
yeah,
I really love what
the new
they're doing
shiny
with that.
thing, yeah,
Yeah.
you were kind of drawn to that new shiny thing. So
Or like the thing that's like of your generation or something too.
yeah.
And everything from Deceased is like 10 years beyond, previous to what we were kind of like, what was the stuff that was really, blowing our skirts up or whatever.
Yep, absolutely. So back to the sort of narrative of this sort of post sort of supernatural addiction kind of era. I kind of mentioned the health problems are sort of going on. And this is when he decides, because of the health issues, to stop playing drums and bringing in Dave Castillo, who had played drums for King's other metal band, October 31st at Wacken. And so
I think a lot of it was too, he physically couldn't do it as well as he wanted to.
A lot of it was the health issues. And so I want to read from this. This is an interview that Jay Bennett did with Fowley back in February 2019, and they're kind of reflecting on that. And in fact, it's right actually after Dave passed away, and we'll get to that later in the episode. But he asked him, he says, you stopped playing drums around 2002, and then you came back on Surreal Overdose in 2011. So, is it the stroke? What kind of happened? And so here's what King says. He says, I had the stroke in 2004, but I had a blood clot in my right lung in 2002. Honestly and truly, that's not why I stopped doing it. What it came down to was I had my other band, October 31st, a traditional heavy metal thing that started in 95 just for fun. I wanted to find a soaring singer and just play drums in that band, so I wasn't always singing and playing drums live. Because when you're doing both live, you can't really do either completely. But I could never really find the right guy. I found a guy who could sing, but he was about as entertaining as watching paint dry live. And then we had another guy who was entertaining but couldn't sing a lick. So people were like, why don't you just do it, man? It's your voice on the record anyways. And so then Jay says, is that where Dave comes in the picture? And he says, yeah. I figured maybe it was easier to just find a drummer. That's when we brought in Dave Castillo. We went and played Wacken in 2000 or 2001. The first show I ever sang for any band out front was in front of 20,000 people at Wacken. First time he played drums for October 31st was there. We didn't have any warm-up shows. I loved it. So I thought, man, we should have been doing that with Deceased the whole time. So then we got Dave on drums for Deceased. And the first time we played live with that lineup was at Wacken the following year with me singing for Deceased and him playing drums. That's how it kind of fell into place. And then Jay says, I imagine being a frontman must have been liberating. He says, dude, I've always been a hyperactive motherfucker. When your butt cheeks are stuck to a fucking drum stool for an hour and you can't get up and get in people's faces or just burn what you want to burn, energy-wise, it's grueling. I love what I did at the time. There weren't many people that did that. And singing and playing drums at the same time is still pretty limited to this day. But it just felt better getting up front to entertain. I'm not the world's best singer or screamer by any means, but I'm an entertainer. I can get up there and give people a good show. So
that's true. Yeah. Back to the butt cheeks.
Yeah.
Farting and butt cheeks.
The butt cheeks are going. And so to kind of keep this story sort of going, they release a cover album in 2004, Rotten to the Gore, and then they're free of relapse on Thrash Corner Records. They put out As the Weird Travel On. And that's kind of where I lost track of them throughout the 2000s.
I honestly didn't hear that until way later.
Yeah, Supernatural Addiction was like the last thing I heard from Deceased until Surreal Overdose in May of 2011, and that's when they kind of reappeared on my radar screen. I remember telling you about it. I think I heard it first. I was like, dude, like you got to hear these new like Deceased songs or whatever, and it ended up on our best of 2011. I remember that, but
I remember that.
But I think it's interesting too, because think of where we were in 2000 and then think of where we're at in 2011. Like, by then on a personal note, and I know you can relate, like I had done 11 years of metal history homework, and I started to, I think, appreciate the amalgam of metal genres that were mashed together and all that stuff. So like when I re-encounter them again, it's like, I'm now in the right place for this. And I was like, whoa, this fucking hits. Like, I just remember being like, have they always been this good? Like I had forgotten like what Fearless Undead and Supernatural sounded like. You know what I mean? Like those are records.
Because it wasn't like the sexiest record at the time.
Yeah, and no one we were hanging out with or introducing new metal to was like, they weren't like a go-to band. Like when I first like started hanging out with Luke, for example, like I'm gonna play him Opeth, I'm gonna play him Catatonia, I'm gonna play him the ground central bands, and Deceased just they just weren't in that conversation, at least then, now they would be, but it is kind of interesting.
Because I think it comes into a maturity thing too. Metal maturity, as far as like, understanding where a lot of their influence came from, like what their kind of the honesty of what their approach is, like where that all comes from too.
Yeah. But I think it's cool, as the weird travel on, when you kind of go to it now, like, Dave definitely brings a little bit of a different flavor to drums,
I
than what
mean,
King is.
King is always I would say he's a little bit off kilter.
Mm-hmm.
He's not right on the beat. He's not a playing, at least it doesn't sound like he's playing on a click track. He's very like a vibe feel player. And I think that that Dave really brings a lot of prowess to that record.
Mm-hmm.
Especially like the double bass doesn't seem like it's kind of gonna come off the rails.
Yeah, yeah. It's not like Morbid Saint type drumming where it's like,
Yeah,
oh,
which
shit.
there's a total charm, and I love that stuff. But I do really like when King can come out front. But then, when he comes back to drums, it's almost like it's kind of he's trying to prove himself a little bit as well.
I think too, like King can now focus on his vocals a little bit more too, and they're pretty fucking sharp. I mean, the first song we're gonna hear, from As the Weird Travel On, a Witness to Suspiria, like he's got like a Barney Greenway kind of Napalm Death power behind them, because he's not splitting duties with drumming anymore, and he can really like focus probably in the studio a lot more on that, which is good for him. He kind of finds a new gear as a vocalist, in a sense.
And there's that, the mix of that speed, like he talks about that in one of those clips, I think, of how like every other record, like, oh, this is gonna be the fast one, oh, this is gonna be the traditional metal record. And this is like coming back to some of that fast stuff, but with, it starts out with that, no disrespect, In Flames riff.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yes. And really bringing like a positive traditional metal feel to the whole thing.
Mm-hmm. Although, in A Witness to Suspiria, even though you've got all the Maidenisms and stuff like that, there's still like, and maybe it's the Barney vocals that kind of hit me, and maybe it's what Dave's doing on drums, but there's still like a warm grindcore edges that peer through at times, No,
I think there's some early death metal there for sure.
Yeah. So it's pretty cool, but you get a lot of Running Wild, Merciful Fatisms is kind of going on. I mean, that main riff is absolutely crushing on A Witness to Suspiria.
Yeah.
Great Slayerish kind of leads that sort of complement, especially at the end, and that fucking triumphant riff that sort of precedes the fucking oh, it's good shit. So this is probably the album I was like the least familiar with until maybe putting the show together. Like I owned it, but I just never reached for it like I did, say, maybe Surreal or Ghostly or Supernatural. So it's a fun surprise to sort of get into this record a little bit deeper, Yeah, and then we get a visit from Dread, and fucking say your prayers and lock your doors. I mean, like
that's a really great fucking hook there.
Oh god damn. It starts off with like kind of a real early not Exodus, but Anthrax riff. It kind of reminds me of something from like Spreading the Disease or even like prior stuff. And I know King's a big fan of that era of Anthrax,
Yeah.
Love the sort of haunting, eerie, doomy, epic kind of fucking solos that come in when Kevin Gutierrez is like playing the keyboards and shit. Like really fucking cool in Visit from the Dread. Tons of tempo shifts. I said it's the best chorus on the album. I think a real fucking earworm.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, the wild, weird. I've got that as well. The Slayer solos. I think it might be my favorite bass tone on any Deceased record.
Okay, yeah, Les is good on this. Yeah,
it's like you can hear it like bouncing around between the different frequencies too, which is it's really cool.
Yep. No, it's I mean, like I said, this one really sort of surprises me how much I'm like, man, I forget about this record. God, like that's every record for them. I mean, some I know that are good. Like I know Fearless is great when I put it on. I'm like, oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I remember this. This one's it's like almost a blind spot for me sometimes because I didn't buy it in 2005.
No,
like
I didn't really listen to this much until I think you talking about it again in 2011.
Yeah, that's
and then going back and listening to this record. Yeah.
I remember us having a conversation, be like, do you think all their stuff was like this? And I think we're like, oh shit, this is all pretty good. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, it was probably good, 10 or 15 years that we didn't listen to it, or I didn't listen to any of it.
Yeah, it was pretty wild. So, and then we'll hear a third tune, Fright. Triumphant album closer. This, I mean, just sounds like an invigorated band. They've had 5 years off, and it's like you can tell they've put some time and thought into not rushing this record. And there's been some trials and tribulations, obviously health scares and things, but They've got, you know, new drummer. King's like revitalized as a vocalist. Like it's you know, these breaks in between are helping them make fucking better records that sound more timeless, you know, in a
Well,
way.
yeah, this is like giving me a big time like Steve Harris modern, like any of the Steve Harris modern Maiden songs he writes, like, you know, Where the Wild Winds Blow, or the very, you know, anthemic stuff that he's really known for. That's what this song really hits there.
Yep.
And it has that fucking total pause core ending with, you know, the very like triumphant major chords and riffs, and
Yep.
it's just great.
Yeah, I said, like, you know, and maybe it's the Steve Harris progisms, but you know, this is maybe where some Voivodisms kind of come in. But I said that it's
Yeah.
like made with the spirit of like German speed metal and rigor mortis. And that's
Mhm.
another band that like Deceased has a lot in common with, is that rigor
I don't know
mortis.
enough about them to really know what their sound is.
They were like heavier than thrash and not quite death metal. And then I think when they broke up, was it
Like Morbid
Incantation?
Saint kind of vibe, or
Yeah, kind of like that. And I think out of the ashes of rigor mortis, was it Incantation or Immolation that forms from the ashes of them?
really?
Uh, yeah, I'm almost positive. I'll have to check when we go to break. I'll double check on
Okay.
that. But, yeah, that's why they elected rigor mortis into the Decibel Hall of Fame back in the day, because it's like one of these weird like in between records that like in hindsight like was like, whoa, like this is predicting like where heavier thrash is about to go, and you
Yeah.
know that thing. And I think Deceased
Hmm.
falls right into that same kind of like trap with like a band like rigor mortis. So
Sure. Okay.
but yeah, sick breakdown at the 6 minute mark. I said just pure fucking Deceased, just great stuff, you know. So um yeah, and then the set's gonna end with a real, you know, kind of an opener from Surreal, and a real fucking barn burner here, which is Skin Crawling Progress. Um this is let's talk about this song when we come back, actually. Yeah, let's
Okay.
get to the music. Well, we can talk about Surreal Overdose and everything going on here, because we did go on this large comic book tangent there for a bit. So people are ready. People are ready. So we've got we're gonna hear from King again. He's gonna talk about this era of the post supernatural sort of early 2000s a bit. And then we're gonna hear the Doll with the Hideous Spirit from Supernatural Addiction. Then a trio of tunes from As the Weird Travel On. We've got A Witness of Suspiria, A Visit from Dread, and Fright. And then we're gonna end with the first tune from Surreal Overdose, Skin Crawling Progress.
Well, Mourners, okay, well, after we did Supernatural Addiction, oh, okay, well, here we go. After we did Fearless and the Machines, it got like top 10 albums of the year on a lot of people's lists. Oh my
Yeah.
God. The first time ever Deceased is on the cover of Heavy Metal, Metal Maniacs, or the big ad on the back. Because before that, it was like in a little corner like this big, and then anybody but us was, you know, I don't care, but I do pay attention. Supernatural Addiction was, they were like, oh man, it's a great record. I love it, King. It's great. I remember Bill coming in there. On Fearless and checking us out, and then them giving us the money to have Simon Effamy work with us for Supernatural. It was great times. But then he came back and he's like, we need another record quick, King, another one quick. And as I told you earlier, we don't write 8 songs in an hour. We don't write rent records. And I came and told the guys they want another record. We were like, there's no fucking way we can do another record right now. It's going to take time to come up with these songs. So I remember we went away for Christmas with nothing. We came back. I said, you guys think of some shit over the holidays and come back and we'll start on it. They all walked in the room and nobody had nothing. I remember it was like January of, I think, 01, and we had nothing. And I was like, we got to get going. I was like, here's the titles. It's Alive, The Mausoleum, Victims of the Master Plan, based on the fucking Paradise Lost series. Let's go. And they're like, well, what are we going to do after that? I was like, I don't know. Maybe we'll just do some cover songs. So I was like, well, we haven't done an EP since 13. Let's do that. So we did that. And that's when the whole, and not because of that, but that timing of that, the whole thing with Relapse. I mean, they were just like, oh, King, you're fucking out of hand. You're fucking ridiculous. This is, and I'm just like saying, what am I doing wrong? What am I interfering with? They're just like, oh man, we always hear this and that. I'm like, dude, why don't you ask me what the fuck is going on? One of the biggest things was when we did the Supernatural Addiction album, we went on tour for a short time, for the time, the Contamination tour. It was us, it was Exhumed, it was Origin, it was Cephalic Carnage. That was the bands I think that played every show on that tour with us. We didn't do the whole thing to East Coast. And then there was some shows where it was Dillinger Escape Plan. I think Mortician played, and I think maybe Burnt by the Sun did some of it. You know, the Relapse roster at the time. Well, Dillinger Escape Plan came to me and said, "Oh, Matt told us, man, that you're hard as shit to fuck with. You know, you're hard as shit to get along with." I'm like, "No, I'm not." And they're like, "Dude, we see you. There's nothing wrong with you. You're fun. You're fucking great. You're the kind of person we want to be around." So we made up this thing because Matt told him to call him and let him know how I was acting on tour. This is how ignorant it got. And that we made up a story that I told them, you guys are a bunch of fucking yo boy fucking posers. And I threw a rock through their van window. That was the story. They called up Matt. He was so pissed. I took the phone. I was like, Matt, this never happened, dude. These dudes are cool. We're cool. Fuck you. Click. And it got to like that. And in the beginning of the tour, Origin were carrying their amps up some stairs. And I came over and I said, you guys like you can use a hand. This is a pretty steep fucking thing. And we did it. And then one of them said, I didn't expect that. I'm like, what? I'm like, expect you to help us. Why? Why wouldn't I help you? And they're like, dude, we heard you're a dick. I was like, who'd you hear I was a dick from? They're like, well, not really anybody, just kind of in the air, you know? I was like, don't believe what you feel. You know what I'm saying? If you see me, you know, if I'm not being cool, I've never been a dick to anybody in my life that wasn't a dick to me. Yeah. I'm not that kind of guy. I'm a happy-go-lucky guy. I am. I'm not trying to suck my own asshole while we're doing this. That's the truth. That's just how I am. So when we got to Warner's Vale and all that, we were falling out with Relapse. Now, after that is when my health went bad. 2002, I had a blood clot in my lung, as I told you earlier. I had to go down for the count for about 10 months. And just so happened at that time, Dave was going to join on drums because I had taken over vocals for October 31 and I liked being out front. I didn't want my butt cheek stuck to that drum stool no more. I was like, let's do this, man. I've had enough back there singing and shit. And who knew that by 2004, I was going to have a stroke too and lose most of my left hand side, which is what I am, and be limited in what I could do on drums anyway. So that took a little bit of time. And then in 2005, when we went and did As the Weird Travel On, Mark had thought about leaving the band then. And then Mike stopped playing live in 2006. So it slowed down. Mike had a big time government job. He was living in Europe on and off for years. So there was times we couldn't even practice. You know, so we went to the live thing. Then Mark suddenly stepped down. Les moved to Texas. All of a sudden it was, whoa. You probably never read my book, but I talk about that a lot in my book. Okay. And it's just, that's kind of what happened. And then it was, okay, then I moved to Philadelphia. I got married. I moved up to Philadelphia. I was 2 states away from them, but I'd still drive down and practice. But we had no set place to practice. We'd go to this place. Half the time I'd drive down, or the guy that owned it wouldn't leave the keys for us to get in. I just drove 300 miles round trip to not jam. So that was part of it too. But I mean, we were writing and things like that. It just was taking time. And even to this date, I mean, you look at it now, since 2005, we've done three full-length albums.
Yeah.
We did As the Weird Travel On then. We did 11 was Surreal and 18 was Ghostly White.
Yeah.
We're hoping to get Children of the Morgue out early 2024. We want to get going because Mike's retired now. He's back living in Virginia. Mm-hmm. Shane lives in DC. I live in Philly. So we just meet at Shane's and we write. We've got 2 songs close to done. It's going to take a little while, as I told you. It's a pretty deep record, but it's going to be worth the wait, in our opinion, to the people that do care. You know, again, if nobody likes it or if everybody likes it, we don't care. We just want us to enjoy it first, and then if anybody does, hey, cool. We're sure as fuck going to stay ourselves. That's for sure.
Perfect.
But I don't know why that is otherwise. I mean, it's just a lot of. I think that's the time when everybody kind of, you look at now about 30s when the dam breaks. You're either, you've left home, but hopefully long before that, which I hadn't. And you're living, and now you're trying to pay your bills. You're I can work this job for a little while so we can go on tour. It's past. Now you need a lifelong job. So it probably was just, that's when it all started to fall into that, and then health, et cetera, et cetera.
It's a Zuni hunting fetish. It's really interesting. There's supposed to be some Zuni hunter's spirit inside of it. There's a golden chain wrapped around it to keep the spirit from making the dog hunt.
me there. Ringmaster, the leader, fearing culture avatar. Prepare for the avatar. There's sickness in the blood, so terribly deranged. No eager resistance to pull my soul away. A matrix that captures me and all wrong is right. Subconscious as all our aberration fails. Prepare for the avatar. Suspirian planet summons me to go to them. They force me to follow. I have no choice, I'm now their slave. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard. A witness to from my skulls explode my head. Then they roll across the land. A witness to a special quest that's right ahead. I'm not going through this world. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard. A witness to madness rooms of visuals. What I see I can't explain. I just can't explain. Distorted, enchanting, moving yet focused spell. A whisper of evil, sounds ghastly and disturbed. Flamboyant, disturbing, the shock attracts me there. Ringmaster, the leader, really torture avatar. Then through the avatar. Suspirian planet summons me to go to them. They force me to follow. I have no choice, I'm now enslaved. This single night I've seen the human race as the sniper has claimed his next prey. Fearfulness, and it's never, ever going away.
Get out! Get out! And never, never come back.
That was Skin Crawling Progress from Surreal Overdose in 2011. Then we had a trio of tunes from 2005's As Weird Travel On. We heard Fright, A Visit from the Dread, and A Witness to Suspiria. Kicked off the whole set with The Doll with the Hideous Spirit from Supernatural Addiction. So, yeah,
it's a generous way to talk about that terrible segment of Trilogy of Terror.
Well, yeah, exactly, as you said. So we did sort out some information. So immolation used to be called rigor mortis, but the famous rigor mortis, who hail from Texas, their contribution to metal history is they produced Mike Scatia, who went on to ministry. So there you go.
And 10,000 Homo DJs and a handful of other things.
Homo DJs and Revolting Cocks and some of that other stuff. So yeah, that Chicago, what is it? What's that label?
Chicago.
Something wax.
Wax tracks?
Wax tracks, yeah. Some of that kind of stuff that was going on. Sorry. It's midnight. It's been a long week. It's Friday. My brain's not always operating.
My baby mama's from Chicago, so I try to figure out all that stuff.
Yep. So Skin Crawling Progress, all right, kickstarts the whole Surreal Overdose. And again, now this is 6 years after As the Weird Travel On. And there were some things that were kind of released in between, but not really much that was super substantive or original material. So they've had 6 years to sort of work on this. And man, the fucking doors are kicked in with this tune. This, grinding thrash meets fucking Voivod killing technology. We've got fucking odd chords that are crashing into this like fucking brutal kind of death thrash. That's what kind of really reminds me of like Rigor Mortis, the Texas version. When it fucking breaks at 240 into that melodious section, I said it makes like fucking Opeth blush. I mean, it's like got that kind of like level of that before it then goes into this doomy atmospheric section, and then fucking King attacks again at 330 with his vocals. Drum attacks are so fucking cool on this record. He's drumming again too, which is cool.
He's got a lot to prove to himself.
Yeah,
as well.
I think. He's taken like 10 years off of drumming at this point, or 9 years
Yeah.
or whatever.
And like the health thing too, like, and he wants to like bring that fast.
Yep.
You know, early deceased is known for being pretty speedy.
This is like their fastest, most metallic, like, like record, I think, of this era. It's like the most, it's like more intense, it's less melodic, and that's not a bad thing. It's just every record's got a little different feel to it,
Yeah.
and I think that's definitely going on. And I love how the caustic fucking emotive solo, kind of helps the song kind of ride out in style. And then he ends with that fucking unnerving Texas Chainsaw Massacre noise that just every time you hear it, you're like, okay. Like
The door opens, you know exactly.
Yeah, exactly. You're like,
Yep.
Jesus, you guys got me. Way to go. And so for me, again, I think everybody's got their different flavor, but for me, this is like it's probably my peak for them. King's back on drums in the studio. Unfortunately, Mark Adams, one of the, he's the guitar, but he's replaced by this guy named Shane Fugel, who had played live with them a lot. And his background is more like progressive, like kind of Voivod thrash stuff. Where he was in a band, I forgot to write it down, but it's kind of a smaller band that he had kind of come from. And so he's bringing some of that. And you obviously just heard it in Skin Crawling Progress, his contribution. So, and maybe that's what makes it less melodic, is you don't have that pairing of Mark and Mike anymore. Now you've got to kind of create a new pairing with Shane and Mike. So
Yeah.
I don't know, but yeah, what are your thoughts on Surreal Overdose do you have a favorite Deceased record, or is it just kind of like whatever mood you're in?
I mean, I think really the last like three, I think, are really, As the Weird, Surreal, and Ghostly White are the ones I go to the most.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, same at this point.
It's just like they just seem to really have come into their own, and there's yeah, it's just everything's just like hitting all the cylinders for me now.
And Mark, I think as long-term listeners know, that I'm a whore for certain things, and I'm a whore for tremolo melodies and Brave Murder Day riffs. All right. And at least one of those things is going to open up the next song that we're going to hear. And for me, probably Clone Day of the Robot is like it's my go-to fucking Deceased song. And it's all about that fucking opening, and it just gets me. It's fucking, those twin melodies just singe my soul. It gets me in the warm spots, the cockles or whatever, So incredible, less bass driven sort of breakdown in the song, the fucking sci-fi Voivod vocals that come in, that fucking thrashy gallop, the staccato drums, fucking spiky solos. It carries the whole second half section before it fucking cascades right back into that twin fucking melody thing. And I'm just like, yes, like when that moment happens, like 6 minutes in or whatever, yeah, that's it for me. That's my mountain. The very peak is Clone Day of the Robot.
I think that like King, he like boils down his enthusiasm for the source material in such a way that it's just infectious.
Yeah.
That if he's like, oh, we're gonna do a song about, whatever song, like you almost want to go out and see like what the original source material was, because if it's good enough for Deceased to do a song about it, it's got to be all right.
Yeah, and I mean, there's like more like sci-fi vibes on this record than there are horror vibes. And that's, maybe Shane's contributions coming from more of that kind of background. I don't know.
Or just like, any type of like that, like genre film. I think like the whole band is such a fan of all that, and just it's so reverent to them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at this point too, I'm looking. It was put out by Shrieks from the Hearst Records, which it's got to believe is his record label or something. I don't know.
I would think. I mean, that's one of their songs, I would assume.
Yeah.
I
guess I don't know what the distribution. I don't know. I mean, I heard about this record. It got a write up, I think, in Decibel in 2011, and it got like a really good score, and that's what made me kind of like check it out on YouTube or wherever you could go back then. To sample songs before you bought them. I'm trying to remember.
Were you at the Decibel Fest where Deceased played?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay.
We talked about it in actually the interview because King asked like when the last time I saw him was, and I was like,
Okay.
oh yeah,
Yeah, because he was also doing he had a merch table there
yep,
same
yep.
time,
That's
but
what,
they were great. They're really great.
yep. Just yeah, that was the first time I'd seen him in quite a while. I feel like maybe did they play any of the Marylands in like the 2010 2011 era?
Man, I don't remember.
I don't
There's
remember
so many
either.
bands that played.
Yeah, I probably hadn't seen Deceased in 20 years that I know of, unless they opened for somebody like somewhere in the 2000s, but probably not since like Milwaukee. Had I seen Deceased?
Yeah, and then since then, all that I saw October 31 and um, fuck, what's that place called in Lansing? Max,
Oh, Max. Okay.
like 2012 or something. I saw them there, but
Huh. Okay. Yeah, I've never seen October 31. So, were they pretty cool?
yeah,
I haven't spent much
they
time with that
they were
band.
fun.
Okay. Yeah,
I,
they
I
seem
never like listened to any of their records, but just like see, like King's got a very distinct delivery and very very entertaining showman.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. Um, so yeah, so then Clone Dave Robots, we go right from there into this sort of melodic, epic, dying in analog tune, or kind of last tune we'll hear from Surreal Overdose. But I love the structure of the song. It really goes for the jugular right into this kind of fucking scream along, like living, dying, kind of like chorus.
Yeah,
It's great.
that the opening riff too. It just sounds like something I don't know what it is, like what it's harkening back to.
I'm trying to think if I wrote something
It's
down.
almost like a weird fucking like Foreigner riff or like just something that's really like just like hard rock.
Yeah, it
And
probably is.
it
I
sounds
think
so
yeah,
familiar, and I'm just like, God, what the fuck is this? It's really good, but I don't, you know,
yeah.
it's probably not anything exact, but it's just like making me think of something else.
This is where I wrote down like the band is kindred spirits in a weird way with the chasm at times because so many ideas are like packed into songs. It's
Hmm.
like you capture the spirit of metal, just whatever that means, and
Yeah,
it can be bold
absolutely.
sometimes. Love the solo. Really, it's just kind of got a KK Glenn kind of style to it, but maybe it's just Dave and Adrian, because I don't know. But there's this orgy of solos that follow. So it's just like solo after solo after solo. It's like them just like flexing, what they're capable of doing. It's pretty
Yeah,
fucking.
yeah, they're at the height of their powers right now.
And basically from Surreal Overdose, there's going to be 7 years pass before Ghostly White appears in 2018, and that's going to show up on Hell's Headbangers. And they're going to bring Dave back on drums for a recording before he unfortunately tragically passes away.
Yeah, Jesus.
That same year, actually.
Yep.
And so
He
actually,
actually he passed like right before I drew the. It might have been actually before the record came out, because that was the first thing I had to draw deceased for Decibel.
oh, it was for this record.
Yeah.
Well, they actually Jay Bennett in the interview actually interviewed King like a week after the incident happened. So
Okay. That's probably
kind of share a couple things that he sort of said here, but let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to find. Basically, he says that I appreciate you taking the time to talk. King, with Dave's passing, I know the last few days have been rough, and King says life is a motherfucker, dude. I've been through a lot of tragic shit. My mom dying suddenly, my son's mother dying suddenly. Shit, our bass player in the 80s was killed in a hit and run with two other friends. That was in 88 before we really got started. We've gone through some shit. Life doesn't care, man. Sadly, I've had to learn to accept it. It's never a good time to die. And he asks how it happened. He says he drowned in El Salvador. He was born there, and he went to visit his parents. He was with his brother, and they were swimming in the ocean. A riptide took him out to sea. He couldn't get back, and he drowned. I was like, what the fuck was he doing swimming in the waters of El Salvador? It's famous for that shit. But he was a doer, man. He jumped out of airplanes and all that shit. That's how he lived. And Jay says, I'm sorry. He says, thanks, man. The motherfucker was a wild guy. He was doing his thing, but I appreciate the respect. We love the dude. We cherish him. We'll go on for him. We'll continue to do what we do in his honor. We'll keep things right, so to speak. So kind of a kind of fitting tribute there,
yeah, I mean, I've gotten stuck in a riptide in Lake Michigan before. That's a motherfucker.
Pretty wild.
I almost got pulled out in the middle of the fucking lake.
Yeah. I think what
It
you gotta
was
do is
insane.
swim sideways, I think, right?
You're supposed to, yeah, you're supposed to swim sideways and like grab the ground and pull yourself back in, but
Because we talked about them. We were teaching the
fucking
kids
horrifying.
about them when we were swimming in the Mediterranean last
Yeah.
summer in Spain and stuff. Just like, hey, if a riptide happens, don't fight it, but just kind of start swimming to the side. Because when you
Or
fight it,
or swim into it
yeah,
and
yeah.
just like let it get, like, hold your breath and hang on. But
Yeah.
to be pulled out like that, that's just ugh. I was probably, I don't know, 14 or something when that happened, but I can still remember
Freaks
that.
you
It
out,
was
man.
traumatic,
Yeah.
man.
Freaks you out. I mean, me being left in fucking Fiji, I still have like weird fucking stories of or like
Yeah,
memories
totally.
of like how harrowing that was in hindsight. But
Yeah.
yeah, and then the last thing he says, I don't think Dave knew how much he was loved by the fans because people never told him that much when he was alive. You know how it goes. You don't always say what you should be saying when people are alive. When they die, all this love comes out, but it was always there. So pretty cool.
Yeah.
And then Jay kind of asks him about this record, Ghostly White, that is kind of coming out, and he says, "Yeah, your new album certainly does that. Kind of keeps the spirit alive. I'm always surprised when bands that have been around as long as Deceased are still making excellent records. I mean, you've been doing this for fucking 30 years now. What do you attribute that to?" And he says, "Well, I think we're going into our 34th year. This is back in 2019."
Yeah.
Maybe 35. You want to count our early names like Evil Axe and Mad Butcher with 2 D's, all that goofy shit that sounds cool when you're a kid. He says Evil Axe was the dumbest name ever, and when you're 15, it's the greatest name ever. But it's the passion, dude, the sincerity, the love for music. It's why we started this band. I still have it at 50. We wanted to start a band and write our own music. Whatever we got, whatever we got out of it, gigs or posters in a magazine or anything, was just bonus. Doing interviews with guys is just bonus. We're proud of what we've done. It's our epitaph, man. It's what we're gonna leave on this earth when we're gone. And we sure as hell don't want to leave anything half-ass. And then they ask if there's a story, kind of recurring theme on Ghostly White. And he says, I just wanted to write about harrowing things, whether it's fictional, like Mrs. Alderdice, which is based on the movie Burn Offerings, or The Shivers, which is based on the movie Black Christmas, or something like Germ of Distorted Lore, which is basically about the boogeyman. Now, I probably look at the boogeyman a little different than most people do, where he's a fictional character to make kids go to sleep at night. For me, the boogeyman originates from real horrors like child murders or mutilated animals or other freaky stuff that happen. It's not about the folklore or the fables, but the very real things we see on TV every day. It's pretty cool there. So he kind of asks them the where's the thing that comes up? There's a song we're not going to play, unfortunately, for time's sake, called Pale Surroundings, and that's the one that has some clean kind of female vocals on it. And he kind of asks a little bit about that, and he says, "Hey, that's deceased guitarist Mike Smith's daughter, Jill. She's a teenager. He told me she could sing and harmonize with herself, and she sure did." He says the song is based on the movie Let's Scare Jessica to Death, which is one I remember seeing at my friend's house in third grade when it was on at like 4 o'clock. I didn't know what
Third
schizophrenia.
grade, geez. We watched that like last year.
Yeah, we watched it a couple years ago. He says, I didn't know what schizophrenia or any of that stuff was at the time, but the movie really disturbed me, and then it kind of goes on from there. So, but talks about how good Jillian's vocals are. So maybe we'll hear more of that, because I know that they're kind of, I think he says at the end of this interview that you'll hear, I think in our last set, that they're trying to maybe release the new record at the beginning of next year, somewhere in that realm. So it's pretty cool. So
what was the Children of the Morgue? Is that what it's called?
I think so. I think that's what they're kind of going to call it. Yeah.
Because like, yeah, Children of the Grave, like there was like a Sabbath thing, and
yeah, it was like a ode to Sabbath.
Children of the Grave, Children of the Morgue, like, okay.
Yep. And then King produced this record too, Ghostly White, so
I think it sounds great. I think it might be one of the best sounding Deceased records, actually.
Yeah. It's the most heavy metal kind of probably since like Supernatural, in a way. He actually talks about that. And one last little thing I want to read is from our good friend, Mr. Chris Dick, who we actually saw a couple weeks ago. Yeah. And Chris does these studio reports for Decibel sometimes. And so he actually did the studio report before this record actually came out. And there's just one little like part in it. And he says, this is King kind of talking, I think. Actually, I'll back up. It says, all right, so The record was written by Fowley and guitarist Mike Smith over a 7-year period. Smith's government job prevents Deceased from operating a quicker timeline, alongside guitarist Shane Fugel. Ghostly White finds Deceased in a different musical space, one with a wider, more considered range. Ghostly White will also see Fowley relinquish drum duties to Dave Scarface Castillo, who played on 2005's As the Weird Travel On. Longtime bassist Les Snyder rounds out Ghostly White's lineup. And here's what King says. This to me is easily the most controlled, not laid back, but controlled Deceased record to date. It's easily our most heavy metal record. It's just what we want it to do this time around. Honestly, since 2011, we've been saying we've wanted to write a more heavy metal record. If I were to compare it to a previous Deceased record, I'd say it's 2000 Supernatural Addiction, but it doesn't sound like Supernatural Addiction. I hear Voivod, the Ramones, Nihilist, Iron Maiden, Old Queensryche, Plasmatics, even some of the darker new wave stuff like The Fix. So kind of cool that, and I kind of get what he's saying a little bit to that, because there's a song we're going to hear. Where did I say it? Endless Well. There's like some weird punkish kind of solo that kind of reminds me of Plasmatics a little bit. After he said that, I was like, oh, okay. I can kind of maybe hear some things that are a little off, that are not as like traditionally metal, so kind of interesting stuff. But I love Ghostly White. This is one that I need to pull out a little bit more. I sometimes reach for surreal too much, and so
this was hitting all the everything for me at that when it came out in 19 or 18?
2018. Yep.
18. Yeah.
So I think end of 2018. But yeah, I mean, To Serve the Insane, which we're gonna open or will come after Dying in Analog. I mean, just this great fucking Slayer Venom riff. And then there's like
Devil is real.
Yeah, that beware, fucking love, the devil is real. Yeah, it's a great line.
There's like a Mayhem riff in that song, actually.
Oh, that's weird. I mean, there's an early Queensryche riff at like the 150 mark too. From
but like the real like atonal kind of Mayhem riff. We've got one in there.
What does this production remind you of? Because I can tell you what I think it feels like or sounds like to me. It's a combination of like 2 records from like the early 80s.
Well, I don't have specific records, but what do you think?
It reminds me of Killers from Maiden and like Don't Break the Oath. Like it's just got like that kind of vibe to it. Maybe even a little Melissa, but a little brighter, more like Don't Break the Oath. But
I mean, it's very, very like I think Deceased kind of suffer from some issues with production sometimes. Like the production can't actually like kind of quantify what they're doing, but I think that Ghostly White really like it just sounds full and warm and analog and of its time, and
gets it. Yeah,
it really gets it. I think it totally gets it.
I agree. And then we're going to end this set with Endless Well, which I kind of mentioned before, having the Plasmatics kind of thing going on. But Merciful Fate transition before the 2-minute mark rules, and the fucking solos are great. Lots of Hell Awaits and Possessed kind of energy in the middle. And then at like the 4-minute mark, fucking Queensryche Maiden stuff kind of starts up again. So it's just like it's got all the things that you've been hearing throughout this whole episode, and it's just hitting them. So it's good stuff. So we're gonna hear 4 tunes here. We're gonna hear from King talking about the influence of horror movies and where that sort of comes into his music a bit. Then we're gonna hear 2 more tunes from Surreal Overdose, Clone Day of the Robot, and Dying in Analog, and then a pair of tunes from Ghostly White, To Serve the Insane, and Endless Well. Obviously, I guess the most important non-musical influence for you guys is obviously your love of horror films. What have been some of the favorite films or directors or type of horror that has influenced your writing in Deceased through the years? Are there any that might surprise like a Deceased fan that has inspired kind of some of the storytelling elements that you've done?
I'm big on 70s horror movies, not necessarily directors, but just 70s horror movies. Something about that era. I guess it was because I was a kid then, and that there's always going to be that childhood fear before you knew there was no Santa Claus and Tooth Fairy, et cetera, et cetera. I always come back to the same one, so I don't want to sound repetitive, but literally it's the Phantasm, that soundtrack, that the story behind that movie, The Exorcist, Let's Scare Jessica to Death, Burnt Offerings. I always tell this. My mom just taking me to fucking Arlington Theater, 1976. Look, it's Karen Black, it's fucking Oliver Reed, it's Betty Davis, it's Burgess Meredith, it's, you know, blah 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 blah, and I'm sitting there and I'm scared out of my mind. You know, I don't know if you've ever seen the movie, but
Great. Yeah.
it's just it's spooky to it. And she's like, I was like, this lady's gonna turn to this lady at the end, Mom. You know that, right? She's like, yeah. I was like, we don't need to see it. We know it's gonna happen, right? She's like, yeah. I was like, we should go in the lobby, right? She's like, yeah, you go in the lobby. I'll be here watching this, and maybe she'll come in there and visit you. So I get that scary push from Mom. You know, she liked to nudge me, you know, and be like, haha, I scared you. But I thank her deeply. It means the world to me. I mean, I could fucking, I don't know if you could see, but all I do is collect movies. I'm going to spin this thing for a minute.
Oh, yeah.
You see that? Okay,
Yep.
that's just, look, I'm going to go around the room. Like, that's all I collect. Look, it's all DVDs, and that's all horror. I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't fool around. That's what I spend my money on. I love them. I love the official product. And it means the world to me. It really does to have all that stuff. And that's where it comes from for me, the 70s, that eerie horror. But that being said, with this new record we're working on now, Children of the Morgue, it's gonna be a tale about life and death. Been through a lot of stuff since the COVID stuff. Death has really been knocking on a lot of people's doors, and it spooked the world, whether they want to admit it or not. Whether you believe in it or you don't, that's up to you. I'm not here to argue that. But it really touched base. And I've had a lot of, you know, things over the years with my health, my mom's sudden illness, my son's mother passed away young, 38, things like that. So this record is about that. But what I've been studying for this record, and, you know, once the record comes out, you probably understand more what I'm saying. I've been digging so deep into like just things on death. Tragedy. I always have been I'm a real happy guy. I'm not, but there's a morbid side in here. It just stays with me always. And I've been like a movie I've watched at least 20 times. It's a documentary called How to Die in Oregon, which is a story about people trying to get to be able to kill themselves when they're past their due date, and they're sick and all that stuff. That is a lot to me. Or I watch a lot of terminal cancer things because it's influencing me for the movie. And it's haunting in a way because it's downbeat. I mean, when I'm watching kids die of cancer at 3 years old, it's downbeat. Okay. And again, now we're back. This is where I get my death or my death metal. This isn't the spooky werewolf, flying off the roof and biting the lady's neck. This is the real horror of the world. Yeah. And so I've been attached to this since As the Weird Travel On, when I had a lot of my health problems then, and then my mom dying, that really bit into it. So then when we got past that, I'm looking up here because all my records are up here, I can see them in order without forgetting. Not that I would, but and then Surreal Overdose was the same thing. It was real horrors. It was child abuse. It was going to the doctor, but not understanding that some doctors out to kill you too. They're out for their greedy ass hands to get in money, and then just playing God, like clone, like your factory fucking cloning people, etc. Well, this one's going to be it's basically a concept about life and death. It really is, and it's going to be a deep, dark, emotional fucking ride. We're writing on it now, and that's where all my stuff is now. I'm not going over here and watching Village of the Damned or the Stepford Wives or anything. I'm locked into all these documentaries, a lot of PBS Frontlines and things like that. That's where it is, and it can be rough. My wife's up there saying, "What the hell are you watching?" I'm like, "This little girl, she's dying of leukemia. Watch her. She's gonna die, and it sucks." But you're like, "This is the fucking real world, man," and so I'm gonna write about it. No, I'm 54 and I lost people to COVID. You know what I'm saying? We're all getting older and sick, and I've got friends that are. Brian from October 31, we just announced 2 weeks ago. He's got fucking tragic Parkinson's disease. Yeah. I mean, it's like going to hug him is like hugging a washing machine on.
Yeah,
he can't play no more. It's just, and we all get older. But the shit we've done to our bodies. I don't know if you were ever like, one of the Wrangler kind of kid guys. You may have sucked down your beer stuff. I mean, some of us did a lot of ugly shit, man.
Yeah, no, I was fairly straight edge younger. I was my drug of choice in my teenage years was music. I mean, that's where all my money was sent.
And I tell you straight up, buddy, I'm jealous of you. I wish I never did any of that shit. I've got Matt from Deceased, who plays in Deceased. He's never done any of that shit. And he'll drink a beer now and then, but he's straight as an arrow. But
yeah, I'll drink beer.
But my buddy Steve, that's our merch guy, Nothing. He said he's had one sip of champagne at a wedding one time.
Wow.
Nothing his whole life, dude. And I'm just jealous because my nervous system is still fucked up. I still get anxiety, panic attacks since I was 19. I'm 54. I know how to deal with them because it's been 35 years now.
Sure.
You know, and my wife gets them too. She's not that, but not from that. She just has that, and she's younger than me. So I help her through it too. So again, it's a lesson learned, and you try to pass it on. When I did my book, I talked about that. I had people coming to me on Facebook like, "Can I talk to you on the side?" Absolutely, anytime. I didn't put that there to not do what I said I was going to do. It's not for show. It's for real. Yeah. You help people get through the shit. I've had some people come to me worried about their health because I studied my health when I had a blood clot. I had I lost 18% of my fucking right lung. I had an infarct. I had a blood clot in my lung, but when they found it, it was already dead. It was already an infarct. It was no longer a PE. It was a fucking pulmonary embolism. Yeah. It was an infarct. It killed it. Then I had my stroke 2 years later, and I had lost 20% of the side of my brain. Luckily, I didn't take this is not my memory. This is my left side affected. I'm left-handed, so my whole shit was fucked up from that. But what I'm getting at is I read the Merck manual front to back twice. I've studied medicine for years. I've even talked to my doctors that I still see to this day. And I was like, man, I wish I would have kind of got into some of that field and helped people too. But I've like friends that are like, man, my blood pressure is so high. What can I do? Naturally, I'm like, dude, just eat some natural almonds. No salt, dude. Trust me. 2 guys I know, man, they're off the medicines from just almonds.
Wow.
You know, so I tell them, I'm like, look, hey, I'm not a doctor. I don't play one on TV either. But I'm here to help as far as that goes. So all this shit is where I'm at in my world. And it all comes, full course. Yeah,
absolutely. All right. Few more on deceased just to sort of keep the train rolling. Sure. I love these side combos. One thing I was going to say, I meant to say, I teach history and I also teach some film classes, including a horror film class, which is cool for high school kids. And the kids are always like, well, what are you scared of? And I said, the Holocaust. And they're like, I said, I teach history. I said, horror movies don't really scare me. I love them. Don't get me wrong. I love the craftsmanship of them and the atmosphere and, blah, blah, blah. But I said, humans scare the shit out of me. That's what scares me. The slave trade, things like that. And they're like, okay. Because you're in that world all the time. It's like you kind of like watching these terminal sickness things. That's the real death, right? That's the scary shit, So I wanted to throw that in because I can kind of relate on a different level.
Well, yeah, that's like for me, like what people ask you what scares me. I scare me.
Yeah,
it's what you think in here, what you not that I'm going to do it, but what anybody's capable of doing, with just these bare hands, what you could fuck up in this world and how bad you could fuck it up. And when people ask me like, well, what's the best horror villain? I say there is not one. They're like, well, you got to pick something. If you want me to pick something that's the horror villain, it's the dark.
Yeah,
it's not anything. It's whatever you're scared of in your mind. Mm-hmm. Is in that dark. And that's it. Because they're like, I thought you loved the tall man. I love the tall man from Phantasm. I love blah, blah, blah. But you ask me what it is, it's the dark.
Mutation and a clenching fist of DNA. They hail their rebel.
That was Endless Well and To Serve the Insane from Ghostly White. And then we kicked off with Dying in Analog and started with Cloned Day of the Robot from Surreal Overdose, and heard from King talking about horror movies once again. So one last thing I wanted to share, and this is going to kind of introduce our final song, and it's from the Jay Bennett Decibel sort of interview. And it's them kind of talking a little bit about this last song, Mrs. Allardyce, which is my favorite song on the record. I don't know where you feel. I think it's one of the best
I'm right up there too.
ever constructed. It's just fucking incredible. I mean, yeah, and we can get to the song in a second, but here's what King has to say. He says, why'd you want to write a song about Mrs. Allardyce from Burnt Offerings? And he says, it's my childhood. I can remember seeing Burnt Offerings at Arlington Theater when I was 8 years old. The story kind of unfolds as you expect it to, but you're waiting for the last visual, the last scene. I can remember sitting there with my heart beating, looking at my mom going, I don't want to see this. She smiles at me and goes, all right, you go to the lobby. I'll be out when the movie's over. So it's kind of a nod to my mother and the way that she brought me up with horror tales. So I think that's kind of cool.
It's cool.
And it kind of fits with what we were talking about before, right? The stories, My Children of Corn stories and things like that. But did you have a movie like that where you couldn't make it? Like you had to tap out, like when you were too young?
I mean, the one that I think really, it's not horror, but the one where I was like, I'm a little over my head, is seeing RoboCop in the theater. Back when like your parents could just drop you off and,
87.
when you were like 11 or something.
Yeah.
And when I saw Murphy die, a little bit of me died as well.
You were like, whoa.
It was like, this is fucking brutal. Like I never saw anything so brutal in my life.
I was in third or fourth grade, and there was this new kid that like came to Poland Elementary, the school I went to. His name was Bobby. That's all I remember. I can't remember his fucking last name. And he invited me to spend the night with him. And he lived in that trailer park out by Old Mission Party Store, like over the hill, right over the overpass.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That was on my bus route when I was a kid.
Yeah. I'm in fourth grade. I don't know. So and like I'm spending the night there, and his dad puts on Hamburger Hill.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And I just like we were like playing with baseball cards. I mean, that's where we're at. Like we had gone. I think we had actually gone. You remember Old Mission Party Store was known for having like great baseball cards. Like you could buy boxes of cards there.
Well, I used to work there. I don't know if you knew that.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That was one of my many jobs as a kid.
Oh,
I was
nice.
Working the bottle department at Old Mission Party Store, which was
remember
the underground party store.
Underground party store. Yeah. That's what it was. Do you remember like people coming in for baseball cards a lot back then?
No, because I think it was probably I was probably at least 20.
Oh yeah,
so it was it was a little after that.
But Hamburger Hill just like kind of fucked me up a lot. I was just like I had never seen like I maybe had. I think I remember my parents like and aunts and uncles watching Platoon and making me like leave the room when it won the Oscar and stuff. So I hadn't really seen like a real true war movie, and I think I knew that it was based on real, and that like kind of fucked me up.
Isn't Hamburger Hill kind of like exploitation at this point? The film,
yeah, in some ways. I just listened to a series on Vietnam films recently, like a podcast series, and I don't think it's not as elevated as like Platoon and Apocalypse Now and Full Metal Jacket are, but I think it's like a minor. It's because it's dealing with a real specific incident. I think that's like where it's given some consideration, whereas like everything else is kind of fictionalized portrayals. So, but anyways, I just remember like people getting chewed up and just being like, I had never seen anything quite like that. And I think a little bit of me died that day too, just like some died with you with Murphy. So
seeing that, it was just like, oh my God, like, we thought we were getting away with something by like, my dad was like, I don't want to fucking watch RoboCop. We'll just like let them go. Like you could just basically just let you in.
Well,
and that was like kind of, I had to almost tap out. Like that was a lot of, violence, visceral violence for me as a, if that, what was RoboCop? Was that 87?
Yeah, it's 87. Yeah.
So I watched RoboCop the same year I watched Transformers the movie.
Yeah.
So I got to see Optimus Prime die.
Yeah.
And then I got to see like Murphy die in a way that I was just like, Jesus Christ, this is a lot. This is a lot for me to handle at I think it was 11 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah, 75 and 87, 11, 12 years old.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a fucking, like I couldn't imagine. I don't know. It's I mean, everything's different now, but
I think
like it was just very like, oh my God, like that really, it just pushed me in my like what I could handle.
and the point of it too was the joke is it's called RoboCop. So like every dad and mom in America just assumed it's a dumb robot movie, right?
No,
Like
this,
on the
this is
surface,
some Dutch guy that
and holy shit, this is some like Dutch leftist guy that's trying to make fucking social commentary and like,
yeah,
and he's shoving the violence in your face almost to the point like where you have to choke on it. Like that's part of that's like the point of it in a way. So like
yeah,
you're just part of
absolutely.
some fucking. It's almost like you bought a ticket and you went and like watched like Velvet Underground at age 11, and you were like, "What the fuck did I just see? Like, why did that assault me?" But that's
Yeah.
the point: is to assault you. You just were the wrong
Yeah.
audience. I remember kids on the playground talking about RoboCop and Predator and talking about like that they were the two like most violent things ever created, and it was like legend. It was like, oh my God, you fucking saw Predator? Holy shit! I heard they skin people in that movie. I mean, it was like fucking telephone game started. Like, oh, RoboCop, they fucking like
Commando was
real
a similar
people
thing.
die.
Yeah.
What's funny is I saw Commando at the same time as Hamburger Hill, but it didn't. I don't know. Like the violence got me.
Commando was it was lacking a lot of like the real visceral aspects.
Yeah, but a lot of people died
because there was like seeing Murphy die like that. It was his humanity.
Oh,
and there was no humanity in the death and
fingers blowing up and yeah, it was
no,
bad.
and like he's out. It starts out with him and his daughter Alyssa Milano. Like he's picking up big logs and they're feeding deer, and then she gets a little like ice cream on his nose, and it's all very it's all very fun and like no consequences, and then people get fucking saw blades thrown through their heads, and the guy's like right, like, no, fuck you, and shoots the guys in the head. Like there's no real consequences, but Murphy was just like a guy trying to do the right thing, and it's just fucking destroyed. I mean, and Verhoeven said it's like Christ on the cross.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh my God, like, and that's not stuff that like a 11, 12-year-old kid can understand and intellectualize at all.
And again, Verhoeven, because he's shoving everything in your face, he won't pull the camera away. Like he's going to show you stuff that a normal editor is going to cut away from. And he's like, no, choke on this violence. This is like, you Americans love your fucking violence. So here,
bring the shotgun right to his head, and then show the back side of it as the exit wound is happening.
Yep. Yeah.
Like it's insane. Like I remember my dad taking me to Temple of Doom, and I remember him just like grousing the whole time, like, this is so stupid. But that was also like stylized, so it wasn't like, okay, it's the guy pulling a heart out, whatever.
That scene did freak me out a lot, but I saw it pretty young too. I was like, oh yeah. I remember renting it like 7. I was like,
or even like Jaws 3D. I remember all the movies my dad took me to where he was just like, this is so stupid, that like inform my life and that I love, like, a lot of the stuff. But
that's funny. My mom hid it better, I think, when she took me to stuff. She put on a better game face.
And I was 2 in 77 when Star Wars came out, and my mom said, I don't know if my dad probably didn't go, but my mom went, and she said I just sat there and I was just enamored by what was on the screen.
Yeah,
and the same with like with Superman, the first Christopher Reeve Superman movie. And that's I think kind of shaped what I thought about cinema, is like, this was an experience where you go and you're like transformed, and RoboCop just fucking destroyed me. Put me on a track for more interesting things.
all that Spielbergian like kind of like wonderment just fucking got destroyed by some
Yeah, it was just fucked in the ass when that happened.
European art film that was posing as a sci-fi movie.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, we thought it was just some dumb thing, and it was just like, no, this is like a transformative moment in American cinema
yeah.
called RoboCop.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the part. Like, I remember one of the first times I taught like a film class. Like, my kids enjoyed RoboCop quite a bit, and then one of them, who was one of the smartest kids in the school, he was like, "Man, did that director do anything else?" I was like, "Yeah, he's done some stuff." I said, "You might like Starship Troopers."
Showgirls.
Well, I didn't recommend Showgirls, but like Starship Troopers, and he came back and he goes, "Is it weird that this movie is maybe my favorite thing we've watched the whole time?" I said, "No, it's actually a really smart movie if you like understand what's underneath all like on the surface. It's dumb as shit and cheesy and whatever."
Basic Instinct, he did as well.
Yeah, he did Basic Instinct.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyways, so like yeah, that's Verhoeven's thing is he likes to kind of sneak in. I should revisit Showgirls sometimes because I've heard that it's like so over the top with certain things that it's actually kind of like the point, but I don't know. I think I saw it once back in the day when I was too young, and I think I was watching it for other reasons and not
I was watching it for boobs, probably.
Yeah, exactly. Not for like a Verhoeven like art.
I didn't. The social commentary was not anything in my mind. Like it was like, oh, can I see some boobs? Cool. Like
it's the girl from Saved by the Bell. You know, I want to see.
And what was the other lady? I can't think of her name.
Oh, the girl from Bound, right?
Yeah, the brunette lady. Yeah,
Gershwin.
Yeah, Gina Gershon. Yeah,
yeah, she's in it. Yeah, from Bound.
But I couldn't intellectualize the boobs, at that point.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. I have no comment. I don't know. I don't really know. So, but yeah. So we've got this last tune that we're gonna kind of kick things off. King's gonna talk about surreal and ghostly here, and kind of beyond a little bit in this last little 10-minute segment, and then we'll hear Mrs. Alderice. But like, I don't know, man. That intro riff and that outro riff, all I could write is, I mean, it's like a fucking buzzsaw, but it's giving me like Satyricon, like Craft fucking vibes. I don't know what your thoughts were, but I immediately went to like that Thornsy kind of sound that that he introduced into Satyricon a bit. I don't know.
Which track?
Mrs. Alderice, this last tune.
I could see that.
It's just that opening riff. It's the buzzsaw before it goes kind of into like their normal sort of stuff, but like, and then it kind of comes out again before like it kind of goes in that acoustic ending. So you hear the buzzsaw one last time, and then it goes into the kind of acoustic fade or whatever. But
yeah, I
mean, I get a gallery riff again at like the 5-minute mark. It's kind of like that cloned Day of the Robot twin lead type thing happening again.
Mm-hmm.
I said, when that here's what I wrote: when that clone twin lead gallery riff reappears at 5 minutes, it levitates me from my chair, and I'm fucking fist pumping at that point. So it shows up near the beginning of the song too, after the buzzsaw riff, I think. But like when it like there's a lot of other elements happening, and then it returns back to it. It's like when it finds its theme again, it kind of fucking yeah. It's like a jazz song. It goes off in its explorations.
Well, apparently there's another Thorns record coming out soon.
That's what I've heard. It's exciting.
It's been 20 some years, but that's a big I don't know, that tone is a big deal. Like to to summon that riff is a big deal to me.
Yeah, and that's why I never heard a riff like that in a Deceased song, and I doubt that that's where he got it from. He's probably taken it from who knows.
Oh, sure. But there's certain like things from from Thorns records or from a lot of later Satyricon records that he really had a lot to do with that. There was a simplicity, but like man, it was just something hit so hard. If you go back to that record, their one, was it 2000 when that came out?
Yeah, Thorns came out in 2000.
I was like, Jesus, like that was that was one of like the big transitions for black metal, for just like extreme metal in general. I was just like, my God, this like what he's doing is like exactly what I want to hear.
Yeah.
Like one of those
Absolutely.
zeitgeist moments.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So that's what we're going to kind of close with today. And we hope you've enjoyed all this kind of stuff that we've been putting together with Deceased and all the segments with King. You know, he's such a great narrator to sort of be our
Awesome.
spirit guide through all
Yeah.
this sort of stuff. So did have a couple new patrons, Dan Galgano and Alexandre Castangay is how I asked him how you pronounce that. I think he's from Quebec, if I'm not mistaken. So
Oh,
he's always sharing kind of music with me and things like that through YouTube clips and stuff. But he signed up to be a patron again, and so thank you for your support there.
absolutely.
If you want to become a patron, we've recently in the last few months posted a new patron episode. It's looking at the Dutch and Belgian,
Benelux.
yeah, Benelux scenes, the thrash scenes, kind of a bonus to our kind of thrash series that we'll be getting back to after the Deceased episode. But yeah, good stuff. Exclusive episodes that we've just done for them. The best of, we always do the year-end kind of best of shows, and those are for the patrons and stuff. So you want to know some of our thoughts on newer things and things, because I know we're mostly doing old stuff when it comes to the mainstream episodes.
We're doing historical stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Not old stuff. Historical. That's what better.
You're a history teacher.
Exactly.
Historical.
But yeah, you can go to patreon.com/Requiem podcast or Requiem Metal. I can't remember, but if you look us up, you'll find us. Or you can go to requiemmetal.com and you can click on the Patreon link there. Shoot us an email at requiempodcast@gmail.com. Check us out at Jason Mark on Facebook. That's where people like to comment. We have an exclusive sort of page and a chat for the patrons and things like that for anybody that's on Facebook. But if you just want to get a hold of us as a non-patron, you can kind of shoot us a message, and that's always really cool to get feedback there. Twitter, you can check us out there, and on Instagram sometimes, although I haven't really been doing a lot with that stuff. Social media hasn't been like my cup of tea the last I've been pretty distracted with some personal things, so I haven't been always in the mood to just like post random things about metal, but hopefully
I post like once a month on Instagram.
Yeah. It's tough. We're getting older.
Yeah.
We need like a street team. So if somebody wants to be like the Requiem like media person just for shits and giggles, let us know. We'll I don't know, hook you up with some swag or something. But yeah, and then we also heard from Sacred Reich, which is pretty cool. Phil, right? Got a hold of
Phil Ryan got a hold of us. It was we talked about Sacred Reich. God, was it about a year ago?
A couple years ago. It was during our
years.
American Thrash series. Yeah, a couple of years back. So before we did the Doom series, we did the American Thrash series.
Yeah, he was basically talking about how he'd be willing to talk to us even though we didn't care about anything after Ignorance, which I thought was a very magnanimous way to
Sure.
It was cool. I really appreciate that.
Basically, here's what I wrote him. I said, hey, I think we only knew really the Ignorance and Surf EP and love the new record. For whatever reason, you guys were overlooked in our thrash history. I was kind of speaking more personal for me, which is one of the reasons why we wanted to tackle Ignorance, knowing it was vital and undiscovered by us. I need to spend way more time with your post-surf material for sure. I said, but we are covering an international thrash series if you're interested in kind of joining us for some stuff. And he said, that sounds fun. We're heading to Europe to finish writing the next record. Maybe we can do something down the road. Enjoy the show. Keep up the great work, Phil. So
cool. I think Ignorance is so fucking good. I was talking to Lisa about this, that one record they did was so good.
It's hard to compete with it.
Like it encapsulated everything I love about thrash.
Yep.
Like in a way
that first Violence record, right? It's like hard to beat Eternal Nightmare,
Yeah, like it's just like it pushed what I thought was a genre that was done, and they come back and like do these records. Is like, holy shit. Like yeah.
Yep.
It's just I hold everything else to kind of like a very high regard because stuff was so good and transformative that, man, could you even do any better?
Yeah, I know. It's tough. So, but yeah, we appreciate hearing from people and getting some feedback. I know that there was some other Facebook feedback about like people digging on some of the Australian show that we recently did and the Japan stuff. I think Schaefer had reached out to me and said he was really digging the Gargoyle band that we started the whole Japan episode with, that had kind of the traditional Japanese instruments mixed in and stuff.
Yeah.
So again, if you guys have feedback on any of the stuff we've been doing recently, or you went back and discovered one of our old episodes, or you want us to redo old episodes, I mean, Mark and I have been kind of talking about which of the bands that we've already covered way back when, 15 years ago, that we should maybe revisit, because obviously we know what the fuck we're doing a little bit more now, and we do better research.
We have more emotional intelligence.
Yeah,
at this point. Yeah.
Well, more books have been published on shit, and
I mean, it's crazy. When we first started, there was there was Choosing Death.
Yeah.
And Ian Christie's book.
Yeah, Sound of the Beast. Yep.
And that was really about it. And now there's I've got probably 75 extreme metal books, maybe more.
It's a lot of stuff kind of going on.
It's crazy. This is like
one just came out. It's really cool.
Yeah, it's 30, 35 years into this, this is where all the real analysis starts happening. So
Yep. And hopefully you enjoyed some of our real analysis here. So it's been good times. So Mark, once again, it's nice talking to you. We'll have to do this in person very soon.
Always. We haven't done an in-person one for it's been it's been a while.
Been a little while. I know, been a little while. I think life has been crazy. We've been in different spots. Yeah. But for people, we hope you enjoyed this. I almost said decibel. Enjoyed Deceased and Ghostly White. We've got Mrs. Alderice to sort of close things out here, and enjoy some Deceased. So for Requiem Metal Podcast and Deceased, I am Jason.
And I'm Mark.
Serial Overdose, for me, when I heard that, I mean, I had obviously followed you guys, but it had been such a long, a little bit of a gap there, that when I heard that just sounded really reinvigorated in a way. And I don't know if that was like your guys' perception when you think back about that record, but to me, that was kind of a reintroduction to Deceased into this last decade. And then I think you guys continue that with Ghostly White. There was more melodic kind of elements going on, more technical kind of things happening. Was that just a natural evolution, or kind of a conscious effort to kind of move the songwriting in those kind of directions?
Well, when we did As the Weird Travel On, we went and worked with Kevin Gutierrez, who's an old friend of us. He used to be in a band called Wreckage. We used to share. He actually tried to get Matt Sharp to play bass. They did have him, and he realized quickly this was a bad move. So it took him a few weeks to unrudely tell him, you're not working out, dude. Yeah. So we went back to this thing we used to do called Yuck, Yuck, and More Yuck. We go to this guy's Matt's basement, suck down fucking grain alcohol punch, and sitting there and play shows for each other. There'd be nobody in the room, a couple girls, whatever, and we just do Sodom covers and laugh all night, and etc. So he ended up becoming a big time record recorder, and he had a studio in Vienna, and we'd never worked together. Jim had worked with him with his band While Heaven Wept, and they'd been in there, and he'd worked with some pretty big bands like Sixpence None the Richer, and I think he did a mix for Madonna even in there. So I was like, well, he's got to know his shit, and we had lost touch. So I went and got him, and I said, look, dude, I don't know what it costs to record in these places. We don't got a lot. We're kind of independent now. We were on Thrash Corner at the time out of Puerto Rico, which is one Mexican or one Puerto Rican in his fucking house. Okay, trying to hey man, I gotta get the baby's milk and pay Deceased to record. It's kind of thing, Anyway, he was like, look, dude, old pals, we can make it work. Whatever you got, we'll make it work. So he worked. It was still a good amount of money for us, but he made it work and came out really nice production. That was Dave's first introduction to drums on an album for us, and we liked that. And then of course I said everything happened, and Mark left and Shane came in, so we needed a few years to establish that, make sure it was the right move and all that. We started writing again, and that's when I was up here in Philadelphia area, and it took that time. And then when we went to do Surreal with him again, he was kind of like moving studios, so we did it. And I said, Dave had just had a baby, he needed time away, so I said, I'm going to play fucking drums, and I'm going to show everybody in this motherfucker I can still do this shit. I'm still crazy fast when I need to be. So I told Mike, this is the fast record, motherfucker. And he was like, oh, come on, man. Got to get more of that. I said, dude, this is my turn, man. You just did that heavy metal As the Weird Travel On. Everything was subdued a little bit for me. I said, we're going crazy. And then we did that Skin Crawling Progress lead off track. And I was like, here we go. And that shit, I mean, when Dave came back, he's like, how the fuck you play this, man? I said, man, fucking as quick as I fucking could, man. I went nuts. So that's my second favorite Deceased record, believe it or not. It's Surreal
I
Overdose.
love it. I love that
I
record.
think it's neat. And I remember Mike for a while was like, I don't care for that one so much. And then about 2 practices ago down in DC, I said, go listen to it. He came back and said, man, I do love that record. I said, dude, it is, but it's the black sheep of the family, man. A lot of people think that's the one. And what's weird about it for me about that one was Kevin was doing some things, and when it came time to mix it, he didn't have the studio open. He had other people in there, which was making him his money, and I understood. So I had to mix it. He would send me wave files up on my computer, and I'd have to go to my car and hear it, make notes, and then he'd mix it back in Virginia. I'll be up in Philadelphia. So that was a little weird to me, you know, and I did, and there was about 4 or 5 parts I did have to I had to do parts of the songs because my arm would give out, my stroke, she would act up. I'd have to stop. But that's, I mean, even Rush said that when, you know, some of their songs, they stop and they piece it in later. Fate's Warning said the same thing. So, I mean, that's fine. But I remember doing that, and I like to play it straight through. It's just part of me. But when it came out, people were like, whoa, this is fucking fast as fucking shit again. And it was done for that, like you said, because I was also at the time saying, man, nobody plays fast anymore. All of a sudden, everything's like death and roll or whatever the fuck it was. And I was like, man, come on, man, I still love the fucking fast. And it is our fastest Deceased record. I'd say that probably in Blueprints for Madness are probably the 2 fastest. And then by the time we got to Ghostly White, I told Mike, all right, man, here's the heavy metal record. It's your turn again, my friend. And he was like, all right. And I said, we're going to kind of do the best of both worlds this time. Because if you listen to a Palpitations Warning, it could have easily been on Surreal Overdose. And then something like Mrs. Allardyce, it's fitting. So we did that. Ghostly White, I decided after that record, Kevin has now moved to Texas, has a studio there. He doesn't live in Virginia anymore. I wanted to go back to Mike Bozier, who's famous for our Fearless and Supernatural records and Mourner's Veil. I wanted to go back to him, and I've learned a lot of production skills myself from doing stuff with October 31 and et cetera, just being in there from time to time. So I wanted to give it a shot, and I like what we came up with. I like it. I mean, the mix isn't perfect. I'm learning. I've learned a lot since, and when we do this Children of the Morgue, I'll again produce, and I will get a tighter mix this time than that one. But the only thing with that record that always eats at me is that Dave died. After we released the record, he died. And I'll never forget it. I tell this story every time I tell about Ghostly White. We were in the car. We just got the CD master. We were driving to a show in Cincinnati. It was me, him, and our merch guy, Steve. Dave was in the back, kind of half asleep. And he said, put it on, man. I can't wait to hear it. We had a nice stereo in the car. We turned it up, blasted it. Didn't say nothing. Start to finish, it ended. Pale surroundings went off. And I remember he was sitting there with his sunglasses. He was half asleep, and he looked up, and I caught him off the rear view. And I said, man, what do you think? He said, man, we did it, man. We did it, because he came back on drums. And he said, we fucking did it. He played that weekend in Cincinnati. 2 weeks later, he died. Wow. So that sticks with me. I do appreciate the record. I think it's a really good one. It was weird as shit when it ended up top 20 metal albums in Rolling Stone magazine.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, Decibel looked out for us on that record. They gave us a lot of coverage. Chris Dick, you know, he did a lot of stuff and things like that. And we appreciate it. I like it. I do. I think I'd like it a little bit more, I'm always the guy that's never fast enough or crazy enough. I like that roller coaster hanging off the track vibe to it. But I also know we're getting older, and you have to look out for everybody. Me and Mike are the main songwriters along with Shane. You know, we do a lot of the stuff. Mike comes up with most of the riffs, and I call it. He brings them to me, and I derange them. I don't arrange them, I derange them. And then Shane, you know, me and Shane actually wrote Endless Well on that. You know, Mike sent that one out, and that was kind of neat because that was the first for me and Shane. We'll probably do that again on this record, do our own thing for a song or so. But I mean, I look at those records over there, and I appreciate them. I mean, I see the youth. I mean, I know you can't see it, and I'm putting my hands up and stuff, but they're there. Like, I see Luck of the Corpse. I think of those young, you know, I'm off drugs then, but I'm, you know, a kid. And now I look over here, and I'm like 50 years old when this fucking thing. I think I was, what is this, 2022? I was 50 then.
Yeah. So
it was, that's what you're doing at 50. And to say you're still crazy at 50 as you were fucking at, what, 20, what is that, 23? Yeah. 22 when we recorded that. So that makes me happy. Yeah. And we ain't stopping, brother. We're going to do just the Children of the Morgue, man. I mean, that's us. I've always wanted to do something with Children of the something. I mean, you got the grave, you got the damned, you got the sea, you got everything. You know what I'm saying?
I was going to say, it hits your Black Sabbath right there. Yep.
Everything. I had to do one, and I was always like, Children of the Morgue. That's another title I like. So about a year on that, maybe a little bit more. We're writing on it, though. And awesome. I'm proud of the band. And, you know, just to give you this one not off the record, but just off what you said. People think the band is scatterbrained or whatever because it's crazy. Like, well, who the hell is in the band now, King? Basically, Les moved to Texas. He's still a part of the studio band always. Mike doesn't play live anymore. He lives in Virginia. He writes with me. Shane is live and studio. He writes. It's us three. We don't write with a bass player.
Yeah.
Then you got guys like Walter White who plays bass on tour for us, and you've got Matt Eibach who plays guitar on tour for us. And then people are like, well, who the hell were these guys on the Bulldozer things? They were guys helping us out, and they may need to help out again because again, life, death, rent, work, kids, health, etc. And after 38, 39, whatever the fuck we're calling it, years, there's no way. I mean, I know ZZ Top went a long time. You're talking 3 motherfuckers, you know?
Yeah.
We've had people die, you know, we've had 3 people who've died since this started. Our one live drummer, Eric, that helped out when Dave stopped playing, he died. You got Dave died, and you got fucking Rob who died.
Yeah.
I mean, it happens.
Mm-hmm.
But it's all in the schemes of things. I can honestly say, and I mean this 100% when I say this to you, I stand behind everything we've ever done. Some are better than others, and nothing's perfect. We're never done a perfect record, never will, because for me, there's no such thing as that. But always going to give it our all. We're all in on the new record, and I'll say this, and I won't say what it is, but there's some surprises on the new record too. I don't mean that we went rap or alternative or Dave Grohl's involved in any way, but it's going to be cool. It's going to be fun. And we're a fucking family, and that's all that matters, dude. We don't care if we're band of the month. We don't give a fuck, man.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, King. This has been great. I hope you had fun doing this.
Oh, dude, I had a blast, dude. And just talking to you come off like a teacher. I'm getting ready to ask you what the homework is. That's my homework, Teach.
That's my mode, man. I'm organizing Q&As with the kids and AP World History and all that kind of fun stuff.
You're a busy man, dude. And you pulled off of the Venom thing. Sounds great. I mean,
It's going to be cool.
You got some heavy hitters, dude, all across the board.
I've been waiting for you.